Don't drop anything.
Where's the thing that the features? Oh, here. It's the test room. I think it's super.
Good evening, and welcome to the First Southern Pines business meeting with our two new council members. Welcome to Ann and to Taylor. We have a full house and we have a full agenda, so I'm calling this meeting to order. Please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now comments from our town manager, Reagan Parsons.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Is your mic on?
It is.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of council. A couple quick items of housekeeping before I jump into the agenda. Number one, and all of you, I believe, received an email from our acting clerk on this. The council meeting schedule that was included in the packet last week that we adopted as part of our organizational meeting did have one error on it. It stated that your agenda meeting in June would fall on Wednesday the 1st. That, in fact, will be Wednesday the 8th. As it turns out, June is much like this month, where because the 1st falls on Wednesday and our entire calendar is based around this business meeting on the second Tuesday, it actually turns out to be the second Wednesday in June next year that we'll meet for the agenda meeting, because it's always the Wednesday prior to the second Tuesday. So when we formally publish that calendar, we'll make the correction to June the 8th, but I wanted to state that publicly just in case somebody had printed it out of the previous packet and hung it on their refrigerator or something.
Okay.
Second item of housekeeping is I would like to announce this evening for the record that effective with the check that'll be issued on January the 7th, we will be adjusting the salaries of all full-time employees besides my position and all year-round part-time that are not paid on a per-call basis by 2.5% in recognition of inflation, CPI, the very tight labor market, and in an effort to try to retain the excellent employees that we have. So I did want to state that for the record this evening.
Clap for yourselves. Y'all work hard. That's fine.
Going from that then into the agenda, of course, you've got the hearing that will be coming up very shortly. We have a couple, 3 to be exact, ARs that you all looked at last week at the agenda meeting that will be for individual consideration and vote. And then you have 2 items that we've discussed over numerous meetings over the past couple of months, one being the lease of the park property from the Southern Pines Land and Housing Trust once they purchase from the Moore County School District, and the second one being the adoption of the 2022 to 2032 Community Improvement Plan or Capital Improvement Plan that Jessica Roth has been working on and that we've gone over in various stages through the last few months. Moving to your consent agenda, you've got 3 appointments before you this evening, one being the reappointment of Diane Westbrook to the Planning Board. We thank her for her service through her first term, and she does have an interest in serving a second term. And then an appointment of Robert Brown and also Lane West to your Historic District Commission. And those particular terms will run through December of 2025. There is the agreement with NCDOT and the town of Aberdeen for the relocation of our water transmission main as part of the forthcoming late 2024 synchronized street project that has been discussed for a number of years now. And that has been, again, gone over through a couple of work sessions in previous months. And then we have 2 annexations. This is step 1 of the 3 steps necessary for an annexation. This simply directs our clerk to investigate the sufficiency of 2 applications. One is for 54.94 acres plus minus, lands owned by the Van Camps between Morganton Road and 15501, so the South Morganton Road area. This is essentially most all of the land that was not subject to the recent, I'll call it Target Center application that was before you. So this is the remaining land that will incorporate it to the town of Southern Pines. And then the second involves a number of parcels totaling a little over 4 acres on the north side of NC 22. These are residential lots that currently exist in the ETJ of Whispering Pines, but happen to be subject to Southern Pines annexation as part of our annexation agreement with the Village of Whispering Pines. Again, they are residential lots. We are of the understanding and belief, based on contact from a builder, that they will be single-family homes built on those 4 lots. They back up to the Blue Farm subdivision. But again, this is step 1 of the process. We'll be back in front of you in January, should this pass, with a request to schedule public hearing on the annexation, and that annexation would fall then on the second Tuesday of February next year, at which time you could adopt the order to annex. With that, that's all I have this evening. Be happy to answer any questions.
I do have a question. Jennifer, is she not here?
I do not believe Jennifer had an item for your agenda this evening, so no.
Just know I'm missing someone, so that's all. Okay. All right. I'll tell her you noticed. Yeah. Well, she's new. We need to be nice to her. So, first is a hearing on the agenda is quasi-judicial. It's Patrick's Point. The applicant is asking for a special use permit. This is an evidentiary hearing, and as the name suggests, the hearing is based upon and supported by the record developed at the hearing. This hearing is subject to stricter protocol requirements than legislative. Please sign in, and I already have the sign-in sheets, to present your testimony or evidence, avoiding hearsay, and please be aware of the time. Remember, competent evidence and expert testimony only. We ask that you do not offer any unsupported opinions. Only experts may provide opinion testimony. The word evidentiary means just that. We are here to gather evidence before a decision will be made by the council. In full transparency, we, the council, have not discussed this hearing amongst ourselves or with anyone else. We are here to hear the evidence presented by the applicant's legal counsel, just as you are. Anyone speaking at this hearing, whether offering testimony or questioning a witness, must take an oath, and that includes the town staff. So will the parties involved with SU 0121 please come forward? I'm not sure our Bible's big enough, so so place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand and respond to the following. State your name. Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you give to this council in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Would you like to ask if anybody who signed up did not do that? Because you have to do this.
Okay, if you are planning to speak and you've signed up, you have to be sworn in also, and there's a lot of people on this list. Speak on this subject. I figured there were. Yes, thank you. All right, let me go back to my page 1 here. Place your left hand on the Bible and your right hand, and do you solemnly swear, state your name, that the evidence you shall give to this council in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Council members, please disclose the following. Oh. I don't know. I think they're pretty much this. Well, here you go. No, that's not a problem. All right, council members, please disclose the following. Any site visits?
I drove through the property on the Sturts Road.
I have driven on the property also.
Driven past it, yeah.
Any ex parte communications? I have received emails
Yeah.
from David Sullivan, who is the Village Green HOA President, Mary Ann Halstead, two emails from her, who's a resident of Village in the Woods, David Shiley, I think that's close, Village by the Lake, and Kim Collins, a resident of Southern Pines. Anybody else?
Yeah, okay.
I've also received emails from, I think, all of those individuals.
Okay.
And appreciate community engagement and hope that you all understand with an ex parte hearing that I can't really respond. So, but I do appreciate hearing from you.
I'm assuming you got the same.
Yeah, I think I got the same. I'll have
Yeah.
to.
Similar, I guess, the emails, and then
Okay.
I had one email that came to another address, that wasn't the town one, but similar, just same
Okay.
type emails.
Do you have any specialized knowledge that you have of this case? Anyone have a fixed opinion that is not susceptible to change based on what they learn at this hearing?
No.
Whether you have a close family member, business, or other relationship with the applicant or other affected persons,
My sister-in-law lives at Village Green.
as my mother does live in Village Green, and I live in Village in the Woods, for full disclosure. Whether you have a financial interest in the outcome of this case, and is there any other information relevant to determining whether a conflict of interest exists?
No.
All right. Is there,
I'm sorry.
go ahead.
Would also like to add for the record, only because I was copied on it and all of you were on the 2 line item, but you may not have seen them because they came in late this afternoon and you may not have been on your email, but both Carly Sutton and Rachel Cunningham also emailed the council relevant to the hearing this evening,
Okay.
just for the record.
Thank you. I don't know that anyone, maybe didn't see those. Okay, thank you for that clarification. Is there an attorney representing the petitioner?
Yes, Nick Robinson here on behalf of the applicant.
Is there an attorney representing the opposition? And remember, competent evidence and expert testimony only. We ask that you not offer any unsupported opinions. I need a motion to open this hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Thank you. I think we start with the staff report. BJ Brandon.
BJ Green, Township Planning Director. I have the good fortune of working with a team of professionals in our planning department that have a role in this evening, and I would like very briefly to talk about that role and give you some context to the staff report you received prior to this meeting. I will be very brief, and then I'll be handing it off to my colleague, Susie Russell, who will give the presentation on the application in front of you. First of all, let me say, to follow up on, is this on?
You're just so high up there. You got it.
That's probably a little better, huh? Yes,
Yeah, it is,
all right, thank
yeah.
you. Let me start off by saying that I have a document entitled Legislative Hearings versus Evidentiary Hearings, a Citizen's Guide. This is a quick 2-page document that attempts to take many, many concepts and very complicated things and boil it down into the simplest terms. I'm going to put this, I printed 50 copies, I'm going to put this stack in the back of the room. I didn't want to put it up there before everybody walked in because then people wouldn't know it was there. But if you want some information about the terms, the jargon that's being used this evening, the process, this document is going to the back of the room when I get done speaking here.
Thank you, BJ.
Yeah. What I would like to say is the role that staff have is sometimes misunderstood in these hearings. We don't work for the developer. We don't work for the people who are opposed to the development. We work for the public as a whole. We have an office we have a town office. We are the planning department. What we do is we facilitate the review of development projects. We're hyper aware of and sensitive to the applicable rules and regulations, both at the local level, at the state level, and we attempt to facilitate a process that is defensible and serve things up. We make documents and information available to the public, whether they're for the project or against the project or anywhere in between. We also, as you know, prepare staff reports and put those in front of you. You can think of our staff reports as a research project trying to wrap up all the applicable standards and all the applicable rules. Along those lines, that service we provide, I want to give you some context to the staff report you have in front of you. As of July 1, in the state of North Carolina, there have been some changes to statutes that apply to exactly what's happening here tonight. Because of that, everybody statewide, ourselves included, are sort of muddling through what some of the new statutes mean, how to adopt best practices to deal with those. What you have in front of you for the staff report for this evening started off going to the planning board for what is now referred to under statute as a preliminary forum. It used to be they would hold a hearing, they would forward a recommendation. They don't do that anymore. They can't do that, but they can hold a preliminary forum. The results of that preliminary forum cannot be used as a basis for a decision by the town council, so it's not a recommendation. However, they can hold a preliminary forum, and what does that mean? Well, so far we've been interpreting that to mean that they can have it, and they can forward to the town council a list of issues that they think you should independently look at and verify and ask questions about as part of this process, this evidentiary hearing in front of you. So the staff report went to the planning board with a bunch of information about it, because we prepare the staff report. We try to be efficient with the public's resources and not rewrite and write and rewrite staff reports. We write a staff report, it goes off to the planning board, they hold their hearing, and they make their list of issues and provide it to us. We then have to figure out a way to facilitate moving it on to you in a way that walks a very fine line of usefulness. We want to respect the planning board's time and effort and the people that attended that meeting. But we also need to respect the law that says no part of that can be used as a basis for a decision. What you received is a copy of the staff report as it went to the planning board with staff's original research project, and attached to that a copy of a draft findings of fact that goes over the 6 criteria by which special use permits are supposed to be reviewed by you. And there's a draft findings of fact because it includes some of the concepts that came from the planning board. You would not want to adopt that attachment A by itself, because then you would be using the planning board's preliminary forum as a basis for a decision. The purpose of that draft findings of fact is no more than us giving you a whiteboard with some dry erase markers scribbled on it. It's a launching point, it's a starting point for you to see what staff and the planning board have put on there, and then arrive at your own conclusion after this very important process here tonight. Anybody can come to this podium and suggest facts that you should find to be the facts upon which you base your decision, right? That's why we have this hearing. So what you're seeing is a version attached to that staff report. You may get other versions, and you should definitely do everything you need to do to arrive at your own conclusion for each of those 6 criteria, majority of the council's thoughts. I could belabor that point forever, but I will stop right there at the risk of overdoing it. But with that, I also have as a handout, this is a copy of Unified Development Ordinance 2.21.7. These are the 6 criteria. These are the main focal point of this evening as you are receiving information, asking questions, attempting to verify. And this is a handy reference for everybody, so I do have copies of this if anybody would like them. So.
Mine as well.
Perfect, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, with that, at risk of being out of order, I would like to say I'm honored to say on behalf of 200 plus very hardworking public employees, thank you for that action. It's greatly appreciated, more than you know.
Thank
And
you for
so,
your hard work, too.
Yeah, with that, I'll hand it over to my esteemed colleague, Ms. Susie Russell, who's going to take it from here. Thank you.
Thank you, BJ. Susie Russell, Planner 2.
Oh, wow. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of Town Council. I'm Susie Russell, Planner 2, Town Staff. I'd like to enter the staff report and the staff's PowerPoint into the record as Exhibit A, and for the application SU-02-21, and also the emails that we received from the public as Exhibit B.
These are the emails that are received, if you're wondering what we're getting here. Do we have an extra? Okay.
Okay, so before you, you'll see this PowerPoint, we are having a little bit of projection problems, so just bear with us. On behalf of Francis Masser, Mr. Bob Kuntz of Kuntz Jones Design submitted an application for a special use permit, SU-02-21, for the purpose of building a 276 multifamily office development. It is located on 25.4 acres. The subject property is located along US Highway 1 North, and it is between West Connecticut Avenue and Midland Road. That last slide, you were looking from Midland going back towards Connecticut. The 3 parcels before you are presently undeveloped wooded land, and the sites in the lower left quadrant or at the southwest end of the plan are zoned residential mixed housing, which is RM-2. And the parcel in the blue is zoned office service, which is OS. The subject properties are located in the Urban Transition Highway Corridor overlay. The property is designated as commercial on the future land use map, which is found in your comprehensive long-range plan. And the subject property does have access to public water and sewer. This application follows the procedures for review and approval of a special use permit that's found in the UDO under section 2.21. The multifamily structures with 10 or more dwelling units require approval of a special use permit, and they could also go through the plan development in order to get those approved. The role of staff is to evaluate compliance with the applicable criteria and standards for this particular submittal. Those criteria and standards are as follows. We have under UDO 2.21.7, that was the special use criteria. You have office service zoning district standards found in 3.5.11. You have residential mixed housing zoning district standards, and those are found in 3.5.7. Watershed Protection Overlay District, which is found in 3.6.8. Urban Transition Highway Corridor Overlay Standards, those are found in 3.6.5. And then you have the Multifamily Development Standards found in 4.10.8. So the applicant is requesting 276 dwelling units of multifamily and an office development on 0.91 acres that's found in the center portion of that plan, at the top of the plan. And they are looking to do 554 parking spaces. The development is compliant with the Urban Transition Highway Corridor Overlay Standards, which are the more stringent of those district standards. A watershed protection permit is going to be required for this property. As you can see, that entire blue area is the entire subject property is located within the Little River Intake Number 2 watershed and is subject to the Watershed Protection Overlay District and standards, which are set forth in 3.6.8 of the UDO. The proposed development exceeds the maximum allowed 24% built upon area. They have put in their application that it is at 48.4%, which equates to about 12.3 acres. Because this property lies within the Urban Transition Highway Corridor Overlay, normally that standard would be set at a 5 to 70 rule. They are only allowed 65% instead of the 70%. That's just a specific of the Highway Corridor Overlay Standards. So that's going to be the maximum. So if this permit is approved, it would be at that 65%. The next slide, please. The granted acreage is before you. So before Patrick's Point, it is at 577.21 acres is what we have. And then after it would be 551.81 acres would be left. The applicant, again, is requesting 554 parking spaces. That's how you get to that minimum parking that is required, which is 497. They're at 554, which is 57 over the minimum, so that they've reached their minimum. And as you can see, the applicants submitted a site plan that shows that they have incorporated right-of-way into their plan that has not yet been vacated. And so in 2016, the small little blue portion was approved and is vacated. And then those other portions in the blue are not vacated. So if this application is approved, staff does recommend that you make a condition that the right-of-way abandonment must be approved before applying for site plan approval. The town engineer has recommended that the applicant connect to the existing sidewalk network. So if you look at that, those are those red dashes on the plan before you. If you decide to do this as well, town council should condition the approval based with a statement that the applicant will provide a sidewalk connection at the intersection of North Hale and West Vermont. And the town engineer is here if you'd like him to expound upon that. The applicant is proposing that they actually connect a sidewalk at West Main, but that basically goes nowhere. So in order to allow for movement and a good connection to the existing network, he's asking that you look at North Hale and West Vermont. Also, the town engineer has addressed that in our UDO under 4.11.6, we would normally require the applicant to coordinate the development with surrounding streets. And in TRC, that was looked at as main. So they are here to talk about that as well. It's something that you probably should discuss this evening. And then the TIA, the traffic impact analysis, has been provided. It is in your staff report. We also received comments from the Regional Land Use Advisory Commission as well as the Southern Pines Town Engineer. And those are in your packet as well. And, oh, okay. The applicant has deviated from the multifamily development standards in 4.10.8, but 4.10.8A3 specifically allows for those standards to be modified pursuant to an SUP, and specifically states, the development standards in this section may be modified pursuant to a PD or SUP approval. Those deviations are found in your report as well, and they are B3, so 4.10.8 B3, and that states where practical dwellings should be located to face each other across common landscape space with buildings no closer than 30 feet. 4.10.8 C2, group buildings in clusters. 4.10.8 E2 states that the greatest extent practical, parking should not separate dwelling units from common open space. 4.10.8 F3, that states common open space shall be configured in square or nearly square areas with sides of at least 100 feet. And F6 A and B, for developments with more than 20 dwellings, provide on-site, well-equipped and challenging play areas for school-age children within a 5-minute walk from each dwelling unit. And B, or I'm sorry, that would be A, provide places for school-age children to sit, and B, where possible, include a space for ball games on site at a maximum of 80 by 40 feet. So those were the deviations. planning staff finds that the applicant appears to be generally consistent with all applicable criteria. Planning staff does recommend to the town council that you should carefully consider the testimony provided tonight and compare and contrast that testimony with staff's review of the application and evaluation of consistency with the standards. Staff has provided draft findings that reflect a list of issues that were formulated for town council's consideration from the planning board meeting in November. They are provided as basically a jumping off point for you all. These draft findings do not reflect staff's opinion, and I remind council that no part of a preliminary forum held by the planning board may be used as a basis for town council's decision. That's all I've got for tonight.
And that's all you have? Does anyone have any questions?
Susie, thanks for an informative and overwhelming report. You said there are 577 acres left of the high-quality watershed off of Little River number 2. And can you tell me the last time that a project took some of that watershed? I mean, I understand we have 551 left, is that right, if this were granted? How often, and how often does that happen, and what quantity was last taken, and what was the date that it was taken in the project?
I do not have that information in front of me, but do we have an ability to pull up that sheet? Okay, good.
Thank you.
While you're getting that information, anyone else have any questions? James is here. James, do you want to address anything? Where are you? Back there? I'm sorry, what?
Okay, so I'll have to talk really loud because I need to look at this screen and I don't have
Great.
a mic right here. So
Thank you.
repeat your question for me now that I've got some.
So my question is, based on Little River 2 watershed exemptions, you indicate that there's going to be 551 acres left if granted in this instance. And my question is, what was the last time there was an exemption granted? How long ago? Understanding that we're at 5 to 70, I think. And what was the last time that when exemption was granted, how many acres were granted at that time?
Okay. We grant exemption allocation within the Little River intake number 2 watershed probably 6 to 10 times per year. The amounts vary from 1/10 of an acre all the way up to 13.5 acres. And in fact, if you go back far enough in time for a couple of larger projects in the ballpark of 5 to 10 years ago, 226 acres was granted, 105 acres was granted, 10 acres was granted, 13 acres was granted. So the numbers vary like that. Over the last 10 years, all those numbers I gave you are within the last 10 years, everywhere from 1/10 of an acre up to 206.
And if
226, excuse me.
Thank you. Okay, and if granted tonight, then we're looking at 551 additional acres that we have pursuant to the restrictions placed on that watershed ability for us to grant exemptions.
The gross acreage within our Southern Pines jurisdiction, the gross acreage that is subject to this tally starts off at 22,470. 5% of that, which can be covered with built-upon surface at up to 70%, is 1,123. So of that, 577 was left going into this project. And again, if the amount is granted 25.4, that would leave it at 551. Did that answer your question?
It does, thank you very much. And that is until the end of time, that's what we have.
This program has been around since, I believe, about 1994, so it's been that long to get to approximately 50%.
Right, okay, thank you, appreciate it.
Okay, James, they talked about extending the sidewalk, if you can, and anything else that was
Well,
mentioned.
I did not swear myself in when you went through the list, so I would probably have to do that.
Yes,
I was trying to hide that.
I know. Didn't work, did it, James? Okay, state your name.
James Bickle.
Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you shall give to the council in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you'll state your name and your position with the town, please.
James Bickle, town engineer.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, it's didn't really prepare a presentation for this.
No, I just
Definitely
was the
open for any
question. Yeah.
questions, so.
The extended sidewalk, that was the question, I think, that I wrote down that was for you, from North Hale to West Vermont.
Yeah, so right now, there is an existing sidewalk that was put in with the West Main Village Townhome Project that brings a sidewalk basically through one block of West Main, but it ends when it connects with, is that Sailor coming through there? No. Hale Street, sorry. It ends at Hale Street, and then there's not another sidewalk for, basically any directions unless you go back towards Vermont and Connecticut. It's a one block that they would need to extend to connect to another sidewalk.
Okay.
And just thought it was more appropriate to make sure that any pedestrian connections leaving this development actually connected to something.
Right. Okay. Anyone else have questions? Because I'm the one that brought him up here.
I'm sorry, I do, and I'm sorry, speak to me like I'm a fifth grader if you need to, but in regard to the sidewalk that you're talking about, it's your recommendation that that be extended for that block? Is that at the expense of the developer, is your recommendation, or is that at the expense of the town?
For the developer's
For
expense.
the developer. Yeah. That would be part of the conditions. Okay. Anybody else have any questions for James? You can go back to your corner now.
Thank you.
Okay. I guess from here we go to the applicant. Please state your name and address and all about yourself, Nick.
I will, thank you. Let me grab one more thing.
Oh, God. Oh, boy.
It's not as bad as it looked. There's 10 copies of everything.
Okay.
Good evening. Can everybody hear me? Okay. My name is Nick Robinson, and I practice law at Bradshaw Robinson Slaughter in Pittsburgh. I'm delighted to be in front of you here tonight on the Patrick's Point project. Thank you and good evening to everybody. I'm here on behalf of 1700 LLC, who is the applicant, and I'm here tonight with several expert witnesses, but Logan Burnett is the representative of the applicant here this evening, and he's going to speak to you in just a moment. As a general introductory matter, the stage can be set as follows. We're before you tonight, as Susie mentioned, requesting a special use permit for a multifamily office project that's called Patrick's Point. The multifamily use and the office use are both already allowed under the zoning ordinance, under the UDO, within the zoning districts that apply to these properties. So we're not asking for a zoning change, just want to make sure that's very clear from the beginning. So the only question that's really before you tonight is whether the 6 criteria that are listed in the UDO for approval of a special use permit are proven based on the evidence that you hear tonight and only tonight. Our goal is to complete the record tonight with competent material and substantial evidence in support of each of those 6 required findings and hopefully come out of the night with a recommended approval. So our evidentiary presentation, if I can just give you a little roadmap this evening, is going to consist of 7 witnesses. Logan Burnett will speak very briefly to introduce the project to you and himself. Bob Kuntz, with whom you're all very familiar, is the land planner and landscape architect for the project. Tim Carpenter is the project engineer. Travis Fluid is here from Kimley Horn, and he will be discussing, he's the traffic engineer and will be talking about traffic impacts of the project. Tad Hardy is also with Kimley Horn, and he will be discussing a traffic noise study that he performed on this property to measure noise levels from US 1. And we'll also have Franklin Dean of Village Appraisers, who's an MAI real estate appraiser, on the lack of any substantial diminishment or impairment of property values surrounding the project. And the last witness would be Kyle Winters, who is also an MAI, and he did a market study to exhibit the market need for this particular project. And so in addition to that, I'll be introducing some documentary evidence as well, but that's just so you know where we're headed. We expect, I always think it's helpful for y'all to be able to anticipate what's coming. And I'm sorry in advance for the length, but we've got a certain number of things that we just have to get into the record from a legal standpoint. But we expect 5 of those 7 witnesses to be very brief, but there's substantial ground to cover with Mr. Kuntz and with Travis Fluitt, traffic engineer. I want to thank you each in advance for your patience tonight. And as some of you may know, this property was previously zoned for general business, and a car dealership was proposed for the site. And there's more history of that since then, and Mr. Kuntz will detail some of that as we get going. But given the prior zoning history of the site, we've taken great care to create and present a complete case to you tonight that we believe should make it inevitable that the application would be approved. And so we'll create that record tonight that we believe will show that the required findings are met, then the application can be approved. So to begin with, I want to formally tender for the record and incorporate into the record the entire application packet of the applicant. And I know that Susie already introduced the staff reports, so we want those in there as well. Madam Mayor, is the application accepted for admission into evidence?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. We're also mindful of the fact we had a really, I think, good and productive planning board meeting. There was a lot of input from both sides, and I know that the situation is a little bit unstable right now in terms of how that all works. But from our vantage point, we really believe that it worked really well because we heard a lot from folks that are interested in the project and concerned about it. And we used the information that we learned from that to work on the project and to develop the evidence that you'll be hearing tonight. So I just want to encourage you to say that even though we're in flux a little bit, I do think the process is generally heading in a good direction, and that we'll have some good outcomes coming from that. I'm not really sure exactly what kind of testimony will be offered by the opponents tonight. But at this point, what I typically do here is, because this is quasi-judicial, it's not exactly judicial, right? And so it's not a courtroom, and it is a political forum. And so what I always have done is just lodge a generalized objection for the record here at the beginning with respect to incompetent, immaterial, insubstantial evidence or hearsay. That just to preserve that objection in the record and to keep me from having to jump up and down every time somebody says something. I'm getting towards the end of the intro here. Depending on the type of evidence that's offered by the opponents, I may make specific objections as part of the hearing. We'll see what happens there. In accordance with your UDO process, this probably doesn't happen formally that much, but section 2.14.6 F, which is conduct of the evidentiary hearing, we'll present our case now, followed by the opponents, and then we'll have an opportunity to present rebuttal testimony prior to the close of the hearing. And unless there are any questions or concerns at this point, we'll proceed with our technical evidence. And I want to just say, everybody, in particular to our new members, you're of course free, and the staff is as well, to interject with any questions at any time during our presentation. No feelings will be hurt, and we'll be happy to pause and take those questions.
Okay.
So if there aren't any now, I'm ready to jump into the first witness.
Let's jump in.
I call Logan Burnett to the microphone.
Logan Burnett, 229 East New York Avenue. Thanks everyone for their participation tonight. Thanks especially to the town council members for your time this evening to consider the Patrick's Point mixed-use project. It's a project we're very excited to share with you. I want to also thank my colleagues for their efforts in preparing this presentation and for all the work that's come before tonight. We truly believe this is a project that adds significant value to the community. And finally, thank you to the members of the Southern Pines community that are in attendance tonight. It speaks to the tremendous amount of care and passion that you have to ensure that every project is carefully considered. I just want to take a quick moment to introduce myself as the applicant for Patrick's Point. My name is Logan Burnett. I'm a U.S. Army veteran that was stationed at Fort Bragg and lived in Southern Pines for 5 years, along with my wife, who's also an Army veteran. Although we no longer live here today, it's still our townhome. We still own our townhome right across the street from Downtown Park. During our time here, we came to love this area and still keep in touch with our close friends that live here. While we lived in Southern Pines, we got to experience all this amazing town has to offer. First Fridays, Southern Pines Brewing Company, Sunrise Theater, Veterans Day parades, Christmas parades, Saturdays Farmers Market, all the great restaurants and small businesses. The list goes on and on. We moved here in 2013, almost 9 years ago. Southern Pines was certainly less busy and more financially accessible than it is today. The secret about what a great town Southern Pines is must have gotten out, and we've begun to see a lot of lot splits, new construction, and quickly rising real estate prices in the area. Today, if you're a young professional, hospitality employee, healthcare worker, military family, or retiree, it's difficult to find a place to live in this town, particularly one within walking distance of this town's greatest amenity, which I believe is the Downtown Historic District. I checked Zillow before coming to this meeting tonight, and there's 8 homes for rent right now and 7 for sale of the thousands that I believe are in the area. I think that's an important indicator for what we're looking at. That's a woefully small amount of housing to accommodate the number of people that would like to move here and be a part of this community. For me, that's the fundamental reason why I believe that Patrick's Point is an ideal project for Southern Pines and for this currently vacant land. It provides an opportunity for people to enjoy a high-quality living experience within steps of the heart of Southern Pines. Patrick's Point will mean more customers for downtown businesses and restaurants, and residents will get to experience the best our town has to offer, all within a quick walk or a bike ride. I do understand that the nature of these hearings are mostly going to attract people that take umbrage to the concept that we're proposing. But the voices that aren't present tonight are those military families, medical workers, retirees, or others that will benefit from living in Patrick's Point and Southern Pines in the future. We wholeheartedly believe that this project balances the welfare of the entire Southern Pines community while making every attempt to mitigate the impact on the surrounding neighborhoods like Village Green, the US 1 entrance, and the US 1 entrance to Southern Pines. Thank you again for your time this evening. Now I'll turn it over to my colleague, Nick Robinson.
Thank you. Thank you, Logan.
Yes, thanks, Logan. I'd like to call Bob Kuntz forward. We're gonna have to share a microphone. I'll get out of the way here.
Okay.
If you could just state your name for the record, please.
My name is Bob Kuntz.
What's your job title?
I am a principal in landscape architecture firm, Kuntz Jones Design, land planning and landscape architecture firm.
All right, how long have you been in that position at that firm?
We opened our practice in 2013, and prior to that, I've been practicing landscape architecture and planning for 26 years.
Can you give just a brief description to the council of your prior experience in site design? Oh, sorry, I skipped one. Brief description of your educational background.
I have a Bachelor of Science in landscape architecture from the University of Kentucky.
Okay. And any licenses for land planning, landscape architecture?
Yes, I am licensed to practice landscape architecture in North Carolina and 6 other states.
Okay, please describe generally your prior experience in site design for the council.
I have been in part of more than 400 site planning and master planning projects around the United States and internationally. Many of those have occurred here locally in Southern Pines.
Has your prior design experience included design plans for projects that include mixed uses like multifamily and office as we have here?
Yes, I have been involved in more than 50 projects and multifamily projects in 10 states. 9 of those projects have been in Moore County and 5 in particular in Southern Pines. Many of those multifamily developments that I've worked on across the states include mixed-use communities and with an office component as well. I've also participated in several office-only developments as part of my career.
Has your prior land planning experience that you referenced in locally here in Southern Pines included specifically projects that are located in an OS zoning district in Southern Pines?
Yes, it has.
How about RM2 district in Southern Pines?
Yes.
Is it correct to say that this application is for a special use permit to allow a mixed-use residential and office development on the property required under 2.21 of the Southern Pines UDO?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, describe for the council, if you might, in general terms, the history of your experience on this project.
I was approached by the applicant to prepare a feasibility concept for the property based on the specific development program and to review the ordinance to see if it was could be accommodated on the property. After we determined that the development program could be accommodated and that the property was appropriately zoned, we proceeded with preparation of applications to the town's TRC and the pre-application meeting. Upon completion of the TRC meeting, coming out of that meeting, we had a few modifications to make to the plans. We made those modifications and submitted application for the SUP, for the special use permit.
Great, thank you. Madam Mayor, I'd like to tender Bob Kuntz as an expert in the fields of land planning, site plan design, and landscape architecture.
Accepted.
Thank you. Did you assist in the preparation of the special use permit application that was filed in this matter on or about October 11, 2021?
Yes, I did.
Are you familiar with the entirety of the application?
Yes.
The application was reviewed by staff and deemed complete on October 22, 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are you familiar with the proposed site and its location in Southern Pines?
Yes, I have ridden the site and I've walked the entire site.
Okay. Have you made yourself familiar with the Southern Pines UDO, particularly the requirements of a valid SUP application in section 2.21?
Yes, I have.
Did you review the SUP criteria before preparing the site plan for this project?
We did.
Okay. Can you walk the council through the plan and summarize its features, so that they can have an understanding of the way you laid it out?
Sure. I'd like to do a presentation now to walk through the specifics of the site plan and of the special use permit. Actually may need to go up and speak loudly so I can point.
That's fine.
I like to point a lot, so.
And just for those out there, the SUP used to be a CUP. It's just that language changed, so it's just hard to keep up with all this, I realize. But it's just, what was a CUP is now an SUP.
Yeah, plus I can't project it because it throws it to a screen that doesn't exist, so. So we just have to go with it like this.
Great. So, go to the next slide.
Yep.
So this slide shows the site context of the property. Susie did explain sort of the general location. This is US 1 on the outside of the property and bordering the property on the western boundary. This is the Pennsylvania Avenue on-ramp and exit, and this is the Midland Road exit on this side of the property. Downtown Southern
Yeah,
Pines-
hang on just a second. Can you do that on that side so people can see that too? Whoops.
Okay.
But they can't follow because they can't see where he is on the screen that faces the audience. So,
I can't give him multiple arms, but I can give him a mic.
well, can you kind of point to what he's saying on that side?
Vanna.
You got long arms. Come on, buddy. Thank you, Vanna.
This is fun, I'm gonna mimic you.
Oh, gosh, this should be fun. But anyhow, so back to this. Downtown Southern Pines, this is Pennsylvania Avenue coming directly into downtown Southern Pines at Broad Street and Bennett. The property is roughly 5 blocks away from, on Vermont to Broad Street. And you can see in general a transition. So you sort of have downtown here, and then it gets less dense and less dense and less dense as you move away until you get to sort of Village Green, and that starts to pick up additional density as you transition toward US 1. And this property, being zoned OS, is particularly important for that transition between US 1 and downtown and the neighborhoods that surround the property. Can you change it?
Oh, man.
Okay.
Yeah, just the right arrow.
Susie mentioned the existing zoning on the property. So these parcels that are indicated in blue are zoned as office service, and the 2 parcels located here are zoned and designated as RM2 residential multifamily. And, oh, go back. This entire side of town, the western side of Broad Street, other than the office service parcels along Broad Street, And then the central business district and the downtown core are all zoned multifamily. So this entire area is zoned multifamily with single-family larger lots zoned over on this side. So if you go to the next slide. Nick did mention the history of the property. Originally, this property was zoned general business. In 2005, the property owner, a car dealership, had proposed developing a project on the site, and the property owner submitted architectural review and was going through the process. Town council requested modifications to that architecture, and during that process, the neighbors to this property requested that the property be rezoned from GB to OS, to office service. So that request was made by the neighbors for this property. The town council then voted to rezone the property after that, and voted with the neighbors to rezone the property. That process is actually not permitted in the state anymore, so adjoining property owners can't rezone other people's property anymore. In 2016, a 288 apartment community was proposed on the property. The project was denied, stating that there was no mixed use proposed on the property, which isn't part of the OS zoning classification, but it was used as a criteria to deny the project at that point in time. The property was sold to a different entity, and here we are in 2021 with a mixed-use development that proposes 276 multifamily apartments and 0.91 acres of office space. Okay.
Can we go back to that slide? Tell me what you mean on the 2016, where it says the project was denied, stating that there was no mixed use proposed on the property. So it was completely multi-family proposal at that point with OS property that requires mixed, is that right?
Well, the OS doesn't actually require mix. It says encourages mixed use, encourages, but it does not say that it is required. In this process, it was all apartments that were proposed at that point in time. There was no mixture of uses on the property. So this project is coming in with a mixed use with multifamily apartments and an office parcel as well. So looking at the site information, the site acreage is 25.4 acres. As I mentioned, the current zoning is OS, which does allow for apartments, also allows for different types of office uses and different types of services, fitness clubs, banks, professional office, medical office, et cetera. The RM2 residential multifamily would allow for multifamily up to 5 to 7 units per acre. When I take a look at the rule of thumb, general rule of thumb, the permitted use, we generally use about 10,000 square feet per acre. And this would provide about 225,000 square feet of office, could be accommodated on the site. That will be a by right plan. So that process could go ahead and start that process tomorrow. We could take a plan in to the planning staff and start working through a project of office at that particular time. It's also permitted for 291 residential uses or units. And this project is proposing 276 multifamily residential units, which is a little below the amount of density that could be permitted on the property from a multifamily perspective, and a 0.91 acre out parcel, again, using that general rule of thumb, would provide about a 9,000 square foot building. It would probably be a 2 to 3 story building, and there is room to park that building on the parcel. Sure.
The surrounding neighborhood surrounding the site we're looking at, what is the approximate units per acre of that? So what are we comparing it, like, how is it going to compare to what's existing?
I don't know the answer to that. It is zoned for 5 to 7 units per acre. I'm not sure what and there are other parcels along the property that are undeveloped that are RM2, which would be permitted for 5 to 7 units.
Okay,
So.
I'm going to ask one more question since I have the microphone on. There's a note in the town, the staff note saying that prior to site plan approval, it does have to be rezoned.
No, it does not have to be rezoned.
Paragraph 2 on page 12. Will you just look at that for a second? Thank you.
Rezoning that combines the two districts. It does say that in the stat, yeah, right.
Recombined. Okay. Recombined is different than rezoning.
Okay.
A recombination, so if you go back, can you go back 2 slides, back to the zoning map? So basically what that means is that all the parcels need to be combined into one property, except for the out parcel. That would remain a separate parcel. The recombination would actually take some of the additional parcels, the other parcels, and combine the whole property into 2 parcels, one being the multifamily and one being the office parcel. So, yeah. BJ?
DJ, you want to move up the slides?
So, as Nick mentioned, we looked at, when we started the planning process, we looked at the compliance with the UDO and our initial feasibility, looked at all the standards in the ordinance, and this plan meets or exceeds all the standards in the UDO. So all that list for landscaping, buffers, setbacks, open space, parking, and that includes the special, the OS zoning district, the RM2 zoning district. It also includes the highway corridor overlay and all the general standards that are applicable to the site. So we meet all of those. Next. So looking at the existing conditions on the property, during the site exploration, there were some wetlands that were found on the property. Those were identified by Dr. Jay Carter. And they have not been core verified yet, but based on Jay's reputation, I typically trust Jay implicitly. This is US 1, again, at the top. This plan reorients from the zoning map, so north is no longer this way, it's this way. Well, no, north is this way, north is to the right side of the sheet. So you see an existing sewer line located here. Again, there's some larger wetland boundaries here. There's a highway corridor overlay boundary here. The highway corridor overlay setbacks apply along US 1, and those setbacks are 50 feet for parking, 75 feet for building setback. We're in compliance with all those in the site plan, and this is the overall subject property. Go to the next slide.
BJ, could you go to slide 6 really fast? I want to make sure. This one? Slide 6, this is 8.
Oh, yeah, it did, didn't it? Thank you. Thank you, Logan, for catching that. We talked about the site data, and this is the proposed site data. So the majority of the property, as we've talked about, is in the urban transition highway corridor overlay, which sets standards. So there are OS standards, there are RM2 standards, and highway corridor overlay standards. The way the ordinance works, whichever is the most stringent is what needs to be applied to the plan. The most stringent of all the districts that apply and the greatest dimensional setbacks, built upon area, all those things are the highway corridor overlay in this instance. So it is much more stringent than the OS district or the RM2 district. So we have applied the highway corridor overlay to the entirety of the property. With that, the maximum building height is 35 feet. The maximum built upon area, as Susie mentioned, is 65%. The property is proposing 49%, the current plan. The maximum building footprint in the highway corridor overlay, it also actually sets a maximum building footprint. Other districts do not do that. But in the highway corridor overlay, you can only have a certain amount of building within that area. Permitted is 30% and proposed is 15.5%. So we're well within that requirement as well. Any architectural review for multifamily, because it is considered commercial by building standards, would have to go through architectural review by the town council. So that would be part of any future approvals. Also, Jay Carter also did an endangered species look at the property, and he found no endangered woodpeckers or other species on the site. And U.S. Fish and Wildlife, we have a letter that they did concur with Jay's findings. One of the things that's a real key to the project, and something that we really thought was very important, is that there were no roadway connections to the adjoining neighborhood. I know James had some thoughts about connecting, and I think it's in the staff report. Our thought was that it's better to have all access going to US 1 to the service road rather than coming into the adjoining neighborhood.
I have another question.
Sure.
It does connect on Connecticut, is that not correct?
It does. It connects to the service road, but the service road connects to Connecticut now, so,
And
yes.
that's going to continue to connect?
Yes, it would.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. So this is the overall site plan for the property. You can see the main access point is located here, and this is the service road that you see. So the US 1 right now has an access location right at this point, and that service road connects all the way down. And right now, it's a gravel road, basically from here, that connects all the way down and connects back to the Midland Road interchange, where you have that really strange two-way entrance ramp, on-ramp. It connects back to the service road. So the developer would be responsible for paving the service road from wherever it transitions from gravel all the way back to this back entrance of the property. So that would be the developer's expense.
Is there any plans to continue to asphalt that the rest of the way?
There's a lot of discussion about that, actually, and I think Travis Fluitt
Okay.
will talk about that. He's had
Okay.
discussions with NCDOT
Okay.
about whether or not they would like to connect that or
Okay.
how they would like to address it.
Thank you.
So,
Oh, yeah, can you go on that
BJ
side?
back.
Okay.
You're fired. Look at that.
If you will, Logan, just explain where the asphalt stops and where the gravel starts at the service road.
The connection from Connecticut is up in this direction. It'll come all the way across this, the service road. There's 1, 2, 3 entrances.
Right.
The paving will stop at the third, most northern entrance on this concept.
On that concept. And that was my question, to see if the possibility of extending the pavement to continue on. So we'll have another exit on this property, is my thought process. But go ahead, Bob, sorry.
Well, I have may I ask a question? Where would your line be right now that has the two different areas? Where is your line between what is currently OS and what is currently RM2? Right.
this entirety from here all the way to here is OS. Okay. Yeah. This parcel and this area is zoned RM2. The rest of the track is zoned as OS. So the vast majority of the property is zoned OS.
And then the only business property that you're proposing is that office out parcel
That's right.
in the middle of OS, okay.
Right. And we like this office parcel at this location because of the access off of US Highway 1. It makes a lot of sense to have an office parcel there. It could be a lot of things. It could be a doctor's office. It could be a professional office. There are lots of opportunities there, especially with the visibility along US 1 in that area. But it would be limited to only OS uses, and it would be limited to those types of whatever's proposed in the ordinance. We really don't know what that building would be at this point in time.
And speaking of visibility, how much of the property will be seen beyond the buffering? Or will that adequately cover so that it won't be seen?
The buffering that's required in the town of Southern Pines is really heavy. If you take a look at some of the other properties in town, at one point you couldn't see Lowe's Home Improvement, or at one point you could see Lowe's Home Improvement. When I moved here 20 years ago, you could see it pretty clear. Driving along US 1, about all you see of Lowe's anymore is a sign. So, and that's out on the highway, and it's half covered by vegetation too. So it's.
I think the wetlands did a good job for us too, to protect, yeah.
Absolutely. So in this area, that highway buffer would apply. And in this area, right as you get to the main entrance, can you zoom out, BJ? The wetland buffer is along this entire edge, and that will not be cleared. There will be we'll have to permit one crossing through the Corps of Engineers, but the rest of that buffer, and in some areas, it's more than 300 feet deep. So it's quite a buffer. In general, it's about 100 feet deep. So it is in excess of the 75-foot building setback through this area. So it is quite a bit. There's a lot of vegetation, and it won't be cleared. It will remain in its natural vegetative state.
Buffers. The buffer between this project and Village Green, can we have that as undisturbed buffer?
We can try. We can do the best that we can to save trees in that area. Based on the topography of this site, it's going to be very difficult. We can do our best to save as much best we can. If not, we'll be planting it per the Town of Southern Pines standard, which again is a very thick standard. And I actually have a slide that shows how much vegetation will be planted there. It is a significant amount.
Try really, really hard.
We're going to try as hard as we can. The site, and BJ, could you go back to the existing conditions slide?
Yeah. And Bob, how many feet is that buffer that we're talking about right now?
About around the backside is 50 feet. Yeah, so it would actually be, it's a 25-foot setback, or a 50-foot setback. We'd have a 25-foot buffer, like heavy vegetated buffer along the backside.
And you planning to, speaking of buffer, you planning to do a fence or a wall of some description?
Well, when I show you the cross sections of the property, you'll understand and see sort of how that area works. So
Okay.
you'll see it when we get to that point. But there will be a large retaining wall, and that retaining wall will require guardrails, et cetera. So there will be fence on top of this property, the way it grades, will be about 20 feet. It will, from the property boundary here to the building elevation, the ground floor of the building will be about 20 to 25 feet in the grade change. So it's significantly down from the property boundary. So one thing I forgot to describe on this slide is the topography of the site. It is a challenging site. From a topography standpoint, it's also a very narrow site. So in general, this is a challenging site, but we've made it work pretty well, I think.
What is the topography change? Just curious.
It's about 50 feet from this property boundary to the property boundary along US 1. So that is a significant grade drop and change across the property. And looking at this area, this site was once used as a borrow pit when they were building US 1. So it was cleared at one point, and you can actually see topographically basically where that happened. And this wetland is actually a remnant of that construction and of that degradation of the site. It exposed a couple of small seeps, or sandhill seeps, that come out of the ground here and here. And then when DOT left the site, they left a small berm right along the edge, so that property has collected and is not draining along this edge. So that's how the wetland was created, I believe. So
The Corps of Engineers made it look pretty good.
well, it's to the benefit now, right?
Misunderstood what you said.
Engineers are the ones that created the wetlands.
Yeah. So
I'm sure it was done on purpose, but we appreciate the U.S. Army.
yeah, it's actually interesting in this area. If you walk the site, there aren't very many trees in this area. It's because they exposed a clay layer that has materials in it that aren't favorable to tree growth. So there's a big bare area that sits right in here from the DOT excavation a long time ago. So if you, yes.
Just a moment ago, you were talking about the buffer. The highway corridor overlay does require a buffer, but you had said 25.
We're outside of the highway corridor buffer in this back area. This is the highway corridor overlay. This back area, I had it on the existing conditions map, BJ. The line is on that map. So this back section is out of the highway corridor overlay. So it is outside of that buffer zone. We have a 50-foot setback, which is a requirement, but we have a 25-foot buffer in the back. So yeah, this line, you can see that line specifically on the actual surveyed map versus the GIS. So that's exactly where that boundary line occurs right there. Next slide, BJ. You shifted my slide. There you go. There you go. Yeah, so there are 3 access points. There's 1, 2, 3. The main access point coming here, garages facing the front along the service road, buildings out along the service road. The wetland buffer is located out on this edge. We took great care in trying to limit the number of buildings along this property boundary. We tried to push those buildings out toward the road for a couple reasons. One, to try and minimize the impact on the adjacent property, and then 2, trying to comply with the highway corridor overlay, where we push the buildings back, keep this nice, so you're not looking at parking, headlights, all those kind of things as you're driving along. In this area, we place garages in the front to buffer that view from Highway 1 and to hide the parking from US 1. As you move down the site, this is the compactor location because it's very easy in, out for waste removal. And then this would be a 2-story building. These buildings are all 3 stories, but this one would be a 2-story building to comply with the RM2 zoning district in that location. We have a pedestrian connection here, and while it's not shown here, we would have a pedestrian connection, as James mentioned, that does connect to Vermont Avenue, and we have a park in this location that would have a tot lot and a place for kids to play and things like that. In addition, we would have other amenities throughout the site, located here and here and there, as well as a clubhouse and pool area that would have amenities, fitness rooms, and things like that inside the facility.
Okay, so question.
Yes.
So you mentioned, and I know that you have a landscape background, so you're a lot smarter about this than I am, but you mentioned that in the wetlands area, it's clay-based, right?
Well, it depends. It depends. Sometimes it is,
I'm ready.
yes.
Hit
yes.
me.
Yes. It depends. In Moore County, we have some areas that are a little bit different. They're loamy or sandy, and it's a little bit different here for wetland areas. But this one's a weird mix because of the excavation and the site disturbance that was done previously.
Right, so you said it's really difficult to plant vegetation there, and yet this drawing shows me a lot of vegetation there and a buffer that is going to be created how in the soil it's difficult to create a buffer in? Help me.
Well, really what happened, they excavated down significantly, basically in this area, where you see, if we had the aerial photograph up, you can see the sparse vegetation. So it is difficult there. Now, all of that is going to get pushed away and pushed aside in the grading plan for this. And when we come back and plant at the time of landscape, part of our plan always requires 3 inches of topsoil to be spread back across the property. So there'll be plenty of good soil here for those and amendments to those soil plantings and to amendments to the soil when the landscape comes.
So I think what I just understood you say is that you're going to clear cut the front and then replant. Is that right? What I'm calling the US 1. Help me understand what you're saying there.
No, the plan is all of the wetland area will be vegetated. We won't be clearing any of that area except where we have to make a crossing for emergency access. And then along this edge, there's another wetland here that won't be cleared. And then we're going to try and save as many trees along this edge as we can as well. It's an incentive to the developer because there is if you're preserving trees, there are trees you don't have to pay for and plant. So it's an incentive to save as many trees on this as we can. Based on the Southern Pines buffer requirements, which are so heavy, it's definitely an incentive to save trees, so.
As best you can. What's keeping you from just getting to that 50-foot mark in the back and stopping from cutting? Why would you have to cut to the line at the back there?
So graphically, I'll show you a cross-section in a second that will sort of explain the site condition that we're in. That is very challenging. It's a very challenging site condition. So we're building to that edge as far as we can to maximize the number of units on the property. And we're building to that edge to make that happen. So, and that's the required buffer and that's the required setback. So that's what we're doing.
To the edge, is there ever been a thought of having less density?
in order, based on the price of the land, and I have to ask Logan that, but based on the price of the land and the overall property and location, no. I've got some other.
Is it
other
possible to ask Logan that?
I'd be happy to answer. I would say that from where we stand today and the costs that we're paying for land and how much price of increase for raw materials that go into building these units, having a reasonable amount of density, which I think that this is allowed under UDO, it is important from a financial perspective, yes. But every unit that we build for the fixed cost for the land, with the way that lumber prices are going today, steel prices are going today, all the inputs that we have, it's a very difficult financial environment to not realize as many units according to the UDO that we can. But we're under the max capacity. We're not right at the very tippy top.
True, I just thought it was a good question to ask.
Yeah, we are 15 units under the maximum density
Right,
permitted on the
right.
site, so.
While you've got the site plan up there, and I recognize this may ultimately be better a question for Travis when he gets up on the transportation, but do I understand correctly that the paving of the service road will end at sort of that last drive?
Yes. Yes.
Well, as you are familiar with having done a lot of work here in Southern Pines, if the service road were a town road, and admittedly it is not, there would have been a comment by our engineer that at the very least, the pavement should go out to the extent of the property line. Based upon the reality, I believe that there is additional property that is developable to the north of this. Now, again, DOT may have some reasoning for this, and I know Travis has had conversations with them, but my concern would be that something north of this developed that needs a service road improvement, and then there's no connection between that drive and a later improved section to the north. So if you could answer that, fantastic. Otherwise, I'll just put a pin in it and wait for Travis to address it.
Yeah, I'll actually allow Travis to address that simply because DOT does have some thoughts on not only the service road, but the intersection and that interchange with the two-way traffic. So there are some thoughts about that as well.
Yeah, just one question real quick. And I know we're looking at kind of buffering things from the surrounding communities, but given the fact that there will be a paved road, given the fact that there is a wetlands area already there, and then the lowered elevation, would there be an issue with flooding?
No, no. This property all goes this way. All the topography goes down from this property boundary to US 1. This property will be required to maintain its stormwater management, so it can't dump water out onto US 1 or into McNeeds Creek across the way without going through pretty significant quantity and quality addressing of stormwater. Tim Carpenter's here tonight with LKC Engineering, and he can help address that as well. But from a flooding perspective, all the property flows this way. So it's not flowing toward any existing properties. It is all flowing toward US 1. So there won't be any type of flooding from this development at all for any of the surrounding communities.
Okay.
While you're on this picture, so the topography on the right side of the map, you said it goes up towards the existing properties. On the left side of the map, where the walkway is, the path, is it not the same? Is it flatter there?
It's a little bit flatter there, but it's still going uphill. It still goes uphill. The entirety of the site, BJ, if you could zoom out, if you could go back one slide. Yeah, so topographically, you can see these contour lines, these are all going downhill. So you can see this continues to go downhill. All of this continues to go downhill all the way. And it continues to go downhill for quite a while, even down to when you get to the bank on the corner of Pennsylvania. So it's all downhill.
Says that there will be access for walkers and bikers through that walkway. It's not so steep that biking is not possible?
No, it would be, we would be maintained, we would have to maintain ADA access on that, so we'd be required to be at 5 to 8%. And I think there's plenty of ability to make those walks 5% and accessible for ADA.
So,
Bob, I had another question. Just trying to think about potential impacts on that backside. Those two buildings that are there, with the 25 feet of grade you mentioned, from the existing houses that are there, I mean, are they like seeing what, the second or third floor straight from where they are? If it's there?
Let me get to the cross sections and we can talk about that.
Okay. So I'm just trying to
Yeah.
have some visualization of it.
Yeah, I've got two big cross sections that show cross sections across the lake. These are actually cross section lines, and I have cross sections cut across both those lines that will start at this property boundary and look the whole way down the hill to US 1. They help you visualize it a little bit. So could you go to the next slide, BJ? So this slide looks at it a little more technically. And the multifamily district, the OS zoning district, doesn't really require any open space. OS doesn't require that. But multifamily, in the multifamily standards, 10% open space is required. And this plan has in excess of that 10% open space. Actually, well, and we have usable spaces. We have picnic gazebo areas. We have amenity seating areas. One of these will probably end up being a tot lot or something along that line to help address that multifamily standard of 5-minute walk. And then this is a larger park and tot lot area. This is very heavily vegetated right now. I think what we've talked about is clearing out a path within the trees and then clearing out a small area for a playground and something like that on that end. Also, in addition, the clubhouse and pool area would also provide a great amenity for the overall community.
But those amenities are strictly for the people who live there, correct?
That's correct.
Okay,
That's
just
correct.
clarifying.
You anticipate the clubhouse maximizing the 35 feet, or would it be shorter?
I can't imagine it would be 35 feet, but yeah, it'd be, one story, right? Yeah. So go to the next slide. Okay, so this starts to allow you to visualize sort of what we're talking about. So this cross section that you see here is the cross section right here. So this is one of the two buildings. This building is one of the two buildings that adjoins or is closest to the Village Green neighborhood. And in this location, you would have 65 feet roughly from the face of their buildings to their driveway, and then there's some additional vegetation. Then the property really starts to drop off at that point and starts to come down. So if you looked at this from this point and you connect those two dots, you can see how this is being graded across the site. So essentially we're benching this area in, we're putting a wall, we're cutting here with a 10 plus foot wall. There is about 22 feet of grade change from this location at the property boundary to the elevation of the building, the ground floor of the building. So yeah, you're correct that what you would be seeing from here, if you're looking out, is really one story of the building. You really wouldn't be seeing any more than the one story of the building. And with the amount of vegetation that's required in the Town of Southern Pines ordinance, give it 5 years and it's gone. So you wouldn't see it. Maybe even less, depending on how fast the vegetation grows.
Or undisturbed buffer you
Agreed.
can allow.
So we'll do our best to grade it that way, so.
Are you showing 65, just from the way it's set up on the other property line, 65 feet and then the 50 feet? I'm trying to see what that number is.
Yes, so it's 65 feet and then it's 50 feet to the building edge.
Okay.
And what we're planning to do, we want to keep this as minimal as we can. So you can see that's about 10 feet off the back of the property boundary, 10 to 15 feet off the back of the building. So we're trying to make as large an area there as we can in order to save vegetation. That's why we're trying to get that, because these retaining walls need footers, they need things to go back in the grade. So we're trying to get to a point where we can save as much as we can vegetation-wise on that side. The goal is not to clear cut, so that's the goal.
Your lips to God's ears, yes, definitely.
Yeah, that's the goal. So, and these buildings would be 35 feet. So this is the closest portion in those two building instances. You can see those two buildings here. So those two buildings, that would be the condition there. Then coming across to the parking lot, coming to a building here, that would be elevated. a little bit, and then coming down to another retaining wall. This is about a 7-foot-high retaining wall at this location, then across the wetland. Because we cannot grade into the wetland, we have to put the retaining walls there, and then to the service road, and then out to US 1. This cross-section is taken from this location, where there's a garage rather than a building. So that garage, again, would sit below a 10-foot-high wall, so that building would, you really wouldn't see that building at all. Cross-section, then parking area, then a building, again, where that wetland really juts out. This area, there's about a 200-foot buffer from US 1, and this building would be a retaining wall here, and then connecting back out. Does that help, Bill?
Yeah, so when you say 10-foot-high wall, it's into that dirt, though. It's not going to be, they won't really see it.
No.
When they're on the other side of it.
No, it would be on this side, so that retaining wall wouldn't be seen from this side, because of the cut. There's a big cut here, because that grade actually comes down, continues to come down this way, and that is all cut area there. So that building is really tucked in below grade, so you wouldn't even see that building at all from the adjoining property.
That answer your question? Okay.
Go to the next slide, or you have another question?
Not right now.
Said for now.
Okay. So looking at the required buffer plantings, the required buffer in this area would require, it's based on a square foot area, and it roughly, it's how many square feet you have in that buffer. So this is a 25-foot wide buffer, and taking a 100-foot strip of that buffer is 2,500 square feet. So in that 2,500 square feet, we would be required to plant 6 large trees at 1 for every 400 square feet, 6 small trees at 1 for every 400 square feet, and then 33 shrubs at 1 for every 75 square feet. These are very thick buffers. I've had to ask on several occasions for reductions in this, because if we have existing vegetation or something along that line, it's very hard to get the level of vegetation in without it dying. And you end up with understory plants, and things die out over time. It's actually such a heavy standard that it can be a challenge to actually plant it. So talking about large trees, those could be magnolias or pine trees, or additional shade trees like maples, red maples, or something along that line. All native trees, absolutely. Yeah, all native trees. And the small trees would be red buds, dogwoods, those type of plants in the understory. And then shrubs, because of where it's located, probably plant wax myrtles and hollies in that area to be a nice evergreen hedge and evergreen screen from the adjoining property. So,
Do you have any kind of any picture of that from prior projects?
I don't, but I didn't bring any tonight, but I've got some, but I don't have them here tonight. But I'm trying to think of something that you guys would have seen somewhere that's grown in.
Maybe the McDeeds Creek School, where that buffer went in next.
Yeah, the back buffer at Medeeds Creek School, if you've been out there, that is a pretty thick buffer across there, and that was based on the square footage, and it was a little wider buffer, but it was still based on the square footage, so it's very thick, and I know it was a very expensive buffer, but it also works, right? And and that is the town of Southern Pines requirement.
And you're welcome.
Oh, I'm a landscape architect. I think it's great. So keeps me in business. But go to the next slide. The setbacks, and as I mentioned, the setbacks for the OS, RM2, and the highway corridor overlay. Again, the highway corridor overlay trumps everything in this scenario. So we are following the setbacks, the landscape buffer of 40 feet, the parking setback, and this is from Highway 1, the building setback of 75 feet, side and rear setbacks of 50 feet, and then a maximum building height of 35 feet. So, and again, in the RM2 district, it would be permitted to go to 40 feet. So a lot of the adjoining properties, not necessarily the properties that are developed, but BJ, can you go back like 3 slides? Is this still a touchscreen?
You can touch it all you want.
Yeah, feel free to touch the screen all you want.
Touch all you want. Go for it.
It used to be a touch screen.
And do like this. Go
Well,
ahead.
it used to be a touchscreen and
Give
I'd
you
move stuff
Windex.
around.
When this is over, we'll give you some Windex so you can clean it up for us.
I got you. So that buffer area, oh boy, I've lost my train of thought.
The Windex got you.
Oh, okay. So while this part of the property is already developed, these parcels that are undeveloped are zoned as RM1 or RM2, and these parcels will be permitted to go to 40 feet. So holding to that 35 feet across the highway corridor is something we feel, that's important, and we're maximizing it, utilizing it. So, BJ, could you go back to slide 13? No, it doesn't work.
Go ahead and touch it.
I had to try.
Yeah, we
Next
used
slide.
to have that, didn't we? What happened?
I don't think these boards were ever touchscreen.
2 more? So the required parking, we've broken down the multifamily spaces per the UDO. The total parking required would be 497 parking spaces. We've provided 554 spaces, and most of those are included, those extra spaces are in the garages. We wanted to make sure there was adequate parking throughout. If someone chose to use their garage as a storage facility or something along that line, or just chose to use it as storage and couldn't actually park a car in there, we wanted to make sure that there was adequate parking across the site. So we've added those extra spaces across the property. The highway corridor overlay standard is a maximum permitted parking of 5 spaces per 1,000 square feet. If we followed that standard based on the square footage of the buildings, and I know this was a question earlier, because there's not really a multifamily standard that's in the highway corridor overlay, but that would have 2,059 parking spaces on the site, which we don't want to provide. So if you would go to the next slide. And so that's back to the site plan. And that concludes this portion of my presentation. I'll have some other things to say later, but I'm happy to answer any questions now, or I'll be back up.
At this point, do y'all have more questions for Bob before we get a next victim up here?
You just said the total square footage was about 445,000, right?
411,000 square feet,
Is your-
based on square footage of the buildings, yeah.
Buildings, why do I have 995,000 square feet total for the buildings? I think that's from your write-up.
995,
Now, let me check that. Fine.
okay.
Switch glasses. Okay. So Nick, if we have questions and we're not sure to whom we should direct them,
Yes. you
is
can-
that a really fun call up a winner on the question later? Would you like to do that after we hear from everybody, or how would?
The thing to do is when the subject comes to mind, the subject of the question comes to mind, you can just ask it, and then if it's something that the witness sits in front of you can answer right then, great. If not, we'll just take a note of it and make sure it gets answered when
When
that
the
witness
next
comes
expert
forward.
comes forward.
Does that make sense?
Makes sense, I think, right, okay. I'm really confused, okay.
I just had one quick question based on that. This may be for staff, but in staff's opinion, obviously we need enough parking to meet the site, but less is better we don't want to overdo it. So their estimation of adding a little bit extra, do you feel like that's sufficient? Not overboard?
So, because we have a minimum, they are meeting that minimum. Because the urban transition highway corridor overlay, the maximum that would be allowed is so excessive, we really can't implement a maximum when there just isn't one found in the standard. And because it's this amount over, which is minimal, staff would say, yes, that seems.
No, it's a tricky one. We talked with, back when we were going through a pre-application meeting on this, we spoke with the applicant because we have a standard that deals with per 1,000 square feet of building. Well, because this is a multi-story building, you start getting into that per 1,000 square feet and you're like, these numbers are just off the charts. And we're like, that's not the intent, clearly. So.
If I may, real quick, Councilwoman Peterson's question may be in reference to, it's page 12 of 442 in the packet.
Thank you.
And it's actually the staff report. And it says, Tract 1 fully combined will be 22.85 acres for a total of 995,346 square feet.
Of land, right? Or, okay, thank you.
With a total of 274 DU allowed. So that, I think that might be what you were referencing based on the number you provided.
Thank you. Yes, I thought I'd lost my mind.
That's helpful.
It may be coming. Maybe coming.
Are we good?
Thank you.
Okay, yes, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Manager. The next thing with Bob is we're going to just, that concludes the presentation with regard to the site plan. Next, we're going to just kind of walk through some of the 6 criteria to make sure that he's testifying to you on the extent to which the criteria are being met.
Okay,
So,
I'm sorry. I'm going to have to, I apologize.
Yeah, no problem.
So if we have 441 square feet total as far as your building goes,
Yes.
what is your total square footage for the business portion?
Oh, yeah, I think he said it would be approximately 9,000, right?
Yeah, it would be approximately 9,000. It could be less than that, depending on what use and how much parking is required. So if it were a medical use, it would need 5 spaces per 1,000 square feet. If it were an office, like an attorney's office or something like that, it would require 1 per 300 square feet, or that's roughly 3 per 1,000. So it's a lower requirement. So that depends, how much building you can get on that site depends on the parking, which depends on the use. So it's a transition to that.
Okay, so the UDO encourages, you're correct, it does not require, but it encourages with the multifamily building on OS property, the business services be included, that mixture. So would your argument be that there is no requirement of any percentage or even a target for a percentage?
For the office parcel?
Correct.
The way we've approached it is that depending on that ultimate use of that property is what would determine the amount of parking that would be required on that track. So let's say it came in as what we've drawn to date is a 9,000 square foot office building there, 3 stories. It's a 3,000 square foot footprint that gets us to 9,000 square feet. And it parks for a general office, like a professional services business. Now, if that were to become a medical office building, we'd have the same amount of parking spaces, but it may have to go to a 2-story building in that location to accommodate the square footage and the parking. So
it might go to a 6,000 square foot. Okay, Logan
It
wants in
could,
now. See,
yes,
this is
it
what I knew
could.
would happen. Yeah, Logan,
It
talk to me.
I think perhaps the question was, is there a minimum number or percentage of commercial that's not multifamily?
Correct.
And there is not a mandate for it.
Right, so basically what you're proposing right now, and I can't do the math this fast, but you're proposing a 6,000 to 9,000 square foot business within 441 square feet of multifamily, is that right? Or does 441 includes the business square footage also?
It does not. The 411,000 square feet is the multifamily, and the parking for the out parcel would be calculated separately.
Okay, so is that like maybe only 3% would be business, is that right? Somebody help me, somebody with
Probably about
math.
right. That's probably about right.
3.5%. And I'm not sure that this is a question for you guys, but I think it's a question, maybe you would know, Mr. Koontz. Is a tax benefit higher for the town of Southern Pines on business services?
I would defer that question. The manager may have
The
more.
manager knows.
Will not surprise you that the answer to that is, it depends. And it depends on a lot of things. I mean, everything from the building materials to the ultimate apartments and their market rates to what use, office use actually goes into there. I mean, the calculation for that is got so many variables that I would say there is not a hard and fast rule on that.
Okay.
As a general just rule of thumb, I think if you refer to your what we used to call the CAFR, and forgive me, I've forgotten the new name for it, and I'm looking for Tess back there because I saw her earlier. But if you look at that in the back, in the appendices, there's actually a chart of the 10 highest taxpayers or property taxpayers to the town. And what you're going to find is that, at least relative to the multifamily developments that have been done over the last 5 to 10 years, they all appear in that top 10. You will not find a lot of office buildings that do. But again, that doesn't say that every multifamily project that goes in is a higher taxpayer. That's just sort of what we have seen in recent years. But there are a lot of variables that would go into that.
So can you speak to why that's encouraged that there be more business within that which has been zoned OS? Can you speak to the UDO?
Please rephrase the question when you say more business. I think the language
Well,
is that
a mix.
it's encouraged that
Encourage
there's
a
a mix.
mixture.
Other than that is the language that went into the UDO coming out of the comprehensive plan. I could not speak to a specific purpose for it necessarily. And I think that's probably why you see a word like encouraged, because many times you'll run into things like shall, and they have a very specific sort of
Right.
thought behind
I
them.
understand. Okay, so then I have another question for whoever would like to tackle it. And that is, I understand the UDO does not have a definition of neighborhood. And I'm very interested in what you believe, Nick, to be the neighborhood.
Yeah, and actually, we have some testimony that'll be coming from Bob on that, for
Oh,
sure.
look at you guys.
Yeah, we're ready
Can't
for
wait.
that.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so if that's okay,
That's great.
we'll
Okay,
just
we'll
proceed
defer
on
that.
through.
Thanks.
Great. So, Bob, this is back to you. Covering up my questions. Okay. To the best of your knowledge, does the SUP, the special use permit application, meet all of the requirements of the UDO?
Yes, it does.
Section 2.21.7 A through F is the place where the 6 criterion for the approval of a SUP are established. Is that correct?
Yes.
So let's start with criteria A, and I'm shorthanding this as complies with district regulations. I think Susie Russell said that, in the opinion of the staff, all the district regulations are met with just those 6 variances from the multifamily standards. Is the proposed, does the proposed use, as you see it, comply with all of the regulations of the zoning district and any supplemental use regulations?
Yes, it does.
And in drafting the application and the site plan to go with it for the project, did you make an effort and take care to make sure that it meets all the regulations applicable to the OS and the RM2 zoning districts?
Yes, we did.
And in general terms, what does that mean?
We reviewed the ordinance in detail specific to the overall property, including the OS, RM zoning classifications, RM2 zoning classifications, as well as the requirements of multifamily and highway corridor overlay standards, which apply to the property. In addition, we met with staff, including the town planning, engineering, and fire departments during pre-application TRC meetings to discuss.
And are there any supplemental use regulations that are applicable to multifamily or office uses in these zoning districts? In other words, are there the garden variety standards, and then are there some specific standards that apply to multifamily?
Yes, there are. They're in section 4.10.8, the multifamily development standards, as Susie mentioned earlier. Those sections set out between 30 and 35 additional standards specifically applicable to multifamily buildings. We talked about open space. We talked about some of those other things. Patrick's Point meets all those requirements except for 6 that the planning staff has deemed deviations. to be reasonable under the circumstances. Section 4.8.1A3 specifically allows for such deviations within the context of the special use permit.
Yeah, so just to make it clear, there's a whole separate set of multifamily standards that are applicable. And those are 30 to 35 different things that you have to do. And you're doing all of those except for 6, and staff agrees that the 6 that you're not doing are reasonable given the site constraint.
Correct.
Okay. If, in drafting the application and the site plan for the project, did you take care to make sure that all the supplemental use regulations that we've just been talking about have been met to the extent possible?
Yes, we did.
Can you summarize the nature of the supplemental use regulations?
Yeah, most supplemental use regulations reflect dimensional standards and built-upon areas and those types of things. Those standards include setbacks, buffers, built-upon area, building cover, access, impervious surface, building height, open space, landscaping, parking, lighting, basically any of those site items.
And you've addressed all of those in designing the site plan.
Yes, we have.
Exhibit 3-13 of the Unified Development Ordinance sets out the highway corridor overlay development standards for the urban highway transition corridor that are applicable to this portion of this property. Have you reviewed that exhibit in the UDO?
Yes, we have.
Did you design the project around those specific requirements as well?
We did. And the buildings are set back a minimum of 75 feet from US 1 as required. Parking areas are set back a minimum of 50 feet from US 1 as required. Buildings maintain a 50-foot setback along the entire property boundary. Built-upon area is below the maximum standard. Building coverage is well below the permitted level of development, and the maximum building height will be 35 feet.
Okay, and you said that the design is below the maximum allowed built-upon area. I think it's been mentioned once before tonight. Yeah, but can you quickly give the council specifics on that?
Yes, as was shown in my slide presentation, the Highway Corridor Overlay District requires a maximum of 65%. In this case, the proposed project has a plus or minus 49% of built-upon area.
So it allows 69% and you're only using 40.
That's right.
9%.
We're using 15% less
Okay.
of the built-upon area.
Is it your understanding that the town professional staff has reviewed this finding and agrees that all of the applicable zoning regulations are met by this application and site plan?
Yes, based on our meetings, staff report, and discussions we've had.
Based on your knowledge, expertise, and experience, in your expert opinion, does the project satisfy criteria A for the special use permit?
Yes, it does.
Let's move to criteria B, conforms to character of the neighborhood and won't injure use and enjoyment. Criteria B is that the proposed use should conform to the character of the neighborhood and not injure the use and enjoyment of the property in the immediate vicinity. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Start with a description of the neighborhood that surrounds Patrick's Point and what we're talking about when we say neighborhood.
Sure. As was shown in the presentation, the property is nestled between US 1, which is a major transportation corridor, and a majority of multifamily development on the east side. The surrounding developed properties on the east side are all zoned RM2, multifamily. Again, the entire west side of the property is bordered by the service road and US 1 corridor.
So is it fair to say in response to Ms. Peterson's question that the neighborhood, in this case, that it needs to conform to is not just the duplexes in Village Green on one side and the single family on that same eastern side, but it's also part of the calculation is the highway corridor? Is that part of the neighborhood?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. In designing Patrick's Point, did you take care to make sure that it conforms to the character of the neighborhood? Yes.
Real quick, I guess from what Ann was saying, if it's not defined,
Right.
are you just saying in your professional opinion that you're claiming that's what the neighborhood is?
The surrounding property, I'm using that it is the adjacent properties would be considered the neighborhood, and other areas that attach to that and are behind that. So that entire area would be considered the neighborhood.
I'd like to add the comment that I feel like, it's my personal opinion, I'm not an expert, but I feel like neighborhood would include neighbors. And therefore, I feel like including the highway corridor is potentially not neighborhood.
I understand where you're coming from on that, and I think from a sort of common sense perspective, that could make sense. But what we're talking about is from a land planning perspective. And he's getting ready to get into this in a little bit more detail about why this makes so much sense from a land planning perspective. And the neighborhood in a zoning ordinance is not defined. A neighborhood is everything that's around it. You'll see the word neighborhood used interchangeably with properties within the near vicinity. The US 1 highway is definitely a part of the neighborhood from a land use and zoning perspective, because you have to design a plan that is functional with the highway as well as you do the part that's behind it. And I think if we give Bob a little bit more latitude here, you'll begin to understand the transition that we're talking about here from a land planning perspective. So in designing Patrick's Point, did you take care to make sure that it conforms to the character of the neighborhood, and we mean the larger neighborhood?
Yes, we did. We're following the standards set forth in the UDO for the OS and RM2 districts, which is assumed to be in character with the neighborhood because it is zoned that way. Actually, in my opinion, of all the uses permitted by the UDO for the OS and RM2 zoning districts, multifamily is the most appropriate since it is the least intense of all the development potential there. Beyond the ordinance, we've also taken care to site plan and limit the number of buildings along the shared property boundaries, provided substantial buffers and grading. We'll place the multifamily buildings more than 20 feet below the adjoining property boundary. This will limit the views of those buildings along with required buffer plantings and screening plantings. Very little of the buildings will be seen from the adjoining properties.
And the question that you've raised, Ms. Clement, about that we want to answer about the transition from the highway to the neighborhood is coming up 2 questions from now. Just giving you a little preview. The planning board addressed this criteria B when we had that meeting with them on November 18th and asked questions about whether the density, scale, and use of this project is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. What is your testimony about that?
Based on the RM2 and OS zoning classifications, I would conclude that the development is compatible because we're within the guidelines for density, scale, and use permitted by the UDO. Also, the proposed development represents a traditional planning transition from the major roadway, transitioning from higher intensity development with office and higher density multifamily to a lower density multifamily. Is essentially it's planning 101 and how that works in planning as a general rule.
And so is the idea that you begin with the most intense use, which would be the highway, and then you work your way to the most intense use from among your project, which would be the office.
Correct.
And then graduate that to multifamily, still an intense use, but ratcheting down, and then graduate from that to the Village Green townhomes, then graduate from that to even less dense townhomes that are behind that, and then to single family.
That's correct.
Is
yeah.
that the transition that you're referring to?
Pardon me, may I interrupt? Do you have any definition from any source that includes a highway as part of a neighborhood?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's,
I mean, I understand your assertion. I'm asking, do you have any definition from any source that includes a highway as anything other than a barrier in regard to neighborhoods?
I mean, I certainly could find one, but I don't think it's necessary. I mean, if the UDO provided a definition, we could talk about that, but it doesn't. And so it's the natural use of the word. It's in the neighborhood. I mean, I don't think you would say that highway is not in the neighborhood. It is.
If the long-term plan for Southern Pines included conversation about neighborhood, would you accept that definition?
Not necessarily. It needs to be in the UDO.
Right.
Yeah, but I hear you, and I think too, you know, the highway has a large impact on what's next to it. And if you, so for example, you don't want to put a single-family house right there on the highway, right? You don't want to, though. You don't. Yeah, it's not something that you want to do, right? And that's because the highway is part of the neighborhood, right? And so you would want to comply with your zoning ordinance to do what it says to do in that area. And it is a classic approach to land planning to transition from high-intensity highway corridor to residential.
You went through highway, office, more dense, less dense. Is your more dense, less dense, your 3-story to 2-story, or are you talking about more dense would be this, less dense is village?
The second,
Okay.
yeah.
So may I come back to the definition again?
Sure.
Sorry. So I'm with the National Register criteria. And it says, an area of a community with characteristics that distinguish it from other community areas and may include schools or social clubs or boundaries defined by physical barriers such as major highways and railroads or natural features such as rivers. Do you disagree with that assessment of what might constitute a neighborhood?
I'd have to read it again myself, which I'd love to do.
I'd love to share it with you.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
sure.
I only have one copy, but.
Embarrassed to say, I don't know what the National Register criteria is, but, or where it comes from, but
I think our town planner could probably be asked to address that.
an area of a community with characteristics that distinguishes it from other community areas.
It's from the historic
Oh, yeah.
district, right? It's from the historic district.
With
Do
characteristics
with this,
that distinguish it
resource.
from many other community areas, and that may include. Yeah, so this is saying that a neighborhood is an area of a community with characteristics that distinguish it from other community areas, and the neighborhood may include schools, social clubs, boundaries defined by physical barriers such as major highways and railroads, or natural features such as rivers.
All of Southern Pines.
Correct. That's what that says. And I
Yeah.
think that BJ can address that source if you share that with
Yeah,
him.
so I mean, this seems to say that the highway is a part of this definition of
It says the
neighborhood.
highway is a barrier, such as barriers. I think the key word there is barriers. Do you disagree with me on that?
It's defined by physical barriers such as major highways and railroads or natural features such as rivers. I think all of those are included in the definition of neighborhood.
that's right.
That's not even, that's clearly the case on this definition. An area of a community with characteristics that distinguishes it from other community areas, and that may include schools are part of the neighborhood, social clubs are part of the neighborhood, and boundaries defined by physical barriers are part of the neighborhood.
Boundaries defined by physical barriers such as highways, the highway then being a barrier.
The highway then being a barrier, the barrier then being part of the neighborhood. Yes, absolutely. That is 100% correct.
And that was opinion.
I think that actually proves our point, which is that a barrier and a school and other things that are not actually a set of residences are part of the neighborhood, and it's part. And this isn't how many angels can dance on the head of a pin. This is we're trying to design something that's between a highway and it's between some townhomes. And how do you do that? What is a good, sensible, urban planning way to do that? And what our expert says is this.
Excuse me, let's be respectful of Nick as he speaks, please.
Because I am trying to get, I'm not trying to have a tete here. I'm trying to get to the essence of the issue. And the essence of the issue about when you're trying to determine whether or not something conforms to the neighborhood is you're trying to determine whether, when you look at what surrounds the project that you're working on, does this effectively integrate into what surrounds you? And what he's saying as an expert in the field is that it does, and that this is a fairly standard approach to how to make that conformity occur. We talked about, from the planning board, density, scale, and use. From a planning perspective, when you're examining conformity with the character of the neighborhood, we talk about what comprises the neighborhood. Is it just the adjoining residential to the east, or is it also the highway? We just went through this, right?
We did.
Yeah.
Do you want me to, yeah.
You may as well read what you've got there, because maybe I'm not doing a good job.
You're doing fine.
Conforming the project to the character of the neighborhood means taking into account the entire surrounding area, which includes US 1 to the west. The planning task for this site must take into account the character of areas surrounding the property as well. From a planning perspective, this task is not simply about matching adjoining lower-density multifamily neighborhoods identically, but rather transitioning from high-intensity highway uses on the west to lower-intensity multifamily development to the east. Understanding that the proposed plan is also creating a neighborhood, just as the adjoining properties did many years ago. The adjoining neighborhoods were higher intensity than the adjoining properties when they were developed. As neighborhoods develop closer to a major highway, the development intensity of those neighborhoods and other uses, such as office uses, play an important part in the transition of intensity, protection from noise, and buffering of neighborhoods from the corridor. As I stated earlier, this is typical of planning projects, ordinances, and comprehensive plans across the country where I've been engaged in projects. When we master plan large communities, say 1,500 acre communities, we're always looking to place those highest intensity uses near the major roadway corridor. So typically we start out with commercial, and then we move to office, and then we move to higher density multifamily, to medium density multifamily, to lower density multifamily. It's just a way to protect and transition, which is essentially what we're doing here with this plan, where we're transitioning from a high-speed corridor with that's, it's a little bit noisy, but transitioning that and transitioning all that traffic back into neighborhoods as we go along. And we feel that not connecting to the adjoining neighborhood helps protect it from this piece, rather than all that traffic coming into downtown.
Is what you're reading from your assessment, your original proposal? Is that what you're reading from right now?
No, these are questions that Nick asked me specifically, and my responses to Nick's questions.
So we don't have a copy of what you're reading from. And when you assert in there what is a neighborhood, do you have a source? Or is that your opinion that?
It's my opinion.
Okay, thank you.
And we talked, the next question is about density, but I think we just covered that 3 or 4 times. So the one after that is, would you say the proposed scale of this project is in conformity with the nearby neighborhood, and if so, why?
Yes, the proposed development has a 35-foot height restriction due to both the OS zoning district and the highway corridor overlay district. The adjoining RM2 property districts around the site that aren't part of this parcel have a 40-foot height restriction. While the Village Green neighborhood is established in lower heights than the proposed development, there are several adjoining parcels that are zoned RM2 that would be permitted a 40-foot height. This development is clearly consistent with the zoning standards of adjacent properties. Also, based on the topography of the site, the buildings along the property boundary will be roughly 20 feet below the grade of the adjacent property line and boundary, and separated by a large retaining wall. In effect, the multifamily units will appear similar to 1- or 2-story residential buildings from the adjoining property.
Yeah, and so you went over that pretty well when you went over the site plan. And what you're saying is that if I can rephrase, the scale of this project, it does involve 3-story buildings, and Village on the Green does not. But when you calculate in the grade and the slope and building into the grade, what you wind up with from a site line perspective is buildings that are similar in character and conformity to what is nearby in Village of the Green and other single family. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Would you say that the use that is proposed is in conformity with the character of the nearby neighborhood, and if so, why?
Yes, an office parcel along the highway corridor transitioning to multifamily units, to multifamily townhomes. The proposed development is clearly an appropriate use for the parcel and the lowest intensity use permitted by the zoning classification for the property, the OS zoning district.
And if I can just take a second to contextualize this, the scale, density, and use are not really standards that are set forth in that criteria B, but they were specific things that were raised by the planning board as things that they wished that we discussed. And so that's why we went through that detail on that, was just to lay it out for you all in response to the input from your planning board. So based on your knowledge with all of that, expertise and experience, in your expert opinion, does the project satisfy criteria B for special use permits?
Yes, it does.
Criteria C, this is adequate public facilities. We're going to jump over that one.
Question, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
yeah.
And you've probably said this a lot, but I'm just trying to get this to
Yes.
see. When I see conform to the character, what strikes me is when you have 2 different zonings, I mean, they're not the same thing. They're not going to conform. You sort of touched on it, but in your testimony, is it just through the picking of the use, the outlay, like where have you tried with them not being compatible because they're not the same use? Take your higher density and make it somewhat compatible with the RM2 because they're not the same thing.
And before Bob jumps in on that, I do want to throw something out there that I think is really critical for you all in your decision-making on this very point, Mr. Pate, which is that the law in North Carolina on this kind of a standard that talks about whether or not a project is in conformity with its neighborhood or the vicinity is what's called the Harmony Standard. Lots of jurisdictions around North Carolina have a Harmony Standard. And the courts have addressed this very directly, and they've said that if your use that you propose is an allowed use in your zoning district, even if a special use permit is required, it is automatically presumed that you have met the requirement that it's in conformity with the character of the surrounding neighborhood. It is called, we automatically are afforded a prima facie case on that point, and we don't even really have to put on testimony. And the burden of proof legally to say that it is not in conformity with the character of the surrounding neighborhood shifts to any opponents. So we start really on this one as already having qualified because the use is an allowed use in the district.
And where's, just again, where does that, is that through case law or where's that Harmony Standard from?
Case law, and I have, at the end of the presentation tonight, I have a presentation that I'll make on the case law and show you some cases and whatnot.
Okay.
And so I'm sorry to have interrupted that, but I think your point is really well taken. And the important thing for you all to remember is that essentially as we stand here right now, we've already met that standard. And everything that Bob says that they did is really icing on the cake. Yeah, so he was asking you what things that you did.
Right. The things we did, we worked hard to minimize the number of buildings on that back property boundary. We could very easily have lined those buildings up the whole way around the back. We also, in the grading exercise, we're looking at creating a boundary and creating that wall and that separation between the buildings. So we've worked very hard to do that. In addition, we've tried to screen from US1 and make those things happen. So we've worked very hard. You can see the developed property. There are two buildings along that edge. You can see where we lined the buildings up along the other property boundary, the undeveloped property in that area.
Okay. So we're at, for those who are following along at home, we're at criteria C, which is adequate public facilities. That's not Bob's area. We'll jump over that. Tim Carpenter and Travis Fluitt will testify to that. But is it your understanding that the professional staff of the town is comfortable that this criteria has been met?
Yes.
Criteria D, not impede the orderly development of surrounding properties nor substantially diminish or impair property values. You don't have to talk about the property values issues. We'll have an appraiser for that, Frank Dean, a little bit later. But is there anything about Patrick's Point that you think would prevent or impede the orderly development of undeveloped surrounding properties nearby for their allowed uses?
No.
Okay. Based on your knowledge, expertise, and experience, in your expert opinion, does the project satisfy the orderly development component of criteria D?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So we're on criteria E now, which is the health, safety, comfort, or general welfare. This will also be addressed by a traffic consultant and civil engineer, but have you ever been involved in land planning for other multifamily projects in your career? I think you've answered that.
Yes, I have.
And some of those projects have been in Southern Pines, correct?
Correct.
You said 9 in Moore County and 5 in Southern Pines?
That's right.
Based on that experience and the subsequent development of such multifamily projects, are you aware of any diminishment of public health, safety, comfort, or welfare caused by those projects?
No.
Do you, pardon me?
No.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe that the development of Patrick's Point, as proposed, would result in the diminishment of public health, safety, comfort, or general welfare?
No, I do not. The development would provide a transition from US1 corridor to a lower intensity multifamily development and other RM2 multifamily development or properties in the area adjacent to the property. The project meets all the standards of the UDO for the OS and RM2 zoning districts, all supplemental UDO regulations, and conforms to the standards and goals set forth in the town's comprehensive plan. These documents were developed through many public workshops, stakeholder meetings, and public hearings, and reflect the desires of the overall community. The documents are established to guide development, written specifically to protect the public interest, health, and welfare of the citizens of Southern Pines and provide developers and landowners with a clear understanding of the community's goals prior to investing time, money, and effort for a proposed project. The proposed project meets all of these guidelines. Based on this understanding of compliance with established guiding documents and additional information that I have reviewed from other consultants, in addition to meetings and discussions with the town's technical review committee, I believe this plan will not result in any diminishment of Southern Pines' public health, safety, comfort, or welfare.
Thanks. Did you attend the planning board meeting on this matter on or about November 18th, 2021?
Yes, I did.
At that meeting, there was some discussion from opponents that the office uses in this property would be less impactful on the neighboring property owners in terms of traffic. Is that correct?
Yes, that was discussed.
Since the planning board meeting, have you had a chance to review whether, for example, a medical office would be, could be permitted on this site?
Yes, we did review that. We reviewed the ordinance.
And would that use of medical office be by right, meaning no special use permit would be required and it would be allowed without the input of neighbors and the council?
That is correct.
Did you take a look at how much medical office could be developed on this site?
We did.
Did you draw up a hypothetical plan for a medical office on this site?
Yes, we did. We prepared a by right site plan, which meets the town standards for the OS and RM2 districts, as well as the highway corridor overlay standards, which are required for this property.
Okay, do you want to describe that plan to the council?
Sure. Actually, I've got a sketch of it in calculations, and I'd like to present that now.
Please do.
So this is a by right park. So looking at this plan, this plan provides townhomes on the RM2 zone parcels, 12 townhomes. Oh, I'm sorry.
Start again, please.
So this plan is a by right medical office site plan. We went through all the standards for the districts, parking, built upon area, all those things. This is a plan that, as Nick said, we could start construction tomorrow. We could start a plan, take it into the town planning staff, set up a TRC meeting and move forward with this plan and project right now. No council review, no planning board review at all. This plan has townhomes in the RM2 parcels. It also utilizes the existing right-of-ways that are on the property. These right-of-ways would connect West Vermont back to the service road. West Main would connect back to the service road. And then West Rhode Island would also connect back to the service road, utilizing the existing right-of-ways. For development of this scale and intensity, that is an important piece because this will generate significantly more traffic than the multifamily development, and Travis can speak to that later. So that higher intensity and that higher amount of development will require much more transportation and bigger improvements to the transportation network. Again, we've utilized all the existing right-of-ways. These are all designated as multifamily or medical office buildings. So you can see the access points. There's also an access point at this location, medical office buildings in each of these park per the UDO. So BJ, could you go to the next slide? So this is the site data for the by right plan. Again, this could come in tomorrow. Medical office of 213,800 square feet, maximum building height as required by the OS district. The townhomes could actually go to 40 feet, but the building height maximum would be 35 feet for the medical office building. So 3-story buildings throughout the property. It would generate 1,069 parking spaces required. This plan that's shown, we actually did the parking counts, is 1,072 parking spaces. It still meets the built-upon area, which is up to 65%, and it's proposed, this gets up to about 54%. The maximum building footprint per the highway corridor overlay is 30%, and the proposed building footprint for this development would be 8.9%. So as you can see, this plan could begin tomorrow. We could start it tomorrow and make the connections to the community. We feel, if you go back to this slide, BJ, I need a drink of water. No, that's okay. Thanks. But we feel that the multifamily plan is much less intense than this plan. Having these connections to the neighborhood.
So that plan could only have 9 townhomes, right? Because if
It
it's
could
10
have
or more.
12, 12 townhomes.
If it's over 10, you have to come,
Two different parcels,
Okay, so that's, all
two
right.
separate parcels. So this parcel could have 6 and that parcel could have 6.
Okay. For those of you out there, you can have 10. So that's the reason that you asked the question, because there were 12 and.
That's right.
But it's 2 different parcels of
Two
land.
different parcels of land, so it could come in tomorrow as that. So that's a plan that could be started tomorrow.
I would need to throw out an important point. I throw it out there as a correction. You would still need exemption allocation, and that would need to come through the town council for approval. So it couldn't start tomorrow. You have to get a watershed protection permit.
Process,
NAR
correct.
on the office buildings.
Yes, NAR on the office buildings, that's correct. As far as the site plan process, we could begin.
But you would be going through all the neighborhoods, which is what we
Correct.
appreciate you're not doing, because we do not want that to
That's
happen.
how we've tried to address that neighborhood transition and keeping
Right,
that
right.
neighborhood and protecting the neighborhood.
So that the hypothetical plan is not something that the developer is proposing, obviously. I want to make that clear. But if it were proposed, I think one summary to make from your standpoint, and we'll get another summary from the traffic engineer about traffic, is that it would essentially require, instead of 500 parking spaces, 1,000 parking spaces, roughly speaking.
That's correct, correct.
All right, so we're on 59 here. Is it fair to summarize by saying that the proposed project as proposed, not that project, but our Patrick's Point project, will not diminish the public health, safety, or welfare, but there are other uses already allowed on this property by right that could have a significant impact on the public health, safety, or general welfare?
Yes, that's correct.
Based on your knowledge and expertise and experience, in your expert opinion, does this project satisfy criteria E for special use permits?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so we're on the last criteria F, public interest and welfare
minute.
outweigh.
A question from,
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Now, this might be an issue of semantics, but just looking at detrimental to endanger the public health, safety, comfort. I double click on that. That seems a little subjective in the language because it echoes like up in B where injure the use and enjoyment of the property for someone who wants to sit on their back porch and look at the trees. You know, but, okay.
Yeah, I mean, if the comfort were the only standard, then probably nothing would ever be allowed to be developed there, right?
Right, okay.
Because everybody would want to keep all the trees there, so it's something less than that. And what it basically, what the law says is that you take a holistic look at it, and if they're allowed to continue on in the way that they've been living before, without major interruption, and one way you get major interruption is by running a lot of traffic through the neighborhood, which this project does not do.
Okay.
I didn't finish that.
Oh, okay,
You wanna
yes.
go back to that?
Yeah, so there was one question prior to the end of criteria E about, where I asked about whether, there are other projects that could be done by right that could have a significant impact on public health, safety, or general welfare.
Yeah, and many of the other non-residential uses permitted in the OS district, as you can see by this plan, create significantly more traffic, larger parking areas, additional paved surfaces, less open space, and additional higher intensity lighting for safety and security in the large parking lot areas. So that would be a major detriment when we're talking about those things. We worked very hard on our plan to minimize those negative impacts, and to the best of our ability, based on the development program and the restraints of the OS district and the highway corridor overlay.
Any other questions on that? As we jump to criteria F, that's a standard which says the public interest and welfare outweigh injury to any individual interests. Have you examined that as well?
Yes, we have. And we went back to the comprehensive long-range plan to look at some items in that plan that reflect this proposed development. Item P-15A of the comprehensive long-range plan states favor infill development in areas with access to public facilities over development on the perimeter that requires extension of public utilities. This statement's very important for the future development of the overall Southern Pines and speaks to sound planning principles. Based on the projected population growth of Southern Pines, this statement is even more meaningful and important. Southern Pines is growing and projected to grow substantially over the next several years, as indicated by the U.S. Census data. The Comprehensive Long-Range Plan, zoning map, and UDO have made it clear that the subject property is intended for higher intensity development. In addition, Section G-11 housing states facilitate the provision of a broad range of housing choices that serve residents of all abilities and incomes. And Section P-12, new housing choice states foster the provision of a mix of housing that meets the financial and physical needs of existing and future residents by encouraging development of a variety of housing types in new residential areas and promoting compatible infill in existing neighborhoods. If the town turns down multifamily projects where they are allowed use under the UDO described in the Comprehensive Long-Range Plan and adjacent to other multifamily development, the town will never meet its goal of diversifying housing sufficiently to meet the public interest and welfare of the overall community.
And so is the idea there that one of the ways that you weigh public interest versus individual interests is by looking at the comprehensive long-range plan, seeing what the policies are, and seeing if this project meets those policies and goals and objectives?
Yes.
Okay.
First step.
All right.
Sure.
Go ahead, Taylor. No, you're good. Go.
Whoever's next.
I think in our comprehensive long-range plan, it specifies diverse and affordable housing. And I think in the presentation that you all put together in our packet, it does say that it's affordable. How do you measure affordability compared to the surrounding neighborhood? And how do you maintain that these will be affordable and not set to a standard that's unaffordable to people who work in the area?
Yeah, I mean, I think part of this is not going to be affordable housing in the sense of the definition of affordable housing.
No, but a
it's-
diverse housing opportunity means, the ability to live there as opposed to buying a house.
I think that will all come down to variables that apply to each individual, right? And you still wind up with, I think there are standards you go by about how much a family should anticipate spending on housing. I think Logan was talking about that and probably could answer this a little better, but I think it's like up to 30% of your income can be dedicated to housing, and apartments fit that need.
One of the specific examples that I provided to the planning board was, I come from a military background, so I can understand the military pay scale in terms of housing pretty well. The way that we've measured it is that an E5, so a sergeant with dependents, would be able to afford one of the units in this development.
Do you have a price range for rent? Have you gotten to that point?
It is difficult
I know.
in this setting to tell you what the rents will be because it's market rate housing. So it's up to when the development's delivered, what the pricing would be, and it's dynamic, and it's also decided in partnership with our management
And
company
how
as
can
well.
you say an E5 can do that?
So the military basic allowance for housing scale is available online. You can look it up, and
Okay.
you would just search what it is for Fort Bragg, which is what someone who lives in Southern Pinehurst would get.
Right.
And then E5 with dependents. So that means, a service member that's a sergeant with a wife or children would be able to afford one of the options for housing at Patrick's Point.
Following up with what the mayor has asked, if you've not set a rent, you don't have a rent in mind, how are you able to say an E5 would be able to afford it without stating what what does an E5 with dependents get as and I'm old enough that it used to be a BAQ.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the proper acronym is nowadays, but how can you make that determination if you have not identified what your rents would be?
I can tell you what it is. That statement's based off of what it is today in terms of what we're projecting forward. So the basic allowance for housing right now is, I believe, just under $1,300. And that's where one of the units in this complex would fall in terms of pricing.
Okay.
Is that a one-bedroom, I'm assuming? Or is it two-bed, a one-bedroom? So if you got kids and you got a wife and kids, you're gonna be real close.
You could also, for live housing pricing data, I think in part of my introduction, it was speaking to the increasing unaffordability
Oh, I know.
of housing. And the best way to defeat house price inflation in the community is add more supply to that equation, so that there's more diversity of options, and that naturally competition will bring prices down. But the Legends at Morganton Park is priced around there, and then Eagle Landing is $1,500 for a one-bedroom unit. So,
Just to include this, since it was in a packet that we discussed or we reviewed at the agenda meeting, in the audit information, it went through units that had been added in 2021, and it was, when I added them up, approximately 745 units, either added or approved within the last year. So there is growing, I mean, without this
Growing
addition,
supply.
there is growing supply, just to include that.
I think if we wait a little longer, and when we get Kyle Winters up here, who did the market analysis about whether or not there's a need for the multifamily, I think you'll see that there's a strong need for it. There has been some growth, but there's a strong need for it. And I think one of the other things he's going to say, which is germane to the subject that you're raising right now, is that because demand is outstripping supply for multifamily right now, you're seeing rental rates going up. And the only way to combat that actually is to add supply to the market, which is the thing that allows rates to come down, to make them more affordable. And so that's part of, it's a sliding scale and a difficult calculation to pinpoint at any one moment. But it's clear that if you add supply, you make housing more affordable.
Is there a risk of growing so fast that supply becomes, we have too much supply and?
I think that would be a great question for Kyle Winters, whose
you.
whole profession is around that.
Well, and I have a couple, Logan, if you're willing, I have another question for you, and that is, I understand that your background is with the military, and so are you looking at this project through the lens of providing housing for military personnel who currently don't live in Moore County?
I think that it's a natural audience for people that would be interested in this type of housing.
So how does that address the current need in Moore County for housing if you're providing the housing and you're bringing the audience with you from Cumberland County?
I'm not sure if I understand your question.
Yeah, I think I understand it. So the comprehensive long-range plan talks about providing a diversity of housing. It doesn't really talk about exactly who it's for. It can be for the people who live here already, or it can be for the people that you want to attract here in the future. And I think what Logan is saying is that with the demand being what it is, and there's a definite need for it, it's going to be something that provides a diversity of housing in Southern Pines for both sets of people, current residents and workforce housing for current residents and future residents.
Other projects coming with them, all the medical buildings and the upcoming retail. So we've got workforce coming and teachers, so, and you don't build for a specific
Right.
group, you build and, so that's, yeah.
Yes, there's no specific allocation for these units for specific demographics or types of people. It's whoever comes and requests and applies to rent will be considered equally. There's absolutely no consideration given to any, it would be illegal to consider certain
Right.
groups of people.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're at the very end of Bob's testimony, unless you have other questions. Based on your knowledge, expertise, and experience, in your expert opinion, does the project satisfy criteria F for special use permits?
Yes, it does.
And based on your knowledge, do you have an opinion as to whether, in general terms, this development as proposed meets the 6 criteria for approval of a special use permit established under UDO 2.21.7?
Yes, in my opinion, it does.
Okay. Based on all of the foregoing and to the best of your knowledge as an expert in the field of land planning and landscape architecture, do you believe this project meets the applicable requirements for an SUP?
Yes, my opinion is that this meets the criteria of the UDO section 2.21-.7 A through F. In addition to my testimony here, we've also included information about how each criteria is met in our application on file with the town.
Great. So unless there are specific questions
I'd like
for
to
Bob?
ask one more
Yeah.
question, since you've You brought forth the comprehensive long-range plan, and I want your response to this statement and the comprehensive long-range plan. Protecting neighborhood integrity and vitality. One of the key concerns for residents is ensuring that growth and change do not degrade the quality of existing neighborhoods. Can you respond to that?
Be addressed by Mr. Dean, will it not?
Well, I'm not sure if that's yeah. Can I have your response to that?
Sure. Based on what we've done from a planning perspective in this development and what we're proposing with the multifamily development being a less intense use, and I think you'll hear some traffic numbers and other things later on in the presentation by other experts, that the by right plan and what is permitted there today versus what we're proposing is much less intense from traffic perspective, from land use perspective, from water and sewer utility perspective, from all those things. So I think from my perspective, I think that what we're proposing compared to the other things that could occur is significantly better than those other potential development pieces, which are permitted by the existing zoning on the property.
I understand the alternate, but my question was just, well, that's fine, you've answered, and you've answered, I think, with your opinion. Correct. Right.
I think an additional response to that would be that, and I don't remember the exact language that you used, maybe you could read it again.
Protecting hang on, I'll put on the glasses I can do that with. Yeah, it's a slideshow here. Protecting neighborhood integrity and vitality. One of the key concerns for residents is ensuring that growth and change do not degrade the quality of existing neighborhoods.
Right, and so they're really, that response can be made with two responses. One is, keep in mind, from a legal standpoint, it is established, as we stand here already, that this proposal is in compliance with the character of the adjoining neighborhood because, simply by virtue of the fact that it's an allowed use in the zoning district where it's being proposed. That's a prima facie case has been established on that point already. But then on the practical side, apart from the legal side, there's been lots of testimony so far about not degrading the experience of the people in adjoining neighborhoods by not allowing all of the traffic to come all the way through their neighborhood, number one. Number two, by designing the project so that with grades and other things, they're seeing buildings that resemble the types of structures that they live in terms of mass and scale. And then third, they're creating a use nearby, a multifamily use that adjoins multifamily uses. And so for one multifamily user to say the other multifamily user is degrading their experience is something that from a zoning standpoint is a little bit hard to establish as a rule, because then otherwise what you wind up with is only homogeneity, the exact same thing right next to the exact same thing everywhere you go, which is of course not what your plan calls for.
Thank you.
I'm not trying to be controversial, I'm sorry that we're taking so long doing this, but an issue that you keep bringing up is that it is the Harmony standard and it is permitted by the UDO. If this were by right permitted by the UDO, which it is not because it's over 10 units, then that would hold true. So I appreciate that what you're doing is attempting to stay within the character of the town, but I don't think that it is permitted by the UDO in a way that, I mean, obviously we are here for a reason.
Yeah. Oh, that's quite right.
Just making sure.
But what I want to make sure you understand, and maybe I haven't said this clearly enough, is that the case law in North Carolina, when it talks about how do you determine whether or not a Harmony standard has been met, says if a use is allowed in a district, even with special conditions or special use permit required, the mere fact that the use is allowed in the district is enough to establish legally that that use is in harmony with the adjoining district.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying with the special use permit.
When we get to the legal part of this, there's actually a case or two which specifically mentions that very point. It's a great point.
With that being said, now we've come to F, I suppose. We're going to take we haven't,
No, we're done with that.
okay, we're going to take like a 15-minute break.
Wait, Real
Whoops.
quick, Bob's presentation, please enter into the record as
Yes.
Exhibit D.
D, yes. So we're going to have a 15-minute break.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so we could, it's gonna be loose. Is there a way to like fix it up?
I'm another UK fan, not fan, graduate. Yeah, so I wanted to make sure that I mentioned that. Are you from Lexington, or did you just happen to go?
I grew up in Belmont.
Oh,
Went to Lexington. Well, I was looking for architecture school. We're not right now. I went out to Mount Acronal and left Lexington. It's such a I was from Barry, and I wanted the city, but I didn't want to try DC.
I was saying, well, we're a city, but not really a city.
Yeah, it's more of a city now.
It is. It's actually grown a lot, even since I left. I feel like I go back and I don't recognize it.
I'll be there on Thursday. My daughter's in the States. So like, I'll be back on picking her up from.
Do you drive up there?
I'm flying and I'm riding back. He's gonna drive.
So you're? I am, yes. Yeah, I lived in Lexington.
Right. It's basically.
No, it's still there. Yeah, thank goodness. Yeah, right there. Well, so I lived there, I left for high school, and then went back for college. I guess the opposite of you, I was trying to get out of Lexington. I felt like I needed a city, so I went to DC for high school, and then ended up being, it just made sense to go back, but yeah, I love it. Business degree? Which is right next to my parents to run down. Yeah. We didn't know. We just wanted to see if it was. And we won't be long. Just enough. Just enough.
You were like, you don't.
My buddy Frank Mason. I just keep Frank talking. When we met, we were just starting. Now you're running the whole thing. Okay. So,
I know.
Put it this way, right now, there's 3 stories. they could do it with the same item, I believe, 4 stories. You don't like No, this is a big zoning texture of the zone. It's very specific. Planning board must make a recommendation. Totally different. This is quasi-judicial text. And it is in statute. Yeah, if you email me, I'll give it to him. And then you come to town council. Very good. Town council meeting will be in January. Here you go. If you want to email it to me, I'll make sure to get it planning board. That's no problem. I'm talking about, she's concerned about number of stores. Like I said, you give me comments, I'll make sure to get it. No problem, you gotta spend time with your family. She got family coming.
But we do present, we present to the planning board so that Thank you.
That's wrong. Good to see you, Doug.
Hey, Felicia. Hi, Felicia. Felicia. How's it going? I consider that all. Oh, yeah. Oh, sometimes he can make a presentation. Send me an email, I'll forward it to Andrew. I'll just be like, so what do you got?
Send us both. How about I just send this you on that? Okay. How was the task?
Poorly, we made an offer to a person and they turned it down, so that's our second right now. So we are back to the pool. We're looking at some other opportunities, possibly consultants if we want to. It's not the approach we're taking right now. We have some other, we've basically done 2 rounds now. Each round is completely The main issue is just that the cost of living here is so high that you can't afford pretty politically, don't you know? You got people who are in I don't see those numbers going on a daily basis. You can certainly, yeah, but inspections can query it from.
Huh?
We have 2 minutes.
You've got 2 minutes, please.
Are you watching tonight? Can you stop by? Thanks for stopping by. Hey,
Please take your seats.
I think, do you still have the sign-up sheet for speaking?
I've got, yeah, there's a sign-up sheet right here. And I have some other people, so I need to swear in some more people. I can swear at you. Before we get started, we've got 3 new people who want to speak, and so I need to swear in 3 more people. So if Kate, Kat, and Suzanne, please. Yes. Place your left hand on the Bible. And Chris. Yeah, oh wait, they just keep coming. Lord have mercy. Okay. You're going to have to sign in because I won't be able to keep up with all this. Raise your right hand, respond to the following. Got to find that paper. State your name. Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you shall give to the council in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? If you have not signed in, please do so. You might want to keep on this sheet because I can count. Huh? Yeah, well, you can, yeah, you don't. But if you do this, then you have the opportunity to sign in.
I forgot about that.
I went to all those meetings. I went to those meetings.
Likewise.
Okay. We are back in session, so to speak, so
Okay.
Nick?
Great, thank you.
Take it away.
If I may, Madam Mayor, call Tim Carpenter.
And Tim, if you will state your name and your address, please, and the company.
Okay. Tim Carpenter, 140 Aquashed Court, LKC Engineering. I'm sorry, that's in Aberdeen.
Thank you.
So you mentioned that you're at LKC Engineering. What's your job title there?
I'm a project manager and one of the owners of the company.
How long have you been there?
I've been there since 2012, so 9 years.
Okay, and what prior related experience did you have prior to that?
I was, for 19 years, I was an engineer with another firm here in town.
Okay. Can you give to the council, although some of them know you very well, a brief description of educational background?
So I have a AES in land surveying and also a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering Technology from UNC Charlotte.
Okay. Can you describe in general terms your experience with this project?
I've been involved in a fairly general basis review of the site plan with Mr. Kuntz and with Mr. Robinson. We've looked at primarily looking at utilities, water and sewer, and stormwater and feasibility as to how we connect.
Okay. Madam Mayor, I'd like to tender Tim Carpenter as an expert in the field of public engineering.
Accepted.
Have you made yourself familiar with the Southern Pines UDO, particularly the requirements of a valid SUP application set forth in 2.21.7?
Yes.
Criteria C relates to whether the project has adequate, I guess the exact language is adequate public facilities can be provided. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
I do believe that there's adequate public water and sewer that can be provided to this project.
I do. I've had a conversation with the town engineer, James Mickle. We've talked about connections to the existing sewer line, primarily 8-inch diameter gravity sewer in and around the site, and then transition to a larger line across on the west side of US 1. There are some obvious grade challenges, as we've seen from Mr. Kuntz's proposal, but there is capacity there for the neighborhood. And then on the water, there are several neighborhood connections that would probably need to be made through the design process and construction process. But again, water and sewer capacity does not seem to be an issue.
And while we're on that, I'm not sure if it's a public facility, but there have been some questions about stormwater control and even a question about possible flooding. With regard to stormwater control, do you have an opinion as to whether the public health, safety, comfort, and general welfare will be protected from a stormwater control standpoint with this project?
Yes. As shown earlier in the presentation, they max out at, or the site will max out at 65% impervious. As part of that, we'll also get a special intensity allocation from the town because of the watershed that it lies in. So basically what happens is we'll follow the state's BMP manual for all stormwater control design, including the detention of the 10-year pre-post. So in essence, the post-development rate after construction can exceed the pre-development rate. So as Mr. Kuntz showed on his plan, there are several stormwater detention devices there that will be constructed and in accordance with the town and state standards and reviewed during site plan process.
And this is coming from not an expert in public engineering, but is what was said before accurate to your knowledge about the grade flowing away from the properties to the east, the Village Green and the other single family and towards the highway?
Correct. I'm sorry.
Does that have an impact on the way the stormwater is going to?
It has an impact on the locations. Obviously, you typically put your stormwater devices in the lower spots or lower elevations. If you look on the the site plan and follow the contours and the topo that Mr. Koontz showed, that those facilities are at least generally in the right locations.
Okay, and from a layman's standpoint, the standards that you're talking about, essentially the obligation is that for the 10-year storm, you have an obligation to design those stormwater ponds and filtering systems so that the runoff from this project after construction doesn't exceed the runoff on this property prior to construction. Is that?
That's correct.
Accurate, okay, very good. One last question. Criteria E is that the establishment, maintenance, or operation of the use shall not be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, comfort, or general welfare. Do you have an opinion as to whether the water and sewer and stormwater provisions for this use will be detrimental to the public health, safety, comfort, and general welfare?
Yes, water and sewer provisions in the project will not only not be harmful to those areas, but actually be beneficial to public health, safety, and welfare. As even so, as we talked about flooding in low areas, which the flood zones are across US 1, but as we retain that stormwater, in some cases, that's even more beneficial sometimes in existing conditions, because we're taking the site and evenly distributing that stormwater across the site into the detention facilities that you see there.
Okay, that was all the questions I have for this witness.
Any questions for Tim Carpenter?
Thanks so much.
Just one question. So you're basically saying that the stormwater won't necessarily go out into the highway or anything like that?
Well, the water is ultimately going to go where the water is going to go, but we have to retain it as if it were in the pre-development condition, and then we have to have controls at what our release rates are out of all of these ponds and how it's released. So, controlling the release in some ways, it may in some ways be better than the way it is today, because if there's a ditch that runs through the property and we're regrading the property and you can see them kind of spread out. But
yes,
a lot of that will be worked out if the project's approved, and detailed site design and review with the town staff and other regulatory agencies.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, anything else? Okay, move fast.
All right.
Sorry.
With that, the next witness I'd like to call forward is Travis Fluitt. Let me get.
Hey, Travis, if you'll state your name and address, please.
Travis Fluitt with Kimley Horn and Associates, 421 Fayetteville Street, Suite 600, Raleigh, North Carolina, 27601.
Welcome.
Thank you.
It's been a while since you've been here.
Great, thanks, Travis. Can you state for the record your position at Kimley Horn?
I'm a senior transportation engineer.
How long have you been at that job?
17 years.
Can you give a brief description of your educational background to the council?
I have a master's degree in transportation engineering from the University of Texas at Austin.
A brief description of licenses held or obtained?
I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of North Carolina.
Do you have any prior experience preparing traffic impact analyses, I'll refer to those as TIAs, for residential projects?
I have performed hundreds of traffic studies for both public and private sector developments throughout North Carolina, many of which were residential projects.
In what capacity have you been engaged by the applicant here for this project?
To perform a traffic impact analysis for this site.
How long have you been working on this project?
Since August of this year.
Could you state for the council what tasks you have completed for the applicant on the Patrick's Point project?
We've performed a TIA for this development in coordination with town staff and NCDOT.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to tender Travis Fluitt as an expert in the field of traffic engineering.
Accepted.
Thank you. Has your firm prepared a traffic impact analysis for Patrick's Point project?
Yes, we have.
What was your role in the preparation of the TIA for this site?
I oversaw the production of the TIA and signed and sealed the final report.
And are you familiar with the findings and conclusions of the TIA?
Yes, I am.
Is the TIA you prepared for this project dated October 15, 2021?
Yes, it is.
Is this, to the best of your knowledge, a true and correct copy of the TIA that you performed?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and I would like to go ahead and introduce this TIA into evidence as applicant's I have it already marked as Exhibit 1. I'm sorry about the A, B, C, D, E thing, but this can be applicant's Exhibit 1, if that's okay, Tam?
It's
Okay,
E.
make it E.
It's
I'll
E.
I'll remark it. All right. That's okay, we're good. Exhibit E. If I can tender that, that's the full copy. I know that you all received a full copy of it in the downloaded packet, and in the interest of not wasting a whole lot of paper, I did provide copies of the executive summary for each of you if you'd like to have that.
Because it was a little hard to, we are not masters in traffic engineering, so yes.
Yeah, got you. Thank you.
I sent enough down the pike. Okay. Okay, good. Travis, have you made yourself familiar with the town of, let me, I did introduce that into evidence, yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
good. Have you made yourself familiar with the town of Southern Pines UDO, particularly any requirements related to traffic management?
Yes, I have.
Are you familiar with the proposed site plan, at least as it regards traffic-related aspects?
Yes, I am.
Have you ever physically been to the geographic area covered by the TIA?
Yes, I have.
Can you please summarize the findings of your TIA for the town council?
I'll be brief in the interest of all getting us out of here tonight. So I'll just give a high-level overview, but I'm glad to answer more questions. Nick has some detailed questions that we'll get into. But this traffic study was essentially an update to the study that was prepared for the previous development plan several years ago. So we coordinated with town staff and NCDOT to basically update that previous study. We performed new traffic counts in September when Moore County schools were in session. We generated the traffic, assigned it to the network, and all of the study intersections are expected to operate at acceptable levels of service. Most of them, they're all unsignalized, most of them operating with short delays on all the stop-controlled approaches. And there were two recommendations, which we'll get into.
Okay.
Okay, good, thank you. How many nearby intersections did you study for the purposes of this TIA?
We analyzed 8 existing intersections and the 3 proposed site driveways.
So a total of 11 intersections?
Correct.
For each of those intersections, is it fair to say that you examined the existing traffic, the background traffic, and the anticipated build-out traffic to determine impacts, if any, on the level of service by Patrick's Point?
Yes, as applicable.
Is it also fair to say that many of those 11 intersections have multiple different approaches, such as northbound and southbound and eastbound and westbound, correct?
That is correct.
So taking into account the various directional approaches for each of those 11 intersections, is it fair to say you actually wound up studying levels of service at 27 different traffic approaches?
Yes, we reported delays for the 27 approaches or movements that had delays associated with them.
And you examined each of those 27 approaches at both the AM peak hour and the PM peak hour?
Correct.
So if you do that, each of the 27 intersections at AM and PM, then you got basically 54 data points, correct?
Correct.
Did you determine that Patrick's Point build-out, the Patrick's Point build-out impact of each of those 27 intersection approaches?
Yes, we did.
And of those 27 intersection approaches that you studied, how many of them have a level of service, i.e. delay, that is unchanged by the traffic generated by Patrick's Point?
25 of those were unchanged and only 2 were changed by Patrick's Point traffic. 1 changed in the AM peak hour and 1 changed in the PM peak hour.
So only 2 of the 27 intersection directional approaches had a change in its level of service caused by this development?
Correct.
Which intersections were those?
So southbound Sailor Street at Pennsylvania Avenue changed from level of service B to level of service C in the AM peak hour. And northbound Sailor Street at Pennsylvania Avenue changed from level of service C to level of service D in the PM peak hour.
Do you have a map that you can point this out?
Sure.
And just visualize it better that way.
Do you want me to get better oriented? You can do this if it's easier to orient.
What? Oh, yeah, yeah. Travis, I'm gonna give you this mic.
Just gotta get a map that's got.
Yeah. I'll point at the other one in just a second. Okay, so here, Sailor Street at Pennsylvania. So the southbound approach of Sailor Street is a stop control. It went from level of service B to level of service C in the,
Could you explain what B to C means?
Yes. So in traffic engineering, we grade intersection delays on an A through F scale. So kind of like in school, level service A, B, C, and D are considered acceptable. Levels of service E and F are considered unacceptable. So this is an unsignalized intersection, so only the side street approaches have delay associated with them. The traffic on Pennsylvania never stops unless they're making a left turn and have to yield to somebody. So when we're studying unsignalized intersections, we only report the delays for the side street approaches that stop and have to wait. So southbound, and the levels of service A through B are associated with ranges. So at an unsignalized intersection, 0 to 10 seconds would be of delay per vehicle would be an A, 10 to 15 is a B, 15 to 20, I believe, is a C. I can confirm the actual ranges, but that's the kind of order of magnitude we're talking about. So the southbound approach of Sailor Street at Pennsylvania goes from a B to a C from the background condition to the build out when we add Patrick's Point. And in the PM peak hour, the northbound approach of Sailor Street, which is really coming out of the police and fire station, goes from a level of service C to a level of service D. All other levels of service remain unchanged from the background condition without Patrick's Point to the build-out condition with Patrick's Point.
I want to ask why on your 11 intersections, Connecticut Avenue is not mentioned? The traffic coming from Sailor Street to Pennsylvania is coming from where?
It will come down Connecticut and turn right onto Sailor Street, yes.
So why did you all not evaluate changes on Connecticut?
That's a good question, but it wasn't one of the study intersections studied previously. The NCDOT didn't ask us to look at it, and town staff didn't ask us to look at it, so it wasn't included.
West Connecticut didn't really have any houses on it.
True.
And now it does.
It does.
It does. So that seems to be kind of a void, I would think, in your traffic study. Because you got to get to Sailor Street from somewhere, and
You
you're
do.
going to get there from Connecticut.
Thank you.
You were going to mention, and we talked about the levels of service, the B to C and C to D. Those.
I can't hear you.
My apologies. Yeah, sorry about that. I got the mic now again. We talked about the levels of service going from B to C and C to D. There are average additional delays associated with those changes. Can you describe those average delays to the council?
Yes, so the delay for southbound Sailor Street at Pennsylvania Avenue increased by 4.2 seconds per vehicle in the AM peak hour, and the delay for northbound Sailor Street at Pennsylvania increased by 2.1 seconds per vehicle in the PM peak hour.
Okay. So from a traffic engineering standpoint, are these results considered, these level of service changes on just those two intersections, considered reasonable and appropriate from a traffic impact standpoint?
Yes.
All right, are the levels of service considered acceptable levels of service with no queuing issues at build-out?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And now, does your TIA call for any off-site improvements to roadways to accommodate the Patrick's Point traffic?
Yes, it does.
If you could describe those for the council, please, or show them on the screen.
You want to go back to site plan? So as mentioned previously, we are recommending paving the service road from Connecticut Avenue up through the site to the third site access point. This is currently unpaved today, it's gravel. And then we are also recommending a northbound right turn lane on US 1 at the service road access at this location. So a right turn deceleration lane turning onto the service road.
But I still think you've got a big gap with Connecticut, with West Connecticut, because how are you going to get to Sailor Street? You get to Sailor Street from this project on West Connecticut. So the fact that you've got all the Sailor Street stuff, but how are people going to get there?
Okay, so we did talk about this. There we go. Woo. Oh, sorry about that. If you can jump to question 68, it comes up, this very issue comes up a little bit later. And I'll just jump to it myself. You with me?
Yep.
Can you tell the council your conclusions as to which nearby streets would and would not experience measurable increases in traffic as a result of the Patrick's Point usage?
Yes, so in regards to streets considered through the neighborhood, not US 1, we expect the site traffic would be most likely to use Connecticut Avenue and Sailor Street, as they would be the most direct routes to and from Midland Road and Pennsylvania Avenue.
Okay. So the only street that would experience material increased traffic would be West Connecticut Avenue and North Sailor Street?
Correct.
Okay. Which portions of those streets?
So we expect most traffic not using US 1 to take the service road to West Connecticut Avenue to North Sailor Street, with most of it going to and from Pennsylvania Avenue to the south, with some traffic to and from Midland Road to the north.
Can you quantify the anticipated increase in traffic during the AM and PM peak hours on those streets due to Patrick's Point?
We anticipate Patrick's Point will add approximately 64 trips in the AM peak hour and 62 trips in the PM peak hour on that section of West Connecticut Avenue, which will then be split north-south on North Sailor Street.
So,
64 trips in the morning and 62 in the evening? Is that what you're saying on that little street?
That's approximately half of the traffic generated by the site in the AM and PM peak hours.
and the other half?
The other half would go to US 1, to and from US 1.
And the assumption that you're making when you do this, help me, because I don't understand what you do, but the assumption that you're making is that people who are leaving the project, the property, would be going where?
We expect
You put them all on US 1, right?
half would be coming to and from US 1, either from the north, either coming from the south or going to the north, or turning right onto or off of US 1. And the other half approximately would take Connecticut Avenue to Sailor Street to Pennsylvania or up to Midland Road, or returning from those locations.
And so when they're on Sailor turning on Pennsylvania, they're going to be taking a left if they're not going right, obviously.
Correct.
And that's going to be a lot of people waiting, because I live over there, and I can tell you, I've sat there, and you complain about traffic, and there are like 6 cars, but they're not 64 cars, so that's a lot of cars waiting to turn on Pennsylvania to turn left.
Well, and the other thing is, if the housing that we're developing has a market in the military who are going to want to use Connecticut as the thoroughfare to the base, was that a consideration at all in your study, that Connecticut might be used as just a straight shot to the base if people live there?
It could be. We assigned 30% of the traffic to and from the east, so either via Connecticut or Pennsylvania. As a worst case, we assumed most of them trying to take that left onto Pennsylvania. So if they take Connecticut, the delays at Pennsylvania would actually be reduced. But But yes, we do account for about a third of the traffic going to and from the east, or, either from Southern Pines, Fort Bragg, or other areas to the east.
And I asked this question earlier about continuing to pave the service road, and might be the time to say something. Is that a possibility, and what did NCDOT say about that?
Or you want to wait?
I mean, it's fine, we can hit it
Okay.
now if you want to.
Okay, so we did discuss that with Matt Kitchen, the district engineer at NCDOT. They have expressed that their preference would be to sever the connection of the service road to the Midland Road on-ramp. If the town is not in support of that, NCDOT would prefer that that northern section of the frontage road remain unpaved so that people are less likely to use it to get to and
But
from
we're
Midland
trying to
Road.
take some of the stress off of West Connecticut. And so you got to get them out of there somewhere. You got all these people filtering to West Connecticut to Sailor. So if you can split it up a little bit, that's my concern. That's a lot of folks, let me tell you.
Want to go back to the aerial?
I mean, that thing's hard to get out, though.
Can you zoom out a little bit to show Midland Road?
And while you're pulling up, what did you say about the service road and getting to US 1? Is there going to be an acceleration lane?
No, there
No.
will not be an acceleration lane.
You have to pull out in front of people who go too fast like I do.
Ahead of us. in
Okay,
this,
okay,
but-
we're just asking questions.
We're a feisty crowd.
An acceleration lane was brought up at the planning board meeting for the right turn from the service road entrance onto US 1. NCDOT has said that they are not in support of an acceleration lane at that location. They do not like acceleration lanes unless it is a true ramp condition, a high-speed on-ramp. There are other examples of this exact same condition in Southern Pines that we'll show
Okay.
in a few minutes. But as to the northern service road, here's the site, the service road connects up to the on-ramp, or the off-ramp, excuse me, from US 1 to Midland Road. This intersection has, in the past, I don't remember when they did it, 5 years, converted that to a directional crossover, so you cannot make, if you come off the service road, you have to turn right onto the ramp, and you cannot make a left onto Midland. You have to go right. So if you're exiting the site and want to go north, your best option is to get onto US 1 and go north, because taking the service road really is just going to take you back into town, and you might as well take Connecticut or Pennsylvania if you're doing that. Otherwise, you would have to find a place to make a U-turn, but otherwise,
So you're supposed to go north without an acceleration lane, is that what you're saying?
Correct.
So you're just going to pull out onto US 1?
and hit it.
Metal.
And-
Okay. And you're also saying that the DOT recommendation, does that mean, in DOT language, does that mean it's going to happen? Is that they're going to shut down the service road emptying onto Midland? So the only way to go the other direction on Midland is to go execute a U-turn?
Do you want to zoom in on this area, BJ? So the ramp, there we go. So the service road connects to this ramp, which is one way. And they would propose to close that connection right there. So the road would go perhaps cul-de-sac here. Reagan had mentioned these two parcels also have access to the service road. This parcel and this parcel also have access to San Davis Road. And I think this one actually has a driveway onto San Davis already. So these parcels would have other means of access, and the service road could stay up to this point, but any connections to that, the traffic DOT's preference would be that the traffic goes that way rather than having this condition.
I took logic in college, and I'm not, you have to talk to me about this, because I'm not a slow driver. Ask anybody who ever's ridden with me, but not the police, don't have them say anything. But even I, as gutsy a driver as I am, would really question hitting it on the US 1 if it's dark, rainy, early in the morning. Military folks and the rest of us, we go to work, it's early and it's dark. And we come home late and it's dark. But that's interesting, since NCDOT, my understanding is safety. Safety is their big thrust. There is not much safe about that interchange right there that I can see.
Well, that's why they want to sever that connection.
No, I'm talking about when you just try to go out from the project and you hit US 1 with no acceleration lane. Yeah.
One thing that I would like to do is have a microphone.
We're not coming at you, Travis, but I was thinking, why did I come here today?
So the applicant is not opposed to an acceleration lane. It's the North Carolina Department of Transportation that is. The applicant has no control over the NCDOT. And even if we might agree with your lived experience, the DOT is telling us something different, and we're stuck in the middle. We don't disagree with you necessarily from a personal standpoint, but from a traffic standpoint, the North Carolina Department of Transportation does not want that to happen. And there are other instances of that on this exact same road where it's already in existence and it functions without any issue.
Some of the emails that we did receive wanted that closed off, seemed to be in support of what you just mentioned. If this were to go forward and we're close off the road, do the cul-de-sac thing, would y'all be amenable to paving it out to that cul-de-sac to close it off?
So going all the way.
Or to whatever that plan was that you said the DOT said they sort of were in favor of. It would take the paving past, I guess, that one driveway.
Are you talking about all the way from where Patrick's Point would be all the way to the end of the service road?
Yes.
If that was eliminated as a route that someone would go because it's blocked off, I'm not sure I would pave it up to that point, just to allow them to get there, to then realize they can't go there. It would actually give them the impression they can't go that way. So I'm not sure that helps.
I thought you said something about the roundabout, but I guess it could be potentially as a gravel as well, gravel roundabout.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it just a cul-de-sac or a hammerhead, something so that if somebody got there, they could U-turn and not have to do an 80-point turn on the gravel.
While I'm on it, what about to what Reagan said before, the paving to the property so that if those other two people did want to extend it, that wouldn't be as far, I guess.
Yeah, so you're talking about from where the Grand North is right now
Just to the blue.
The edge of your property line.
Your property.
If that was a significant consideration for the town council, we could consider it.
Okay. So I just had a general question. So if I'm coming south, does your report have me going across the Pennsylvania Bridge, getting back on US 1, or getting Pennsylvania to Sailor, or did you do half and half? Like, what is the predominant way I'm going to get in there if I'm coming south on 1?
A little bit of both. Dealer's choice.
Does some of that depend on where in that
Yes.
25 acres I live, whether it's...
Yes, if you live at the southern end, I think you'd be more likely to take Pennsylvania to Sailor and come in that way. If you live on the northern end, US 1 may be faster. May depend on time of day as well.
And does anything have, anything southbound on US 1, do you have that all going Connecticut Sailor, or going north and then crossing the Midland Bridge and then, oh, you can, that's right. So it's all coming out that way?
Yes, if you're coming from the north, we had them coming to Pennsylvania, coming across the bridge and coming in that way.
What's the possibility of actually turning the service road into an acceleration lane much like coming out of the rest stops along 95?
Well, we have not discussed that with DOT. That's an unusual situation. If we were, you would basically have to close the rest of the service road, I think, if I'm understanding what you're saying, and essentially just have it go straight onto US 1. That has not been discussed with DOT. Probably have to get, you might have to get Federal Highway involved since it's a US route. I couldn't speculate on what their opinion would be of that.
Are there options for deterring traffic, since we don't have a traffic impact analysis for Connecticut at all? And based on the numbers that were in the packet, which is 30% to downtown Southern Pines, 30% to Pinehurst, which as someone living downtown, I would probably take Connecticut to Pennsylvania, and 30% south, which again, it makes sense to go to Pennsylvania. That seems like 90% of 6,100 daily. I mean, I don't know why the math is not adding up, but I don't feel like the math is adding up quite right. I'm sure it's my problem, not yours. I think you all are better at this. But is there some way to deter traffic from Connecticut and to encourage people onto US 1?
And there are things there are traffic control measures you could do, speed humps, speed bumps,
Is there something
additional
within the
stop signs.
development? Since
Within the development? I don't know of any, off the top of my head, I can't think of anything to do within the development to encourage people to go US 1.
So it might, I don't know if this is the case, but in the natural order of things that we have going here, I'm going to walk Travis through the various exchanges of information with NCDOT and emails and stuff, so y'all can see those at least. And maybe that will help you to get to the comfort level of the reality, which is that things that people seem to want, we've asked for, and the DOT doesn't seem to agree to. And so I think that might be helpful to you all just to see that it's not reticence on our part as much as it is needing to get other people to agree to it. Did you supply the TIA to the district staff, division staff, and congestion management for NCDOT?
Yes, we did.
And did they review the TIA and comment on it on or about October 27, 2021?
Yes, they did.
Is this a true and correct copy of that email exchange?
Yes, it is.
I've got this marked as Exhibit F for the record. Let me ask the indulgence of the mayor. When I did these exhibits, I marked them as Exhibits 1, 2, et cetera, et cetera. For the record, I've marked that as Exhibit F. I can remark all of your copies to F, but if you're okay with
We're
2.
fine, as long
Okay.
As long as they have the correct alphabet instead of numbers.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to introduce that email into evidence as Exhibit
Is it G?
F.
F, we've already, okay. F.
41.
Oh, yeah. Please summarize for the council the comments from NCDOT regarding the TIA.
They recommended an additional 25 feet of storage for the right turn lane on US 1 at the service road access, but otherwise concurred with the findings and recommendations of the TIA.
Sorry about that. Okay, is the applicant willing to accept those offsite improvement change recommendations from the DOT?
That is my understanding.
Was the TIA supplied to the acting town engineer, Mr. Mickle, professional engineer?
Yes, it was.
And did you receive a communication from Mr. Mickle stating that the TIA as submitted is acceptable to the town?
Yes, I did.
Is what I'm handing you marked as Exhibit G? a true and correct copy of that exchange?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'd like to introduce Exhibit G into the record. Okay, we're getting there. At the planning board meeting, there was a discussion, and this might cover some things we already talked about, but I want to make sure we get it all in. At the planning board, there was discussion about regarding a few items that related.
That is correct.
So what were the issues that came up at the planning board?
There was concern expressed about the lack of an acceleration lane on US 1, which we've already discussed. Additional traffic through the adjacent neighborhood, the connection of the service road to the Midland Road off-ramp at US 1, which we've also discussed, and whether or not the northern section of the service road should be improved, and the worsening of school bus safety issues.
Okay, so since the planning board meeting, have you conferred with the NCDOT about the lack of an acceleration lane on US 1?
Yes, I have.
And how did you communicate those questions to NCDOT?
I coordinated with Matt Kitchens, the NCDOT district engineer from Moore County, via phone and email.
Did you receive any responses from NCDOT about the idea of the lack of an or adding an acceleration lane to US 1?
I did.
And did you receive any responses from NCDOT?
Yes, NCDOT does not support an acceleration lane at this location on US 1 since it is not a free-flowing, high-speed entrance onto US 1, AKA a ramp.
And is that response embodied in an email dated November 19th, 2021?
Yes, that's correct.
Is that a true and correct copy of that email?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm going to mark that as Exhibit H. Madam Mayor, I'd like to introduce Exhibit H into the record, the evidence.
Okay.
All right. So at the planning board meeting, there was discussion regarding a few items related to the recommended improvements. Is that correct?
I think we're here.
Oh, sorry. My bad. Yeah. This condition of having a service road entrance directly onto US 1 with no acceleration lane, is that the only place on US 1 in Southern Pines where that condition exists?
No, it is not. There are very similar connections to both northbound and southbound US 1 at Wisconsin Avenue to the south, southbound US 1 at Rothney Avenue to the south, and the Air Tool Drive, St. Joseph Road intersection to the north,
Okay.
just as examples.
With regard to the one to the south, how would you describe the uses that are adjacent to that entry point?
There's a retirement home, a small apartment development, and the Town of Southern Pines Public Works Facility along that section of the service road.
Okay, are you aware of any safety issues surrounding that very similar access point?
I am not.
There was also discussion at the planning board regarding whether it's safe to leave the northern portion of the access road unimproved, and we've talked about some of that already. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Have you had further communication with NCDOT regarding that issue?
I have.
And you've described, go ahead and describe it real quickly while I get the exhibit ready.
So again, Matt Kitchens, the district engineer, confirmed that NCDOT's preference is that the connection of the service road to the Midland Road off-ramp be severed. However, if the town is not in favor of this, they would prefer that the northern section of the service road not be improved,
Have they told you why they do not recommend improvement of that?
so that fewer people will use it.
Okay, so based on your TIA, the input of the NCDOT, both before and after the planning board meeting, and the town engineer, and all of the other information and experience at your disposal pertinent to this project, do you have an opinion based on a reasonable degree of engineering certainty as to whether this site with the recommended improvements, including not improving the northern portion of the access road, is appropriate for the proposed project based on traffic considerations?
Yes, I do.
What's your expert opinion in that regard?
It is my opinion with the recommended improvements, including not improving the northern portion of the access road, the proposed development is appropriate based on traffic considerations.
Do you have any reservations about that opinion?
I do not.
There was also some discussion at the planning board about potential increased traffic on side streets. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so this gets into what we just talked about on West Connecticut.
Can I interject something just real quickly? Coming out of Wisconsin, that particular service road feeds right back into Pennsylvania. So there is that outlet there. But in this scenario, with no service road leading back towards Midland, it would force everyone to do the awkward thing that most of us who come from the tennis courts, to get out onto the highway. It's
Either that or to go south on the service road to Connecticut, Sailor, and out to Pennsylvania. If people do not feel confident making a right turn onto US 1, they have the choice to go south and get on at the Pennsylvania on-ramp. So there's another option. It's a little less direct, it's more out of the way, but there is another option. I think that's part of why NCDOT feels comfortable severing the service road to the north, since there is another outlet that's not people's only choice.
And when we talk about some of these others, they're not this number of residential. I mean, when you're talking about going from the planning office, there are not that many cars. I mean, let's face it, they're just not like 2,100 vehicles per day or whatever.
Wisconsin on the west side of US 1 going southbound serves a significant number of residential units. They're not multifamily, they're single-family homes. And the same is true for Rothney Avenue. There's a neighborhood that uses that connection as well. They both have other outlets, but those do connect.
having grown up on that side of Southern Pines, what most people do to avoid going out to the highway is to just go out Henley Street and, but there, I guess, would not be the same bottleneck issues that would happen possibly on Connecticut being the only outlet to Pennsylvania by way of Sailor Street.
I think that's our concern, is that your traffic analysis missed a biggie, which is West Connecticut.
I don't think it actually did. We walked back through it, right? And he talked about the number of cars that are estimated to be traveling on West Connecticut, right? And that would wind up being 64 AM peak hour trips and 62 PM peak hour trips. So it's included in his analysis. And we stopped right before the last question, which I think might be the money question on that point, which is, in your professional opinion, is that amount of increased traffic, material or meaningful from a traffic impact analysis standpoint? Yeah.
I would not consider that a significant impact. That amounts to an average of essentially one vehicle per minute during the peak hours.
So the question of how much traffic does Patrick's Point add to West Connecticut is answered that during the AM and PM peak hours, an average essentially of one extra car per minute. So I think it's not actually a hole in the traffic impact analysis. I think the only thing that he was saying about West Connecticut not being included in the TIA is he didn't study the number of, the intersection of West Connecticut and North Sailor. That's all, right? And those are going to be all right turns, right?
Not necessarily.
But it's not so much that there's not a measurement of how much traffic the development's going to put on West Connecticut. It's just that you didn't study the intersection of West Connecticut and North Sailor, right?
64 and 1 per minute, that pretty much eats up an hour, doesn't it?
1 per minute.
When you said a minute per, and it's 64, the way I do math, that's
Well, 1.04 per minute.
okay, 1.04.
Something like that.
Okay,
But
I was about to
I guess
say
the bottom line is that from a traffic engineering standpoint, we have good state statutes that talk about evidence being rendered by an expert in the area of traffic engineering. You're talking about increases of levels of service at the impacted intersections, extremely minor increases, according to the TIA.
Just to try to simplify it for me, you're saying at the max time, your analysis says 64 extra vehicles will go down Connecticut. Some will turn on Sailor and some will go straight on Connecticut, which will even further dilute the 64?
Yes, and that 64 is a two-way volume, so that's people coming and going combined. So it's not 64 in one direction, it's 64 split between entering and exiting. You know, being residential development, most people are leaving in the morning and coming home in the afternoon. But I think, and maybe to a question you were getting at, apartments don't operate quite the same as regular single-family. You have people that may work, may not work, or you may be retired, work shift hours. So not everybody comes and goes in the peak hours as a more traditional single-family development does. A lot of those trips are spread out throughout the day rather than being focused, like all in the morning and all in the afternoon.
Travis, if you could just very quickly to revisit the DOT desire to sever that service road. And forgive me, I don't recall the source. It may very well have been the similar hearing 5 years ago, but am I correct in understanding or recalling that part of that desire to sever it is that as part of the MUTCD and general DOT policy, they no longer allow for or desire direct connection to off-ramps, on-ramps? That is just not kind of a typical thing. You don't find that oftentimes if you do a lot of driving. And it seems to me that it might have been this hearing, this similar hearing, and it may have been conversation around the traffic circle that ultimately went on to Midland and the reorganization of the of the Midland US 1 interchange. But it runs in my mind that their desire to sever that has more to do with a broad policy across the state and to get away from those scenarios where they have those connections.
That is correct.
Okay, any further questions on that? It's been an excellent exchange. Those are good questions.
I would just like to say that I appreciate what you've done and more than what we can understand, obviously, on the patterns and the grading or rating of the intersections, but I do think that we would appreciate knowing what Connecticut is. I mean, if it's 61 or 64 additional, trips in peak times, how much does that back up that street? Because it's a small street from the service road onto Sailor. I would like to see what it would mean to traffic and if it has the potential to back up that road and actually not allow access for the families who are there.
And I'm possibly the worst person to be asking the question, but are you talking about the impact on the intersection of West Connecticut and North Sailor?
Yep.
In both directions,
Yes.
right?
Because I think that people, if there's a military community, people are going to go straight across Connecticut. And I think based on the traffic on North Sailor and South Sailor, we know people are going left and right. So I think we would appreciate seeing the analysis.
Yeah, I don't know what that involves in terms of timing.
I don't know.
I think I'm just letting you know.
Okay, so based on what you've examined and studied in the TIA regarding the SUP criteria E, do you have any, that the project not be detrimental to the public health, safety, comfort, or general welfare? From a traffic standpoint, do you have an opinion as to whether the project as proposed and with the recommended improvements will be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, comfort, or general welfare?
Yes, I do.
What's that opinion?
It is my opinion that this project, as proposed and with the recommended improvements, will not be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, comfort, or general welfare from a traffic standpoint.
Based on your experience and review, do you have any reservations about approval of the requested SUP based on traffic concerns?
I do not.
And does that include the concerns that have been raised about Connecticut and West Sailor?
Yes, it does.
Do you want to extrapolate on that?
Yeah, I think it'd be good.
So one thing to consider is that if the delays at the intersection of Pennsylvania and Saylor are acceptable, we know that Pennsylvania carries significantly more traffic than Saylor Street does. And if the majority of those 64 and 62 trips are going through that intersection of Saylor and Pennsylvania, they may all, if they're also going through Connecticut, the delays at Connecticut are going to be less than they are at Saylor. And so they're going to be acceptable, because if those delays are acceptable at Pennsylvania, where there's significantly more traffic, they're going to be acceptable at Saylor Street, where there's significantly less traffic. Our analysis did not show any queuing issues at the intersection with Pennsylvania. And so therefore, I would not anticipate any delays at the intersection with Saylor Street either, given that volume of traffic with 1 per minute. If the delays are less than a minute per, 30 seconds per vehicle, and you get 1 every minute, then you're going to have it's going to be hard to have significant backups at that location.
But the 1 every minute was an average. I mean, if people have to be at work at 8:30, then it's not going to be everyone leaving, 1 minute spread apart. It could be a bulk of people moving at once that could potentially back up.
Yes, but you wouldn't expect more than 5 or so vehicles in a platoon arriving at an intersection like that, based on the analysis we saw at Saylor in Pennsylvania.
And if the piece regarding Connecticut is missing, I'm not sure, if you haven't done the research on that, I'm not sure how you can make an assessment that you don't see a safety issue. I'm confused about that.
BJ's not there.
You can talk it, we can see it.
You pull up an aerial of Pennsylvania at Saylor. Let the record,
I understand what you're saying about Pennsylvania, but if, again, you haven't assessed
let the record show BJ was not there when I needed him.
truly, yeah, we all feel your pain.
Pennsylvania and Saylor?
Yes, sir. Okay, yep. So if most of the traffic is going this way, either left or right, this is the intersection that I understand you have concerns with, and the traffic coming on Connecticut, stopping at this point to either turn right or left onto Saylor Street. The majority of that traffic, if we have it going out here to then turn left or right, Pennsylvania carries significantly more traffic than Saylor Street does. So if all of that traffic had acceptable delays here, they're going to have shorter delays here. And those delays will also be acceptable.
Left off of Connecticut and go down Saylor, and then they're going to hit Crestview. So that's just a nice, quiet little neighborhood, and then people are going to try and figure out how to get out of there the fastest and easiest way they can, and that is a concern of mine, that you've got a lot of residential homes, you've got a lot of kids and dogs and people walking, and that's, I don't care if it's 64 anything, it's a lot of people going up and down trying to get to places on that road with no light, no protection, and I'm worried about the people in West Connecticut. I mean, that's a lot of folks coming up and down that street that they're very used to not having really, except the only traffic that was there was the traffic that they created themselves, which is 5 houses, 6 houses, something. That is a concern of mine.
Shared.
And also, the Pennsylvania issue is really just a left or right turn. There was really no real northbound, because over there is the fire station, police station. So there's really no traffic coming out of there other than the police cars or fire trucks every now and then. But going across Connecticut, as some would want to get to Fort Bragg by way of Manchester Road. Now, that, along with the possible bottleneck, and then the left and right options, that seems like it might be a little more pressure than the one there at Pennsylvania.
Any delays for somebody going through on Connecticut across Sailor are still going to be less than the left turn from Sailor onto Pennsylvania, just given the additional amount of traffic on Pennsylvania. So moved. Those delays should still be shorter than that left turn. So I do not have a concern with that backing up at that location.
Is there any possibility of putting, I hate to say the word light, but I've sat at that intersection and there's nobody around and I'm like the fifth car and I don't have 274 units feeding into that street. That,
At this location?
yeah, and everybody's going to hate me for having a light on Pennsylvania. But also slow them down when they're gunning it to go to West Pennsylvania.
Likely, given the proximity to the interchange. It's
All right,
a couple
that's just
hundred
a
feet.
question, more said than anything else. I'm not a traffic engineer, that's the reason I'm asking questions, but I'm logical. And I'm having a hard time.
What was the school bus issue?
We don't know. I'm not aware of any issue.
Well, but we didn't have a microphone. Nick, you're talking to,
When, at the planning board, one person or maybe two people raised it, and we tried to inquire about what the issue was about school bus safety, and we couldn't get to the bottom of it. We don't know.
Maybe if it's compatible with fire and everything else, I mean, school bus could easily get in there, turn around us, but I didn't know if there
Yeah,
was
I don't
something
think it was
specific.
anything specific. It was just a general concern or fear that related to school bus safety.
You
That's
don't
all
take school bus traffic or potential school bus traffic into consideration. Okay.
That was a yes?
Yes.
For-
Yes.
For the record.
yeah,
Okay.
because if you're looking at, and trying to have families that live there,
Yeah.
kids might ride a bus.
You can only hope.
I'm going to say one more thing on Connecticut, and then I promise I'll not say anything else about it. Besides the peak traffic hour traffic, that was redundant, it's getting late.
You're good.
Do you have an idea of how many trips get added to Connecticut because of the development? Like how many additional people are using that road?
Oh, overall?
Per day,
Yes, per day,
we would anticipate approximately 1,000 trips per day.
on Connecticut.
Yes, and that's again, two-way, coming and going combined.
Okay, so we've gotten your expert opinion that it won't be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, and comfort or general welfare. And there's been a lot of back and forth about this. But Travis, you've done traffic impact assessments in a lot of different communities over the years, have you not?
I have.
And based on that experience and your experience as a traffic engineer, do you have any reservations about the conclusions that you've reached, notwithstanding the questions and concerns from the council?
I do not have any concerns.
Okay, very good. So you stand by the
I do.
the conclusion. Okay. Based on your experience and review, do you have any reservations about approval of the requested SUP based on traffic?
Where we at? I do not.
Let's see, we talked about the planning board. Okay, so at the planning board meeting on this matter on November 18th, 2021, were you there?
Yes, I was.
And at that meeting, there was some discussion from opponents that the office uses on this property would be less impactful on the neighboring property owners in terms of traffic. Is that correct?
That is my recollection.
And you heard Bob Kuntz's testimony that this evening that this site would allow approximately 213,800 square feet of medical office, essentially by right.
I did.
Did you have an opportunity to determine approximately how much traffic such a development would cause?
I did.
How many daily trips are you talking about there? And there's roughly 2,000 for Patrick's Point.
Yes, that amount of medical office space would generate approximately 8,128 daily trips.
So how many more daily trips is that over the amount estimated for the multifamily project?
That is approximately 6,022 more daily trips than anticipated by the proposed multifamily project.
And can you answer that same question, not for the whole day, but for just the AM and PM peak hours? What's the difference?
That amount of medical office space could generate approximately 439 AM peak hour trips and 727 PM peak hour trips. That is approximately 312 more AM peak hour trips and 600 more PM peak hour trips than the proposed multifamily project.
Okay. And that's without regard to what connections you make by the roadways. Those would be dispersed over whatever connections are made into the medical office complex, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. That's all the questions that I had for this
So
witness.
tell me the equation you use to determine that would be 8,000 trips a day. How do you come to that?
We come to that based on, for both the proposed project and the medical office is based on trip generation rates and equations from the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual. It's a big honking book where they collect data from sites all across the country, compile those, and develop average rates and equations for land uses based on, for office space, based on square footage, for residential units, based on the number of units. And so that is what those equations are. That's how we arrive at those numbers, and that is the standard by which we generate trips. That's what NCDOT uses and municipalities across the state use.
So everything in the everything in the TIA that we received tonight is based on this book? It's not based on people actually monitoring what's happening at intersections. Is that correct? Just teach me, because I'm new here.
Sure.
So is every estimate for every intersection that's in the TIA generated off of this manual?
No, just the new trips that will be coming and going from this site. So at all of the study intersections, we went out and counted the actual number of vehicles using those intersections today. We count from, we look at the peak hours, so 7 to 9 a.m. and 4 to 6 p.m. And then we take the highest hour within that window at each intersection, and that's what we call the existing peak hour traffic. We grow that traffic based on historic growth rates up to the analysis year, which in this case was the year 2031. So we look 10 years out. And then we add the site traffic, the projected site traffic. We generate the site traffic, get the total number of trips from that trip generation manual, and then we distribute those trips to the network based on those percentages, 30% here, 30% there, 10% here. Add those to the traffic volumes we counted at those intersections, and that is what the analysis is based on.
So everything is generated from the trip generation manual?
Only the new site trips.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, listening to this, it sounds like the people in Village Green have less to worry about than the people in West Connecticut, to me.
Yeah, because it's not connected.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, it's traffic, and it's the concern of the people that are sitting out here that put us here.
Sure.
That we're listening to. So I'm just, yeah. Yeah.
Those are all the questions I had for this witness, unless there are others from the council.
We do appreciate your time, Travis. We're not trying to beat you up.
That's fine, I can do this all night.
Well, but we can't. And so, be that as it may.
Come on.
But we're working on it. So, but I do thank you for your time and appreciate your coming. And lastly, I think last time I saw you had a mask on, so it's nice to see the rest of your face. No. Yeah, I would if I were you, so no one's know who you are. Is that what you, no, I'm sorry. That was tacky. Pardon me. But I'm known to be tacky, so that's the way life goes.
We have just 3 more, and these should be pretty quick.
Okay.
At least, I think.
You know that was a kiss of death. You do know that.
And that, if I can call Tad Hardy forward. And I'll just give you some context here. When we were at the planning board meeting, there was some expression of concern from some of the folks on the eastern side, boundary side, that the amount of traffic on US 1 was going to create noise problems when you put this development in, because it's going to eliminate some of the sound barriers for noise problems. So between the planning board meeting on November 18th and now, we engaged Tad Hardy, who I'm going to introduce you to in a moment, who's a traffic engineer for sound-related issues, to study that at this particular site, just to address that question, because we didn't really know the answer.
Okay.
Can you state your name for the, come on up here, you got to get in that microphone.
Yep, my name is Tad Hardy. I'm with Kimley Horn and Associates, and I am at 200 South Tryon, Suite 200, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
What's your position at Kimley Horn?
I'm a senior project manager and noise specialist in the firm.
How long have you been at the firm?
Approximately 10 years.
And for the council, can you briefly describe your educational background?
Yes, I have my bachelor's and master's of science from Clemson University.
And a brief description of any licenses that you hold or have obtained?
I am a professionally licensed engineer in the state of North Carolina and South Carolina.
Do you have any prior experience preparing traffic noise impact studies for residential and commercial projects?
Yes, I've been involved with multiple studies throughout the nation, and 5 additional countries, and this year alone, I think I'm about at 200.
Studies?
Studies, yes.
Okay. In what capacity have you been engaged by the applicant for this project?
I was asked by the applicant to perform a noise analysis for the Patrick's Point property.
Okay, and at this point, Madam Mayor, I'd like to tender Tad Hardy as an expert in the field of traffic engineering, specifically noise impact and analysis.
Accepted.
Thank you. What tasks have you completed for the applicant on this project?
So far, we have gone out to the site and actually set up long-term noise monitoring equipment. One on the western side of the Patrick's Point property adjacent to US 1, and then one on the eastern side of the property adjacent to Village Green subdivision. Collected long-term measurement data. And on average, we were approximately 65 decibels adjacent to US 50 or US 1, and approximately 50 decibels adjacent to the Village Green subdivision. So from western edge to eastern edge of the Patrick's Point property was about a 15 decibel drop. After that, we ended up taking that information as well as traffic information that's readily available from NCDOT, and created 4 various models for different scenarios that we anticipated being somewhat problematic. We looked at existing conditions with the forested area untouched. We looked at another condition in which we cleared the trees for the Patrick's Point development. And then we also added in the proposed buildings in the third scenario, but then we also looked at a scenario in which every single tree on the property was cleared. And so that's what we've done so far.
Okay. And so in having conducted those analyses, did you prepare a noise impact analysis report for the Patrick's Point project?
Yes, we did.
Is this a true and correct copy of that report?
Yes, it is.
This Exhibit J? Yeah. I'd like to tender Exhibit J into the record as evidence.
Is it J? What happened to I? Is
I was the email with Matt Kitchen regarding the north
Okay.
section of the service road.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Let them get their copies. Oh. These are extras. Yeah. I'll pick those all up at the end of the night. Yeah, I'll get them at the end. Thank you. I appreciate the organizational flair there.
That's why she's at that end.
Yeah. Okay. So what was your role in the preparation of the noise analysis report that we just handed out?
So I was involved in the noise data collection as well as the model preparation and any local regulation research, and then the compilation of the actual report itself.
Okay. And have you made yourself familiar with the town of Southern Pines UDO, particularly with regard to requirements related to traffic and noise management?
Yes, I have.
Are you familiar with the proposed site plan, at least as it regards traffic-related aspects?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and then to your knowledge, are there any provisions in the Southern Pines UDO regulating noise levels in projects like this?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Are you aware of, so have you been to the geographic area that's covered by the report?
Yes, I have.
And can you please summarize the findings of your report for the town council?
So based on existing conditions, as I mentioned, we had measured noise of approximately 50 decibels on average over a 24-hour period adjacent to the Village Green community. And so when we modeled that with the existing conditions in place, the model produced similar results, which is, what we were anticipating. With the tree clearing, we did notice a difference, an increase in noise levels, which was expected because of the massive, void that would be created with the tree clearing. However, what was, very beneficial during the modeling procedure was the implementation and construction of the proposed apartment buildings and garages and amenity center actually reduced the noise levels back to what's approximately occurring today based on the model output. And then the last scenario that I had mentioned, the complete clearing of the property actually saw up to an 8 decibel increase in existing noise levels, just because the direct line of sight to US 1 is, front and center at that point in time.
My apologies to the council. I now realize that these are black and white photocopies that are not very helpful. The original actually has the color coding that you can see, but the summary that Tad just gave, I think I can just reiterate it to make sure everybody's clear that there's approximately a 50 decibel noise level at the highway right now in the current condition. When you take the trees down necessary for Patrick's Point and put the buildings up as part of Patrick's Point, the decibel level at, for lack of a better phrase, Village Green or any of the eastern boundary properties is the same then as it is now. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, it is.
And that's taking into impact not just US 1 traffic, but the activities of the 200 units and the people coming and going.
The pools,
No, we were just focused
Just
on
the traffic.
US 1 traffic.
Yeah, the concern that was registered during the planning board meeting was, I can already hear traffic on US 1, and this is going to make it worse. And so the analysis was, well, let's find out if it really is going to make it worse. It wasn't so much other ambient noise related to the development. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think we just jumped through that. Okay, based on that investigation and all the other information and experience at your disposal pertinent to this project, do you have an opinion based on a reasonable degree of engineering certainty as to whether this site, post-construction, will have a negative traffic noise effect on the neighboring properties?
Yes, I do.
What's that opinion?
It's my opinion that the site as designed after construction will have similar traffic noise levels from US 1 as they do today.
Okay, do you have any reservations about that opinion?
I do not.
All right, regarding SUP criteria B, will not injure the use and enjoyment of property in the immediate vicinity. Do you have an expert opinion as to whether this project as proposed will injure use and enjoyment of property in the immediate vicinity from a traffic noise standpoint?
Yes, I do.
What's your expert opinion on that matter?
It's my opinion that this project will not have a negative impact on the health and endangerment of the community.
And regarding SUP criteria E, not detrimental to the public health, safety, comfort, or general welfare, do you have an opinion as to whether this project as proposed will be detrimental to those categories from a traffic noise standpoint?
Yes, I do.
And what's that expert opinion?
It's my opinion that the proposed project will not have a negative impact on health, safety, or comfort or general welfare.
Do you have any reservations about that opinion?
I do not.
Okay, based on your experience and review, do you have any reservations about approval of the requested SUP based on a traffic noise standpoint?
No, I do not.
Thanks, that's all the questions for this witness.
Does anyone have any questions for Tad? Noise engineer, so interesting.
I certainly appreciate your expertise and all that you shared, because I was kind of sensing the same thing. However, when I consider, I think something that Bill was implying, activities, you have 276 units that suddenly have people in them who may have motorcycles, who may have garage bands. That, I'm just saying, that the populated density and that aspect of noise that's generated. I'll just kind of say that.
It's, of course, outside his area, because his is just traffic.
Right,
Yeah.
it's traffic.
Appreciate that. Any other questions for Tad?
Thank you.
Anybody have questions for Tad? Thank you for coming. We appreciate you being here.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is A. Franklin Dean. I'm going to fly through this. Yeah. What? Yeah, we'll get to that. Okay, if you could state your name and address for the council.
Amos Franklin Dean.
What's your occupation and employer?
I'm a real estate appraiser. I'm employed at Village Appraisers in Pinehurst, North Carolina.
How long have you been at Village Appraisers in Pinehurst?
I've been affiliated with the firm for 27 years, and I've owned it for the past 13.
Okay. Can you give a brief description of your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in finance and real estate / urban analysis from Appalachian State.
Okay. Are you a real estate appraiser?
I am.
Can you give a brief description of licenses held or obtained?
I'm a general certified real estate appraiser in North Carolina, and I also hold licenses in South Carolina and Virginia.
And are you MAI as well?
I am. I earned my MAI designation through the Appraisal Institute.
In your capacity as an appraiser, have you had an occasion to report on residential and commercial property values?
Yes, I have, on a daily basis.
Have you not? Have you ever had a day where you didn't report on
No.
property values? Were you engaged by the applicant to inquire as to property value impacts and to render an expert opinion on the same?
Yes, I was.
Can you generally describe for the council what tasks you have completed for the applicant in this project?
I viewed the subject property and those residential properties nearby. I also documented changes in real estate values as a result of similar properties being constructed in the subject market.
So to rephrase that, you looked around at other comparable multifamily projects and checked to see if those had any negative impact on the surrounding residential property values?
That is correct.
Okay. Has your firm prepared a report for the applicant in that regard?
Yes.
In that report, did you study I'd like to tender Mr. Dean as an expert in the field of property valuation.
Accepted.
Thank you. In that report, did you study the question of whether the proposed uses would, and this is from the criteria in the ordinance, substantially diminish or impair the property values within the neighborhood?
I did.
What was your role in the preparation of the report for this site?
I was involved in the collection of data, the analysis thereof, and the conclusions.
Is the report that you prepared for this project dated September 29, 2021? It is. Is this a true and correct copy of that report?
It is.
And when, okay?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I've marked Exhibit K, which I now tender into the record as evidence. No, I'm giving you too many, but put them in the stack. This one actually does have the, oh no, it doesn't. It doesn't have the color photocopies either, but you don't need them for this one. Okay. So have you made yourself familiar with the town of Southern Pines UDO, particularly the provision in UDO Section 2.21.7D that a proposed use not substantially diminish or impair property values within the neighborhood?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the proposed site plan for Patrick's Point?
Yes.
Sorry. Have you studied the likely impact of development of this type with proposed 276 multifamily units and an office out parcel?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the neighborhood surrounding the proposed Patrick's Point project and the property values in that area?
I am.
Special use permit criteria D talks about whether or not the project will substantially diminish or impair property values within the neighborhood. Based on your review of the project and the neighborhood, did you formulate an opinion as to whether the Patrick's Point project, as described in the site plan, if constructed, would substantially diminish or impair the property values within the neighborhood?
Yes.
What's your expert opinion with regard to that?
That the property values within the neighborhood will not be substantially diminished or impaired.
Can you briefly describe to the council why you reached that conclusion and how?
We reviewed 8 different apartment complexes and townhouse developments in the Southern Pines, Pinehurst, and Aberdeen area. And we looked at sales before the projects, during the projects, and after the projects to see what effects they had on value. And there was no negative effect found.
And so that's true for all of the comparables that you looked at?
That's correct.
Describe briefly for the council how you, well, I guess you just did that, about how you went about that. Do you, so it's your expert opinion that there would be no substantial diminishment or impairment of the property values within the neighborhood around Patrick's Point, is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you have, as you stand here, any reservations about that opinion?
No.
That's all the questions I have for that witness.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions for Franklin? Okay.
Tell me the most relevant comp that you used.
In reference to Patrick's Point, there is a recent sale, actually, of a property in Village Green, 14 Village Green Circle. And this property, the subject property, has been up for development for years. There's always been that condition that it could be developed.
Right.
This property at 14 Village Green Circle was purchased in October 2017 for $45,000. It was resold on December 12th of this year for $285,000. I confirmed the sale with the seller, and there were minimal capital expenditures since it was purchased. Based on this sale and resale, an appreciation rate of 17% annually has been recognized in Village Green Circle. Or Village Green, excuse me.
So were all of your comps in Village Green?
That was just one. That was just for this specifically.
Okay. And that's not with any determination by the council that the point was going to be developed, right?
Say that again.
That's not with any determination by the council. I mean, you said there's the threat of a development, but that's not, nothing was determined. Did you have any property where the development had taken place and then there was, okay, tell me about that.
Eagles Landing. It is 500 feet from the village at Forest Hills. Construction began on Eagles Landing in July 2020 and is not finished. The first example is 120 Wingfoot Road, sold for $289,000 in March of 2019. It was resold in September 2020 for $297,000. This indicates a 2% annual appreciation rate. And the second was a lease, rents equal value. The second was 85 Wingfoot Road, which was leased for $1,850 per month in October 2019, and leased again in August 2020 for $1,950 per month, and an annual appreciation rate of 6%.
And where were those properties relative to the new apartment complex?
They were 500 feet away.
And so you're telling me that property values have gone up the last 3 years,
Yes, they have.
regardless? I bet, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Franklin?
So you're taking into account the fact that property values overall have gone up, and you're adjusting for that overall inflation? Okay.
You can only do what you've got in front of you. His appraisal is only good for the day he does the appraisal.
Thanks.
Any other questions?
Uh,
Okay.
Okay, we're down to the
Got
short
one
rows
more,
here.
according to my
Yeah.
record.
Yes.
Kyle.
Good job. Kyle Winters.
Kyle must be L. I'm gonna run out of paper. Okay, this is L.
Hello, Kyle. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Kyle Winters,
Um,
214 West Tremont Avenue, Suite 200, Charlotte.
Wow, I used to live on Tremont Avenue myself. I didn't know that. What's your occupation and employer?
I'm a real estate appraiser at Integra Realty Resources.
Length of time at that firm?
Integra Realty Resources. March of 2005, so almost 17 years.
Okay. And can you give the council a brief description of your educational background?
I have a finance degree from Virginia Tech.
Are you also a real estate appraiser?
Yes.
Can you give a brief description of licenses held or obtained?
I have a certified general license in North Carolina, Virginia, and South Carolina.
Are you also an MAI?
And I am an MAI.
In your capacity as an appraiser, have you had occasion to render market analyses for commercial projects?
Yes.
Have those market analyses included opinions regarding likely occupancy rate and lease-up time required for multifamily projects in North Carolina?
Yes.
Have those market analyses also included a review of current market inventory of multifamily units and likely demand for the subject property?
Yes.
I'd like to tender Kyle Winters as an expert in the field of property valuation and market analysis for multifamily projects in North Carolina.
Accepted.
Thank you. Were you engaged by the applicant to study the Southern Pines multifamily market and reach an opinion regarding likely market demand for the multifamily units in Patrick's Point?
Yes.
Can you generally describe for the council what tasks you have completed for the applicant on that project?
We prepared a report detailing demand in the Southern Pines market and anticipated absorption for a apartment rental project.
Okay, thank you. In that report, did you detail your research and conclusions regarding the market demand for multifamily projects of this type in Southern Pines?
Yes.
And what was your role in the preparation of the report for this site?
I compiled the research analysis and wrote the report.
Okay. Is the report that you prepared for this project dated September 1, 2021?
Yes, that's the effective date.
Is this a true and correct copy of the report, to the best of your knowledge? I copied on both sides of the paper, so.
Yes.
Might look shorter. Okay. I want to mark this as Exhibit L and introduce this into the record as evidence. Can you briefly summarize for the council what conclusions you reached on that report?
I concluded that there's adequate demand for additional rental units in the market area.
Nick, is that going to be it? For exhibits?
No, almost there. Okay, so you concluded, would you repeat that answer?
I concluded that there's adequate demand for additional rental units in the market area.
Okay. I understand that when you first performed this analysis, the project was projected to include 256 apartments and 57 townhome units for a total number of multifamily units of 293. Is that correct?
Correct.
Since then, the project was modified to involve 276 apartment units and no townhome units. Is that correct?
Correct.
Based on that project plan change, did you review your prior conclusions to determine whether that change had impacted your initial conclusions at all?
I did.
All right. Oops. Whew. Okay, is this a copy of your email update that reflects your updated opinion based on the change?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to mark that as Exhibit M. I'm on a roll.
I don't know, it doesn't look the same.
That doesn't either.
It doesn't either.
There you go. There you go. Okay, could you review that or summarize that update?
The conclusion on the absorption rate from the reduction of number of units was effectively 1 month shorter, so it went from a 14-month absorption to a 13-month absorption.
Okay. Will you please tell the, well, I think we might have jumped a little bit, but did you give a summary of the absorption rate timing and the projected market demand?
Yes, in the original report, we projected an absorption rate of 20 units per month over the absorption period, which would reflect a 14-month absorption rate.
And then did you also study the current market occupancy rate for multifamily units?
I did.
And what did that come out to be?
The current occupancy rate is about 98%, which is above historical averages.
Okay. So is there adequate market demand for new construction of apartments at Patrick's Point, in your opinion?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Let's see. Do you have any reservations about the opinion that there's adequate market demand for this project?
I do not.
Okay. In general, do apartments have a lower monthly cost relative to a homeowner with a mortgage, tax, and insurance?
That's true.
With regard to apartment units in your study area, is there a greater demand than supply currently?
There is a greater demand than supply, which is evidenced by atypically high occupancy rates in the market area, as well as increasing rental rates.
Okay. And when demand exceeds supply, what impact does that have on rental rates?
Apartment owners can increase their rates pretty significantly.
So will adding to the current and projected supply of available apartment units in Southern Pines likely correct some of that rental rate increases that you're seeing?
Typically, increasing supply meets demand, which pushes prices down.
Would you consider that to be generally positive for potential renters in Southern Pines?
Yes.
Those are all the questions I have for this witness.
I just wanted to bring up the question that I asked earlier, and I think it's in here, but I feel like asking is better. When you evaluated current supply and demand, did you take into consideration the apartment complexes that are currently in development or have already passed approval into that equation?
And so it is a little difficult to project because a lot of times apartments get planned that are never built, even if they go through the planning process, but we did. So typically when a new apartment project is proposed, the construction timeline is about 12 to 24 months. So this project likely would hit the ground and call it 24 months from now. So the new inventory that's coming online today should be absorbed by the time this hits the market.
At any time, did you meet with our town manager, Reagan Parsons, about apartment complexes that were currently under construction and about to be prepared to be available?
I spoke with Logan, who had the information.
Okay, so you were aware that there were going to be 72 units available at the Morganton Park Legends almost immediately?
Correct. And it was my understanding that's coming online.
And you
pretty
were
quick.
also aware that there were going to be another 270 at the unit apartment complex near the new Target Shopping Center? That's to be available in early 2022. Were you aware of that?
Aware of that one.
Were you aware of the fact that there were going to be an additional 288-unit apartment complex known as Eagle Landing that was also going to be completed in early 2022?
If I recall correctly, Eagle Landing already, yes, I was aware.
Okay, so
Yeah.
there were going to be
They're adding.
630 apartment units available the first part of, either the last part of this year or the first part of next year. Were you aware of that as you were doing your assessment?
Not the one that you mentioned.
Okay.
Go ahead, Bob.
Can I address that? There is no there are no apartments they're in early planning stage right now. They probably will not be online until
You're
at
talking about
least 20.
Target? You're talking
Yeah,
about that,
they probably they won't be online before Target. They'll be online after Target. Target is projected to be open in October 2023, so.
I don't know if it's in here, just general concerns I've heard is sort of apartments with the transient nature of the residents. Do you have any data on like how long approximate average stay at an apartment complex is?
Leases are typically 12 months. Renters sometimes break leases and stay less, and sometimes we come across renters that have been in there for 10 years. I don't know if there's a specific quantified average, but it's probably exceeds 12 months.
Obviously, I haven't had an opportunity to digest the market analysis, and I'm sure it's going to be of interest because we are talking about apartments almost weekly these days. So kind of a two-part question. One, does your demand analysis deep dive on sort of the demand for product? And the specific question is, it has been our understanding, and it seems to be pretty consistent based upon the various applications we see, that there's sort of a magic number or formula at which point amenity centers and be it a pool, workout center, but those types of things become financially feasible and part of a project. And that number seems to be somewhere in the 220 to 270 range before anybody even considers that type of thing. So is that part of the demand analysis, sort of the product that is being sought after, or am I not going to find anything kind of addressing that here? Because it comes back to the kind of the density question that has been asked in various ways this evening, and what this product may or may not ultimately be based upon the number of units that are available on the site, if that follows.
Right, yeah, exactly. And so, yeah, the sweet spot for developers, they're typically looking to do a 250 unit to 350 unit project. That's sort of what's feasible based on current construction costs. And you're exactly right. It basically starts to take over 200 units for an amenity center to become financially feasible to provide. And so based on this number of units at this project, and I was aware of the specific site plan, so I knew it was going to have an amenity center, so I did consider that. And you would typically find something like that in a project of this size.
So the demand analysis itself doesn't necessarily say 30 or 40% of the market demand is for a smaller scale project that may not have that amenity center versus what this clearly is in a lot of the things we're seeing.
Based on this project.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Kyle? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cal. Logan, there was something you wanted to address?
There was a point raised earlier by Mr. Murphy regarding ambient noise or noise that's produced by the complex itself. And I just wanted to address briefly how that's managed through the operations of the site. So Nick has the lease in his documents and all the addendums that come with that lease. And they're very strict community guidelines as well as recourse for the manager of the apartment complex to take action, including revocation of amenity use as well as unilateral termination of the lease in case there are people that are having garage bands, revving their motorcycle in the parking lot, things like that.
Would be you.
Yeah. So it's a high quality development that we're looking at doing. And not only is it is it intended for the quiet enjoyment of the neighbors, but also the people that live within Patrick's Point itself. They would be even more bothered by those types of things happening. So there's plenty of powers by the management company to observe and then take action against those types of things.
Please tell me that we don't have that as an exhibit,
No, it's not an
your lease
exhibit.
agreement.
No, but I can find some more exhibits
The
if you want
table's
them.
going to start turning over this way.
No, that's it.
Okay. Oh, quit digging, Nick.
And I don't know exactly, probably these would make more sense for me to present during the rebuttal part, which is basically my legal argument and
Yeah, because
proposed
I just
findings of
looked at the
facts.
list,
Yeah.
and there are 11 people who've signed.
So that's the conclusion of our case in chief, I guess, what you would call it. I appreciate very much all of your patience and also your your steadfast inquiries about each item. And I'll get out of the way now. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. All right. As I said earlier when we started this, I said, be cognizant of the time. I didn't realize we were going to start the rebuttal at 10:37. So thank you all for hanging in with us. And the first one will be David Sullivan. That's all.
I can hardly walk now. Good Lord.
And if you will state your name and your address, please.
My name is David Sullivan. I'm at 19 Village Green Circle. Village Green's been mentioned a lot tonight. Madam Mayor, council members, and Megan Parsons, I want to thank you for your public service in this.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Yeah.
Are those being entered into the record as exhibits? Okay, let's assign exhibit N to those. N is in November. As a file folder filled with materials? Yeah.
Yes.
I'll provide mine with that. So, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Sorry for the interruption.
Okay. So again, thank you for your public service in such troubling times that we have. I am David Sullivan, President of the Village Green Homeowners Association. I have a master's degree in social work from the University of Oklahoma, Boomer Sooner. And I understand Carolina won tonight.
Of course. I'm
So
sorry.
I'm taping it, so
Okay.
it'll be okay.
You just blew it, didn't you?
I am now retired. At the end of my career, I was a military and family life counselor from 2006 to 2019, serving in Europe, bases in the United States, and Fort Bragg. I am also a veteran. I am exercising my fiduciary responsibility to the resident members of the Village Green Homeowner Association. The Village Green HOA Board has appointed 4 HOA members to address specific UDO compliance. That'd be David Basek, Nancy Andrews, Mary Bradbury, and Marguerite Ricker. Now, my testimony today does not imply that the residents of Village Green nor neighboring communities and neighborhoods are opposed to healthy and vibrant community that plans for and supports our population and economic growth. We believe that Southern Pines should offer diverse housing opportunities to accommodate everyone, including established residents and newcomers. So look in this room. Now, some of us, this is past my bedtime, and some of us have had to leave. But you look around the room, and we live in townhomes, single-family homes, one-story apartments, and public housing. So I know that because we're the ones that spent the money on the ad, we get mentioned a lot today. But when you look at our neighbors here and going up and down Sailor Street, the dogs walked. We know people not by their names, but by their doggies' names. So we are a real community. Most of us are homeowners of 1- or 2-story buildings, not just in Village Green, but around here. As you see, there's us, and then from Rhode Island and Hale and Sailor and out that way, there's a beautiful community, established community. So I want you to listen to this. I'm going to quote this. For a couple of reasons, the project should not be built here. As proposed, this does not conform to the character of the neighborhood in which it is located, both because of the size of the buildings, but because of the density. There are other places in this town that would better fit a project of this density." End quote. Does this sound familiar? I know Reagan Parsons was here in 2016. I don't know about anyone else. But does to all of us who were here in 2016 for a similar project. In fact, it is deja vu all over again. The words I was reciting are the words from the July 2016 testimony of the then Village Green HOA President, Rick Femia. That project was denied by the council because of traffic concerns, because it did not fit the characteristics of the neighborhood. It was wrong then, and it's wrong now. So here we all are, 5 years later, looking at pretty much the same thing. Councilwoman Van Camp was quoted in July 17th, 2016 pilot as follows, quote, "Conformity and compatibility with land use is different. It's a different issue than conformity and compatibility compared with the character of the neighborhood. Our job is not only to look at this today, but determine the sustainability. Now, doesn't the public interest and welfare speak to the future?" That's end quote. In the same pilot article of 2016, actually it was in that article, Mr. Kuntz was quoted as, "In transitional neighborhoods, what you like with a major roadway in place is to put high-density, larger-scale projects along the highway. You have to transition from low to medium to high density." So where is the transition? It doesn't exist. There's 13 three-story dense population, and then bam, there's all these neighborhoods and Village Green, Village in the Woods. These are also bordering the wetlands, and I hope they can protect the wetlands. And that's all against our lovely international architectural award-winning Village Green. We're getting ready to celebrate 50 years there, a community of 50 years old. It's like sitting a single-engine Cessna next to a C-17 Globemaster aircraft. We'll just be overwhelmed. Village Green, along with our sister neighbors, Village in the Woods, Village by the Lakes, are probably 130 residents. We are celebrating 50 years as private communities and are here to enjoy a specific lifestyle choice in our mature and senior years. Can you imagine a three-story apartments with, and they talk about only one level being looking at us, but all these balconies looking over at us, 50 feet away? I hope we'll be properly clothed when they're looking into our little homes. I won't be in my jammies, maybe. Off Bennett Street and Broad, there are some three-story apartments and townhomes with lower density. Nowhere east of Highway 1 are there three-story structures of this size and density. Now, we talked about the town has approved a lot of apartments already, and that's good. The CLRP states regarding land use issues, establishing compatible transition issues, mixed-use infill development at higher intensities can be detrimental to neighborhood integrity unless buildings and sites are designed so they are compatible transitions between uses. And we're just slamming up against us. This means the town will need to ensure that in mixed use and on parcels where land use are transitioning, the scale, orientation, and intensity of buildings is compatible with the adjacent development, and that higher intensity development sites are designed to minimize negative visual, noise, and traffic impacts on neighboring properties. If approved, this project will put us all at risk. And speaking of risk, for me, I've had some sleepless nights about this. Want to walk around talking to my neighbors with my little poodle. You can see and you can hear it in their voice, and they even express their concern and anxiety. Now, we have seen good projects in infill. And as examples, there are many new infill homes on Hale, Sailor, Main, and Connecticut streets. Now, the folks on Connecticut Street didn't know they were going to get all that traffic. And these fit well in our fine older neighborhoods. They really fit. We are all neighbors there. One good project you recently approved is off 15501 in Murray Hill. Why? Why that one? Well, because it fit the characteristics of the surrounding area. One bad project you appropriately denied was on West Broad Street. Why? It did not fit the characteristics of the surrounding area. 13 three-story buildings on 25.4 acres, population 800, you think? I don't know. That's a lot of folks. Just Village Green itself has 65 residents on 13 acres. That's 4 souls per acre. How is that project fitting into the characteristics of the neighborhood that they propose? The closest 3-story multifamily homes are on Bennett Street, south of Pennsylvania. And speaking of Bennett Street, there's land there that would be more appropriate for 3-story apartments and could maybe handle the density. And it would fit in with the neighborhood. And we and our wonderful neighbors along Hale, Maine, Rhode Island, we're not against development. Just be smart that development is consistent with the intent of the UDO. 2 to 3 years ago, Marcel Gano, rest his soul, proposed 10 2-story townhomes off West Main. So we went to that hearing. We asked questions. We did not oppose it. Why? Because it fit in the characteristics of the neighborhood. So we were good with that. We thought we wouldn't be good with it until we listened to Marcel and saw what he had proposed. So, yeah, that's okay. It fits with us. This team here has a very nice narrative. It ticks off all the boxes. It sounds very reasonable. And I know that some of the things that were said, and I know that when it was looked at for the city looking at the plans, like, well, it's reasonable. It's reasonable in the abstract. When you go out there and you're around there, it doesn't fit. Now, in their story, it fits hand in glove. It's a perfect fit. This is a can-do project. He tries to fit it into this narrow strip of land with at least 6 exceptions to the UDO. Now, one thing I'm curious about the appraiser, about the substantial negative impact and values. To me, a little bit of decrease in my value is substantial. Now, to someone else, it's like, to statistics, it's not substantial, but to us, it makes a difference. Now, luckily, the last couple of years, prices have gone up. That number 14 that sold for 280, whatever, it was like, they hit a home run. And we were looking at each other, my wife and I said, maybe we ought to sell. That's good. That was fun, but we love where we are. Now, what would be better? What would be a better fit for the characteristics of this neighborhood? How about 1 to 2-story townhomes, condos, or apartments? Maybe in the architectural style of Cape Cod or Williamsburg, like Village Green and Village in the Woods. Nice architectural touch. And then for our security and safety and noise abatement, an attractive 10-foot brick wall in the style as you enter Village Green, really nice lower brick wall, but if you go over to Milton Place, there's like a 10 or 12-foot one, and it really works for them, and that would work for us. But now, this project before you is in no way compliant with the characteristics of the neighborhood, and it injures the use and enjoyment of our properties. So I want to go back to, no, I'm not going to repeat that, what Teresa Van Camp said. So I asked Town Council to reject this proposal or require 1 to 2-story structures and 10-foot brick wall with a 50-foot setback so that it would be safe. We would like that. I want to thank you for your kind consideration. And next would be Dave Basic. Thank you.
Did you give them everything?
Yeah.
Okay. Good morning. Shortly. My name is Dave Basic. I live at 46 Village Green. Dave Basic. B-A-Y-S-E-K. If you write a check, I'll take Basic, B-A-S-I-C. I probably could have saved you some time on the Kimley Horn TIA report. I think as you all well picked up real fast, it's incomplete and it's inaccurate. The 2 entrances, exit locations shown on page 8, figure 1 map, and that's the only page you need to look at in that 254-page report, and I have it included in what you have, and I have the actual numbers that are at each location. I have them highlighted. I do believe Travis said that at Connecticut and Sailor, there would be 1,000 daily trips. He's close. It's 1,212 plus probably the 38 of the people who already live there. So that's 1,250 trips at that intersection on a daily basis, because their analysis only reports what is happening during peak hours. So it's including 254 trips. And that's at every site, every location, the 8 that they picked up. They forgot to use the other 1,852 daily trips that are there. So when you look at that report on peak hours, their analysis is just using 12% of the total 2,106 daily trips. At the US 1 site intersection, their percentages, which they only really put on that map, indicate 895 daily trips will come in and out of that US 1 site into the property. That's 37 trips per hour, or if you base it on a typical 16-hour day, that's 56 trips per hour. And those trips have to merge with 13,000 northbound vehicles per day. When you get to Connecticut and Sailor intersection, their percentages indicated, as I said, 1,212 trips a day, or 51 trips an hour, or on a 16-hour day, 76 trips per hour. That's 1 trip every 45 seconds.
I don't mean to interrupt you. Where are you getting your information?
The information is right on
Oh, sure, we don't bite. Often.
It's right there.
Okay,
Okay?
okay.
And that is figure 4.1, page 8 of the 254-page report. And if you do the math, you will come up with those numbers.
Okay, thank you.
So, Connecticut west of the intersection, as I said, now may have about 32 trips a day. Combined at both of these locations, that's 88 trips per hour, or 132 trips per hour on a 16-hour day. Page 16, their level of service, is explained as it pertains to delays at the intersections they studied. Figure 4.1 shows by volume percentages, and that's what we just discussed there, volume by percentages at the Connecticut Sailor intersection, but no level of service was done at that for the 1,212 vehicles coming in and out daily. Peak volumes are shown at the US 1 site intersection and at the Sailor in Pennsylvania intersection. These volumes reflect the 2031 background and build out. However, they're only noting the 254 trips and not the trips that are coming and then going to all the other intersections that those sites feed. Figure 1 shows the volume of 1,212 trips will be at the Sailor, Connecticut intersection, and they show them all as turning right onto Sailor down to Pennsylvania. And at Pennsylvania, those 1,212 trips are going to align with 7,600 vehicles per day that run east and west on Pennsylvania. You'll be sitting there a lot longer than 5 cars. So when you look at those trips, they're showing nothing going directly west on east on Connecticut, going to Broad and headed to the Fayetteville area. I certainly would not want to be headed towards Fayetteville, knowing I have a direct connection on Connecticut, and make a turn to go down to the intersection at Pennsylvania to sit there to make another turn to up to Pennsylvania to get back on Connecticut. I'm not from here originally, but I lived in Pinehurst 35 years ago. So there was not a traffic analysis level of service done at that location, and the traffic analysis that was done at Sailor in Pennsylvania is not correct because it does not include all of the traffic that that site will see. Sailor and Connecticut intersection must require a traffic signal. Right now, you got a stop sign on Connecticut on both ways, and you have travel coming on Sailor, north and southbound. And you're gonna have 112 vehicles there. You're gonna have to have some sort of control to get those people out of there. Pennsylvania and Sailor will share that intersection with all those cars with the police and fire department and emergency vehicle access. I'm pretty sure, based upon that volume, you're gonna need a traffic light there, because when the emergency vehicle, or there is a fire, and you have all those cars backed up at that intersection, and you don't have a light for a fire truck to get out, or if somebody's dying and they gotta go with an ambulance or a car wreck, I don't see how you can have that volume and not have a signal there. Now, I'm the one that brought up school buses, okay? And as you can see, my kids aren't on school buses anymore. But I have grandkids that are on them, and I wouldn't allow my grandkids to be on a school bus coming out of that situation. So So you have the additional volume of school buses, waste management, service vehicles are not included and addressed in that report. So you have road safety and maintenance issues, noise pollution, air quality requirements that have not been addressed. Then, if you're going to go on a 2 or 3 year construction phase, how are all those construction vehicles going to get done and build there on a daily basis? They're going down Connecticut. So, since I have nothing to do, although I still work full-time, we'll probably get to that later. Last Monday, the 6th, to Friday the 12th, in the AM and PM hours, I went down and entered northbound US 1 at Morganton Road and exited on Midland Road. To keep pace with traffic, I averaged 64 miles an hour and was continually passed. Each day, I sat at the proposed US 1 site exit to go north. It was not a good option in the AM, and in the PM, it was impossible. Now, you're a pedal to the metal girl, huh? I tried going out of there, okay, and I wasn't in a Prius, I was in a Corvette, and I would not do it. NCDOT concluded an acceleration lane was not required because this intersection has, as was not stated tonight, but was before, that it has a good line of sight. And if you're there, that's a true statement. It has a very good line of sight. So when you put in a 75 foot of storage and additional taper on that side coming down, and you're sitting there, that line of sight is gone. So you're going to have the vehicle sitting there in the storage area, looking across, trying to find out what's coming down that way. There's no way you're going to pull out of there without some sort of signal or some sort of acceleration lane. And I do not think you could take the service road, the service road that's there, and make that an acceleration lane, because you have the people now that are coming off Midland and people coming on. It's an accident waiting to happen. So I, twice in the AM, took the service road north to Midland Road. And it's dangerous. And the service road either needs to be gated or eliminated, because people will go down there, because when you're trying to put out 2,106 people on a daily basis out on the one that you're not going to be able to do, and you got 1,212 on a daily basis going to Connecticut, you know, it's going to be a problem. And Connecticut, when you look at it from where the service road is going to be paved to Connecticut, all you need to do is go on Connecticut and look at it. It's about a single lane road. It's in bad straits, so it needs to be repaved. It needs to be widened from the service road up to the stop sign at Sailor. My recommendation to the council is to travel Connecticut and Sailor and the US 1 service road site intersections and evaluate individually what you see there. Or even a better idea is maybe get on a school bus and have the bus go down there and have them try to go out on the US 1. Have them try to come up that grade on Connecticut. That's the trip. That's the route kids are going to have to take every day in that school bus. And I think that's a very bad safety issue. Now, I'm going to talk about noise pollution. And we had another report from Kimley Horn on noise pollution. And more than likely, someone will object to what my findings are. And if need be, I can tell you what my expertise would be in that level, but at this point, I'll just go through and look at the evaluation I did, because it's pretty easy to find out information. I based it on the Arbor Day Foundation website, and I did it without a sound level meter. And I was really able to estimate the dBA level at Village Green. I estimated the daily rate at 54 dBA without a meter. I'll tell you how I did that. And I didn't do it once on a 24-hour time period. I did it for a couple of weeks at Village Green in different locations, because you have different weather conditions, different barometric conditions, different prevailing wind conditions. So doing it one day on a 24-hour, it's meaningless. But if you look at the Arbor Day Foundation, you study what they have. I estimated that there was a 54 dBA, and that's just below the acceptable level that they say, based on a 40+ mile per hour high-speed road at 400 feet from the highway with 200 feet of natural buffers. Their charts only go to the 450 feet because everything flattens out and the harmonics are even at 500-600 feet. So mid-range dBA for 100 feet of natural buffer is between 5 and 8 dBA reduction. I calculated a 6.5 mid-range, and I assumed we had 200 feet of natural buffer trees in that 450-foot area. And I know the property line goes back at one point to 650 feet, but on average, it's probably in the 400 range. And I calculated that no control on that highway is 67 dBA, and I reduced it by 13 dBA to get to my 54 with 400 feet from the highway and 200 feet of natural buffer. So they indicate a large cut of earth or land has to be excavated from the site. So I estimated that 150 feet of those 200 feet of trees would be wiped out. That natural buffer would be eliminated. And the result would increase the dBA to 63.75. That's a 9.75 increase. I believe they said it was an 8-point increase, but their 8-point was probably on 50, where mine's on 54. So I think my numbers are pretty accurate. So the noise pollution in all the neighborhoods east of US 1 will increase, and they will increase, I believe, above the standard 55 to 60 dBA, which is an acceptable level for daytime residential areas. The Arbor Day Foundations in other sites indicate that a 12 to 16-foot walled landform, along with, now we will only have 50 feet of buffer rather than 200 feet of natural buffer, would reduce that dBA to, in my estimations again, 57.25 or mid-range of the acceptable residential levels. So if you would go forward with this, you've got to be considering then in that area a walled buffer of 12 to 16 feet. So I had put here, not knowing that they were going to do it, that dBA analysis be done at various locations east of the US 1 corridor. So based upon this, I opposed the apartment complex because of the increased traffic and the additional noise pollution in all the adjacent neighborhoods to it. Thank you. Any questions? No questions?
Pardon me, Madam Mayor, I do need to, just for the record, object to that testimony on traffic and on noise. There's no foundation laid for any expertise in that area, and it's incompetent evidence in this proceeding. Thank you.
Would you like to ask me? No, I'll tell you. 1969, I got a BS in business from Ashland University. In 1974, I got an associate's degree in industrial ventilation from the University of Cincinnati. Since 1969 and through this morning, I work every day with sound decibel ratings in the industrial sector, whether that be indoor or outdoor, having to take equipment sold in the 200 countries that I've traveled in the 50 years with every major manufacturer providing air pollution control. And I have to take the equipment and I have to analyze what type of muffler sound abatement systems are required, silencers required to reduce it to acceptable levels, let's say in a plant environment where it is 82 dBA. So, is that good enough for you?
Yeah. I don't know, I could ask some questions, I guess.
Sure, no, I'm sorry, please.
So are you a traffic engineer?
No, sir. I drive on the road.
So are you an engineer of any kind?
No, sir.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
We both mean no, sir.
So not a traffic engineer, not an engineer of any kind?
Correct.
Okay, that's all my questions.
Okay.
My name is Nancy Andrews. I'm a permanent resident at the Village on the Green address 32 Village Green Circle. Lived there for almost 4 years. If you're questioning my expertise, I will say that we lived at Legends for a year, 5 years ago, moved from Legends to Village Green because we were looking for some solitude, some quiet, some peace, some good neighbors. So that's my expertise. I'm also a registered nurse, but I'm retired and probably doesn't enter into anything I'm going to say anyway. I had some remarks to be made here. I guess one of the things that brought to mind was when Mr. Burnett got up to start with and he talked about the different properties that are available and what a shortage there is on places to buy. And I wondered at that point if he was concerned about that, why didn't he develop the property with property that could be bought rather than property that could be rented? And then he also said, under the circumstances, and there were several exceptions, the deviations were made under the circumstances. And under the circumstances that I thought about back to the planning board meeting where he had this piece of land and he had this dream and it didn't seem to go together. And so he's kind of pushed and shoved and moved things around until he got everything jammed into that piece of land. And as a result of that, a lot of things have come up to question, a lot of things that were considered deviations. And I questioned the fact about the deviations because it states in the staff review that the location of dwellings, clustering of buildings, separation of parking areas of dwelling units from common open space, play areas, location, and amenities, those are the standards that were given. And I guess we're to understand that the UDO's special use permit is a flexible instrument of compliance, or that it shall comply with all regulations of the applicable zoning district and any applicable supplemental use regulations. So the question comes into play, these deviations that the planning board referred to, and some of them were considered generally compatible, some of them were considered to be questioned quite a bit. But I guess as citizens of the community here, I think we'd like to know exactly how often deviations occurred and how common it is when somebody is working under the circumstances that they have. We built a house many years ago. We had a dream for a certain house, and when we went to buy the land for the house, there was not a piece of land that would accommodate it. We had to redesign our house to put our garage under the house. It was it was really interesting. I think people would have paid to come and see our basement because they don't have basements in Moore County or a lot of places in North Carolina. But in other words, we adapted to look presentable in the way we should in the neighborhood we were in, and we changed a little bit of what we wanted in order to accommodate that. And I think Mr. Burnett has changed things, but he's still very bent on the population being what it will be. The traffic will be what it will be. So these deviations are kind of an interesting fact that have come about. I guess the erosion issue we've talked about, they addressed, I thought, in very, very good ways. I did have a picture, and I don't have 7 of them to pass around, but if I might bring it up and you I didn't understand, and in being a good neighbor in this neighborhood that we're going to be a part of if this goes through, I'm concerned about safety, I'm concerned about health, not only for ourselves, but also for the people that are in that area. And I didn't understand what a stormwater management basin was, and yet I saw 4 of them indicated on the map showing the actual development. They look like kind of like little ponds. They look very pretty and you know, attractive, like I could go, you know, float a little boat in it, or I could go fishing in it, or whatever, watch the ducks, shoo the geese, whatever it takes. This picture was taken just down the road a little bit, a community called Gracious Living. I went down there and I turned in and I looked at it, and we had just finished having 2 days worth of rain. And this is a close-up shot of what it looked like at that point, and this is runoff. This is apparently what these stormwater management basins do. They collect runoff, and the water eventually soaks into the sandy base. And then you have a little bit of warm, dry weather, and a few problems come about because there's a large accumulation of leaves, sticks, weeds, and other natural debris that washes down through there and turns into mud and invites snakes and mosquitoes and other vermin into that wetland habitat. And then after that, the grand finale will be the organic stink that comes about as these things rot. So these little pools, in as much as they are conducive to collecting the water, they collect other things too. I don't know if the people that take care of the property after this is developed will address that or not. But it could be certainly a hazard if you have young children around. Or again, if just the deterioration of the situation as water comes and goes. So that was a concern I had. And I think the last thing I didn't put on here, but they addressed noise. We talked about noise a lot. We have spent the last year and a half listening to the development right across the street from us, because we live at 32, which is going to be actually where the fun house is going to be, where the pool and everything is going to be. But adjacent to that is the area where the 12 units were going to be built, the townhomes. And I didn't know what went into building something like that. The noise was unbelievable. There were steam shovels, there were bulldozers, There was everything anybody could play with in a big sandbox out there daily, 6 days a week minimal. Up at the end, 7 days a week. And this was all to prepare for what they were going to do. So then they finally poured the cement and got the infrastructure in, and now Mr. Gano is gone. And we have this thing sitting there. We don't know what'll happen with it. And it's too bad. We were supportive of it, but what it looks like now is a little bit of a disappointment. So I'm wondering, we've never got a time frame. I started asking at the train station, how long will it be? How long does it take? Vague answers. I don't know, could be. You know, I understand it's going to be a case of getting the materials and the labor and everything else lined up. But I think you're looking at 2 to 3 years of heavy construction going on. We have a screen porch that looks out on that. And the woods are beautiful. We have a lot of deer. I brought that up to one gentleman at the train station. He said, I hate them. They ensconce on my property. And I said, well, actually, we kind of ensconced on theirs. But the bottom line is, I have a neighbor who's 93. In 2 years, she might be 95, or she might not even be there. But for 2 years, that's a long time for her to have to listen to all that noise, to see her home destroyed across the road. It's just devastating to me to think of the time, to think of the noise, to think of the traffic in preparation for this. Pennsylvania has a little saying they put out when they do road construction. It says a temporary inconvenience for a permanent improvement. I love that, and it applies to a lot of things in life. It doesn't apply to this. It's going to be a temporary inconvenience for something that we really don't feel like it's going to work out. And I'm sorry, because I think that this is a sincere young man trying to do the right thing. But it's really hard when you've got one dream and then the reality of the land to put it on, and then the reality of what's surrounding it. It just doesn't all mesh, and it has to with something with this kind of impact on a community. We've been there 50 years. Will you be? Or will you go down the road like so many times with rental properties? It's wonderful for the first 5 years, and then more are built, new ones. We don't want to be here anymore. We want to go where the new gym is. They've got a bigger pool. They got a saltwater pool. And pretty soon you've got this place that's half occupied. It's a problem. I so appreciate being able to participate. I know my credentials are poor. I'm just a person that really hoped at my age I'd be able to sit on my screen porch and enjoy life a little bit, because all of you take your vacations every year, and you've earned that vacation. When you're 75, you earn a vacation too, and that's to be able to sit on your back porch with your rocking chair and ask not much from anybody, just be a good neighbor and take care of each other. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you to Mayor Haney, to the men and women who are trustees here, and I thank you for, I know you put in a full day's work someplace else and then to spend the evening here. Yeah, that's very gracious of all of you and all of your staff. Secondly, I'd like to say,
Could you state your name and your address, please?
My name is Mary Bradbury. I live at 31 Village Greens Circle in Southern Pines. And thirdly, I'd like to say, I live next to Nancy, who spoke before me, and I am not her 95-year-old neighbor. I'm her 86-year-old neighbor. Just wanted to clarify that. My concerns deal with the level of the noise, again, I enjoy the porch, I enjoy the birds, I'm a reader, so I sit out there often. We will be exposed to the cacophony and just the discordance of noise in possibly a 2-year period in the building of this project. And the noise level that will be increased because of the number of people, the number of dogs, number of children, number of motorcycles, concerns me, along with the recreational use, which is to be enjoyed by the members of living in Patrick's Point. But I don't hear anything about the noise abatement or, more likely, the management of this complex, the rules and regulations that will make it pleasant for the people who live there, as well as for the people who live in Village Green Circle. The buffer zone is what concerns me in the pool area because water carries voices a long distance from the swimmer. And what also concerns me is what makes Patrick's Point so suitable now that wasn't suitable in 2016, leaving out the change of the zoning ordinance. That's a question I have, and then I think you will be able to answer when you review everything that has been said this evening. The other thing I'd like to say is thank you very much for all your time, your effort, and your patience with the number of people who have come here to support the Village Green people. Again, thank you very much, all of you. Good night.
Thank you so much. Is Marguerite Ricker here? Okay, because we got, I guess, sort of out of order here. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Marguerite Ricker. My husband and I live at 45 Village Green Circle. Am I too close?
No,
Is
you're
that
fine.
sounding okay?
R-I-C-K-E-R.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. The UDO Section F states the public interest and welfare supporting the proposed use shall be sufficient to outweigh individual interests that are adversely affected by the establishment of the proposed use. The planning board stated the town council should consider there was a large number of residents that border this property that were concerned that the quality of their life and impact on the surrounding neighborhood would adversely affect them. They do not believe that the public interest and welfare supporting the proposed use outweighs the interest of the residents that showed up and stated their concerns at the hearing. At the heart of your decision to allow this to be built or not is the density of population. All problems and solutions wax and wane on this one principle. And if we're all going to be honest, simply put, the density of this project is mind-blowing. It's not reasonable. You can't sugarcoat it. Special and extraordinary circumstances do exist on this land to such a great extent that deviations must not be permitted and approval to build should not be given. Drop the population density issue and the problems go away or are severely ameliorated. If the land were flat, not next to quiet neighborhoods and a major highway or wetlands, then it would be different. According to the plans, 2 of the 13 buildings will be located along the boundary of the Village and the Green neighborhood. Our home is one that faces those 2 buildings. Keep in mind, our elevation is higher than these apartments, with the nearest wall being 115 feet from our Carolina room. You would think I would be viewing a portion of the 2nd story and the 3rd story. I noticed on the construction plans that there's a 10-foot discrepancy when you compare the height of the front of the building closer to Highway 1, with the building behind it closer to my house. It goes from 45 feet near Highway 1 to 35 feet for the apartment building closest to my home. This would be built as a tiered project. That puts the ground level noise and the light pollution 10 feet closer to my door. My advantage of a higher elevation property is quickly being chipped away. Their parking lot lights would be at my eye level. Because of the noise from Highway 1 for the tenants, it will never be a coveted place to live. Make sure your high-profile areas can maintain their integrity over the years. These apartments will ratchet down again and again into something less than what it started out to be due to the transient nature. The difference here is this is analogous to our front door. Why do we want to risk that happening to the gateway to Southern Pines? I'm reminded of Mr. Fred Walden's words. He sat on the City Council in 2016 when 288 apartments were proposed on this land. We can all agree he was a respected and esteemed member of our city. He said these big complexes look good at first, but over time, they become run down. The reason it was turned down was incompatibility issues. And if you check the minutes of July 25th, 2016, you'll in fact read that there. Currently, as the UDO states, the proposed use of the land shall not diminish or impair the property values within the neighborhood. Currently, my neighbor's house is for sale. The disclosure must be made to prospective buyers that there is a possibility that apartments may go in across the street from us. That's because these apartments are seen as a disadvantage. Otherwise, why would they have to disclose this information? Due to density of population, close proximity to quiet neighborhoods, and deterioration of high-profile property, this proposed project does not demonstrate that it is matching the right project with the right piece of land. This project reserves a small portion for office space. The Harris Teeter and the Food Line grocery stores near the airport have 10 available spaces for lease between the two of them. Some have been sitting empty for 10 years. Yesterday, in fact, this morning still, someone was boarding up a broken door window with many other windows broken. That's what comes of buildings that sit empty for long periods of time. This project plans for 10,000 square feet of office space. Why? The demand isn't there. So let's ask ourselves, what is in demand? Recreational and green space opportunities is what's in demand. I'm going to quote an article from the Pilot of December 5th, 2021, titled County Communities Discuss Connecting Pathways. And if you'd like a copy of this article, I have a copy for each one of you. The strategic planning, I quote, the strategic planning for recreation typically uses metrics to determine what and how many facilities are needed based on a town's population. Town manager, Mr. Reagan Parsons, quote, said, quote, maybe part of that gap analysis is to bring the county to the table, end quote, alluding to the lack of county-run recreation programs or park facilities in the southern end of the county. That would be a reference to our area of the county. For consideration, there are alternatives for the property owner when the land is used within its limits. An idea that meets recreational demand would be a park, similar to Weymouth Woods or Reservoir Park. Why not consider a state, county, or city park? Mazer Park instead of Patrick's Point. Throw in a mini equestrian museum to accent our local history. The surrounding home values would rise because of sound footing public amenities and not because of some here today, gone tomorrow national housing bubble. Why not be known as a city that honors and protects the longleaf pine and a city that esteems green space opportunities? They add to the mental well-being of the citizens you represent sitting on your town council. This would go toward meeting the metric of the population to green space ratio. By looking at all the walkers on our streets, there is a demonstrated need. Town amenities draw industry and tourism. People have a right to buy and develop land and to make a profit. People have a right to retain the same character that their neighborhood offered when they first bought their home. Profits shouldn't come at the expense of disrupting lives to such an extent as this project does. This wouldn't be the first time rezoning occurred for this property. Maybe that's what's required for the land use, so it fits in more with the character of the surrounding neighborhoods and preserves the integrity of their charm, safety, and value. Don't forget the UDO requirement. The public interest and welfare supporting the proposed use shall be sufficient to outweigh individual interests that are adversely affected by the establishment of the proposed use. In conclusion, if the plan doesn't fit, you must propose another location. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. I know it's getting late, but we're going to take a 10-minute break.
I had to do peanut this morning late. And,
Do you want to go to lunch tomorrow?
I'll be doing, tomorrow's Wednesday. I'll be doing Kiwanis Christmas program. But I tell you what, once I get out of that, I'd love to. I don't plan to stay around and eat ice cream. That would be a breath of fresh air.
Nah, don't do that now. Aren't you loving your... Oh my gosh. What's up? I'm not. We do it. I'm like, that's, I could see us doing what we're supposed to do for like an hour. Like digging through these things. You know, to build the facts. I'm not like all ready. I mean, I can do it, but I don't want to because we've still got to do a bunch of other stuff. Those architectural things. I hate these, whether it's not like the answer.
I know, I am too.
What are your boys' names?
Well, it's William.
Awesome. 3 girls and my youngest little boy. He's William. That's right, yeah. Yeah, I saw him at the thing. That seemed like a week ago.
That's really good.
I didn't see it. It was dark in there though, so I don't know. Yeah. No, we do? Maybe they're changing. Maybe they shift it. She's recording. I don't know what she's right now. She's with them. She's recording for them. They'll get like the deposition, like print out the transcript. That's why they have to do it. Because I guess otherwise they have to get their recording and then have somebody transcript it. I guess we're just having her do it now. It's the first time I've ever seen that in the TV. Like, that's never happened before.
Getting the show for the first round here. Because Paul has straightened up his channel.
Oh,
That's why they pay us the big bucks, folks.
Although, I didn't realize we do get a little something.
We do.
I had no clue. I didn't realize that.
Oh, yeah. I got tickled at Mike Sonia. He goes, "I'm being paid." I said, "Oh, don't divide the dollars per hour." Especially if you've got my job. We've got 1 minute. 1 minute.
Oh, man. Yep.
That's good. Go 7 Cokes. The 1 minute didn't do it. Is that a Nuri tie? You can tell.
Oh, wow.
Please be seated. Let's try to get out of here before Thursday. Thursday. I know tomorrow. I know tomorrow's Wednesday. Keep up, Reagan. You got to keep up. Okay. We're back at it. It's only 11:48. Come on, people. Let's go. All right. Ken Baines? It looks like at 235 Maple Road. If you wait long enough, they leave. Okay. Okay, that's the end of that one. Oh, she's here. Jennifer Williams. I mean that very endearingly, you know that.
I don't know that. West Main. Hi, I'm Jennifer Williams. Good evening. I live at 145 West Main Ave. There is one thing I agree with this development, and that there is a high demand to live downtown. There's actually a high demand to live anywhere in Southern Pines. There has been for a while now, and hopefully always will be. We had to wait our turn to purchase a downtown property, just like the majority do these days. I live 6 blocks away from this proposed development, up near Broad Street. And my family and neighbors will be negatively impacted by this development in several ways. The noise pollution and traffic this development will contribute to the area will no doubt have an adverse effect of comfort for those that reside anywhere on that side of downtown. From my perspective, this development does not fit into the character of any of the surrounding neighborhoods or our town. It's reminding me a little bit of the brownstones on Bennett, times 13. The zoning, I'll touch a little bit on the neighborhood and the compatibility of this project they're proposing. The zoning of that project is OS. And then you have, below that, I was hoping there was a map pulled up here that could show the zoning of the project. And then 6 blocks, you have the residential zoning.
You want to go point which
You have residential zoning, and then
Okay.
you have OS again.
Right.
And you can, OS is on Broad Street. So it's 6 blocks from where the OS is right now. What is developed on Broad Street, that's not compatible with that. It doesn't fit. It doesn't go. So I disagree that that this is compatible. These apartments will endanger the children and locals in the surrounding neighborhood. If you can pull up my slide, please. This complex would add over 2,000 daily trips to the area. Ryan stated at the planning board meeting, this development would be catering to transient tenants of the military who would frequent the neighborhoods to get uptown. This will endanger already established residents in several ways. My family had many reasons to live downtown, and a big one was the safety, that our kids would be independent and ride bikes, go to the park, the ice cream parlor, and play with friends in the neighborhood. This will all change if this development is approved. I would fear for my son's safety and all the kids in the neighborhood. Here you have a picture of the bike bandits that live in the neighborhood, and they bike all over. They even bike down to this proposed development area, and they bike in the clay, and they play army down there, and I feel that they're safe in our neighborhood right now doing this. You also have younger children who cannot join the bike bandits, and at one point, they're hoping to join the bike bandits and be able to safely play in the town. Our downtown neighborhood would change, and not for the better. And no doubt this would have an adverse effect on our enjoyment of the downtown area we live in several ways. Allowing deviations for this development so the developer can fit what he wants will not benefit our town. It will actually be detrimental to and endanger the public health, safety, and comfort and general welfare. This project could be minimized, or other establishments could be placed on this property that would not have a detrimental effect on the community. I urge the council to find a way to deny this development and keep our residents safe and save our downtown. Thank you.
Kate?
Good evening, good morning. My name is Kate Shinkwin. I live at 510 West Rhode Island Avenue. I am also a licensed real estate broker for the state of North Carolina. And so I wanted to speak to two things tonight, one of which from the real estate value aspect, the other one of being a resident of West Rhode Island for over 5 years. First, what I wanted to say is that I do think that the affected area extends beyond the adjacent properties. Obviously, there's a lot of discussion tonight with Village in the Green. But when you look at the map, you can actually see that Village in the Green is maybe half of it. A lot of the other adjacent properties are single family, or where Marcel was gonna build the, townhouses. There's a lot of older, mid 60s, 70s brick ranches, 3-bedroom, maybe 1.5 bath if you're lucky, a carport. There's newer homes in there. Those are a lot of the ones that you'll see on West Connecticut, the 2-story, they have an attached garage. And so one of the things that I wanted to discuss is with the traffic proposal and the devaluing potentially of properties. In general, there is a devaluation on properties that are on a busy road, right? So then you get into the definition of a busy road, which, I don't have the capacity to define. However, I have buyers who will, right? So when you're looking at reselling those homes that are on West Connecticut, and they are common to see, especially on that side of town, the 2-story, 1 to 2 car garage on the bottom, little entryway, bedrooms up top, right? It's very easy to find an apples to apples comparison. Now, if you have 2 of those homes that are up for options, right? Let's say you can buy them for the same price. Would you, as a buyer, buy a home that is going to experience traffic of 1,000 trips per day? Or would you go over, let's say those homes on West Connecticut, right? Would you go over to the 300 block of West Main very similar home, or North Page where you have the stop signs, right? So it's not as through traffic. Or would you buy that home with less traffic, right? If they're the same price, which would you buy? In general, we tend to see a 10 to 20% decrease in home value based on traffic. And whatever the buyers constitute is a busy road. So additionally, speaking to my experiences living in the neighborhood for 5 years, we also are a military family. We have young kids. We love and are blessed to live in Southern Pines, and especially the little pocket that we have found ourselves in. Our neighbors have become our family because most of us do not have blood family that is nearby. And so we rely on each other for a lot of things. We celebrate holidays together. Christmas, Thanksgiving, Easter every year is a very big deal. We teach each other's children how to ride bikes and skateboard. We play Foursquare. We will get together and we will play baseball in the street. And we use the street as our common area, right? We have been seen with the bike bandits, have been known to frequent our block. Actually, on Sundays, most Sundays, not every Sunday. I know I got some complaints. But on most Sundays, our next door neighbors who have a 9-year-old son, he will set up a pancake shop, if you will, and he will spend the morning making pancakes. He brings them out around 9 a.m. And sure enough, these kids from all over the block will come and they will eat their pancakes. If they want sprinkles on them, whipped cream, chocolate syrup, you name it, they've got it. And they just get together and have a really good sense of fellowship and friendship and the things that really, solidify those wonderful childhood memories, which is one of the reasons that makes Southern Pines so wonderful, right? So now take that scenario and input this traffic, right? And yes, I think there are some gaps there. One thing that I would maybe encourage the council to ask is the consideration on Sailor. There are 2 areas where the dips are, very deep. So you have a low sight of line when you're driving through it. One of those specifically is at the intersection of Connecticut and Sailor, West Connecticut and Sailor. So when you are at the bottom, if you are making a left or even a right, it is almost impossible to see over the tops of those hills. You have another very similar dip on Sailor in between West Rhode Island and West New Jersey. And so the consideration of, how will that topography there also affect the traffic when you don't have a clear line of sight? And then also when it does back up, which inevitably I think we can all imagine, those of us who live there, it gets congested as it is, right? So, you can imagine that people will probably take advantage of our grid-like style, right? They're gonna turn down Hale rather than wait at West Connecticut and Sailor to turn. They're gonna turn down Hale either way, and they're gonna keep weaving until they can get to a place where they can make a left or a right. And those places that they're gonna be weaving in and out of, including the homes of the people who live on West Connecticut, there's families there. There are children and animals there, and we are a very tight-knit community, and it is going to affect their safety and well-being. And I think that's all I have for tonight, so thank you for listening.
Thank you, Kate. Kat, and I'm going to screw up your name, and I should know how to pronounce it. Sineth, yes.
Hi. Sorry. My name is Kat Sineth, and I live on 600 West Rhode Island Avenue. And I'd like to thank everybody on the town council, Madam Mayor, for giving us this opportunity to speak tonight. I have a bachelor's degree in business management from Hood College in Maryland, and I'm also an Army veteran from the 1980s, a long, long time ago. But I moved here about 10 years ago, and my husband was born and raised here, and he's been a lifelong resident. He's seen this town grow from a tiny little place in the 1960s to a thriving town full of wonderful people and businesses today. And it's really exploded in the last 8 years. And Logan, personally, I'd like to thank you for your service as well. And I really do appreciate that. But I'd like to kind of go with your claim about speaking for the multitude of people who would like to live here. We do live here. And so it's really important to us for you to understand about what it's like for the people who do live here. My husband and I, over the last couple of weeks, have gone around and spoken to over 100 residents in our neighborhood. And literally, there was only one person in those over 100 people that we spoke to, many of whom did not know that this meeting was going to take place tonight, so we educated everybody on this proposal. There was only one person who did not express dismay and upset about the scope of the proposal and the enormity of the density of what's being proposed, putting up against an established neighborhood, 276 apartments on such a tiny little area with, you're talking average, maybe 2 persons per apartment. That's over 500 people in a little tiny area, and say, 3/4 of them have cars. That's 350 cars. And that's a lot of cars to add to a place that already is overwhelmed with traffic because of all the houses that have been tucked into the neighborhood over the last 8 years. My husband and I drive to work every day, and we drive down from Rhode Island down to Sailor, down to Pennsylvania. And when we get to the bank and we turn left to go into Southern Pines, it already takes a couple minutes sometimes to turn left because of all the people that are coming from Pennsylvania to get to the other side of Southern Pines or to get to Route 1 and stuff like that. Turning left is already an issue. And sometimes there's 5, sometimes 6 or 7 cars piled up. That's without the apartment complex there. I can't imagine what it would be like in the morning with 64 cars coming out of an apartment complex. One car trying to turn left and all those cars backed up behind it, sitting there waiting for one car to turn left. So is there a proposal maybe to put a lane in to turn left while everybody else turns right? The other question I have on the traffic is, has anybody considered what the ramps already look like coming off of Route 1, north and south, turning left onto Pennsylvania Avenue from both sides? Because getting across Pennsylvania Avenue, turning left on either way, is a crazy backup now. And I've seen cars backed up all the way to Route 1 coming from Aberdeen because cars are turning left. And when the school gets out and comes down Pennsylvania, there is no turning left, and everybody just backs up. So I don't think that's been included in the study. This is going to add more cars to that. So that's pretty much my questions for tonight, and I thank you very much for your time, and good morning.
And thank you for your service too, Kat. Suzanne Coleman. And it now is morning. Good morning, Suzanne.
Good morning, Madam Mayor. I had to go get something to drink because I think we're all dried up by about now. We didn't have anything. So, Suzanne Coleman, 225 North May Street, Southern Pines. I'm a 15-year resident who's been attending 15 years of council meetings, work sessions, and agenda meetings. I own a 1903 Victorian in downtown between East New Hampshire and East Connecticut, so I can attest to the exponential increase in military traffic going to the base and the traffic in general on North May. For the past 5 years, I've overseen our Welcome Center located in the train station, which services about 6,000 visitors a year, including tourists and day trippers and local residents, and new residents who often bring family members in to visit, many military and their families who come to visit, and prospective buyers and renters who often seek recommendations for realtors and desirable neighborhoods. Five years ago, Fayetteville-based developer Cavanis and Cates submitted its CUP for a proposed 3-story, 288-unit rental apartment complex to be built on the site under consideration tonight. At that time, Mayor David McNeil led a series of decisions by the then town council to deny the CUP, primarily on the grounds that it was incompatible with the goals and policies of our comprehensive long-range plan, which found it incompatible with the overall scale, character, and density of the neighborhood. The proposed density of the 288-unit complex turned out to be 2 to 5 times higher than any multifamily development nearby, to answer Ms. Peterson's question. The same might be said of Patrick's Point. Further, the Cavanis and Cape project did not meet all the criteria of the CUP and the OS zoning standards. The Patrick's Point application is very similar to the Cavanis and Cates application. Very little has changed in terms of the compatibility of this project with our CLRP and our SUP criteria for approval. The scale, density is still incompatible with the neighborhood character of our town and the adjacent neighborhoods. However, this time, the applicant has allocated a tiny, negligible slice, 0.91 acres, of the 25.41 acres to office services in an attempt to overcome the past council's objection to an OS tract of land that would be solely used for multifamily purpose. At that time, Mayor McNeil said placing multifamily housing on the entire parcel would, in effect, eliminate the primary OS use. So the applicant has very artfully and very astutely made provision to include office services on 3.5% of the parcel acreage. However, if we use Mr. Kuntz's square foot figures in response to Ms. Peterson's question, the 9,000 square feet of office services out of the 411,000, compared to the 411,000 square feet for the multifamily, the percentage drops to 2.2%. As someone said earlier, it's discouraging to find ourselves almost right back where we were 5 years ago, fighting to protect the character, charm, and the scale of our unique town. Many of you know, but some may not, that the 2016 Cavanis and Cates CUP was the most controversial, most exhaustively scrutinized, application to come before our council since the PUD. Remember the PUD, Reagan? And that was polarizing. Discussion of the proposed 288-unit apartment complex stretched for 3 months, from May through July, across 5 public meetings, following its initial public hearing in May 2016. The council listened to hours of expert testimony in support of and in opposition to the project. Mayor McNeil described it as one of the most difficult agenda items he faced during his entire tenure on the council. The actual quasi-judicial hearing spanned 2 meetings, July 12, 2016, until 1 in the morning, and continuation to July 25th work session in 2016. I brought with me tonight Did I give it to you? Sure. Yeah. Yeah, 7 copies. However you distribute it.
This would be Exhibit P.
Yeah. I brought the minutes from the July 12th and July 25th quasi.
Can we bear with us while we do a little housekeeping on exhibits? Nancy Andrews. We had, O was the photo from Nancy Andrews that was submitted separately.
I actually gave you an entire folder that included both that photo and what was handed to me.
But I thought it was in the original folder that she submitted.
Which I gave to you, yes.
Right. Yes, because he was.
It was in the original folder.
Yes, and that was in.
Nancy Andrews got up, she had a photo in her hand, she walked up and handed it.
She walked back, yeah, that photo was in the folder that I
So then
provided.
Exhibit O would be the news article from Marguerite Richter. It was a newspaper article that was submitted as exhibits. All right. So
Yeah,
that
we
would be
didn't,
exhibit
we didn't,
O.
we didn't get that.
And then, so this would be Exhibit P.
We good?
Thanks, no, yeah, so then this one you just gave us, P. Thank you.
Okey dokey. Okay, so Exhibit P are the minutes from the July 12th and the July 25th meeting for your edification. And now this council, whose members did not have the benefit of participating in that 2016 review and who may not be familiar with the extensive, well-considered rationale and findings of fact for denying the permit for a project which, but for a few astutely included alterations, is very similar to today's Patrick's Point application. This council is being asked to approve an even more complex, highly nuanced application in just one evening that, if approved, will change the character of Southern Pines proper forever. This application has multiple deviation requests, is governed by multiple sections of the UDO, and has what turned out to be questionable traffic challenges and possibly an incomplete traffic report. Our neighbors in Village on the Green are being asked to defend their opposition to this project without the benefit of proper legal representation or relevant expert witnesses, but not for a lack of trying. What David Sullivan did not tell you is that they reached out weeks ago to 3 top land use law firms, but were unable to secure timely representation. The quasi-judicial process is complicated, it's expensive, it's time-consuming, it favors the applicants and disadvantages residents. This council deserves more time to study this application, the history of this parcel, and the thoughtful substantive decisions made by their predecessors to deny prior applications. The residents of Village on the Green deserve more time to secure legal representation and the necessary expert witnesses to protect their neighborhood. And the citizens of Southern Pines deserve to know that our council will not be pressured or rushed by developers who do not live here and whose companies are not based here and who have no stake other than profit into making a decision of this magnitude that, again, may forever alter the character of Southern Pines. And because of this, I urge the council to continue tonight's public hearing, at the very least to the next regular council meeting in January. In the alternative, and in view of the number of apartment applications in the pipeline outlined by Planning Director BJ Grieve, in October, this council, which I think you said was 1,200 apartments, and that 1/3 may have already been approved.
That number requires some context, but yes, that is the number that I discussed with council when I presented it in October.
Thank you. In view of the number of applications that are in the pipeline, this council may even wish to follow Pinehurst's lead and implement a temporary moratorium on apartment building until it has had a chance to step back and study what's going on and determine what's in the best interest of our town and its residents. According to David Owen, the land use expert at UNC School of Government, General Statute 160D 107 allows temporary development moratoria to be placed on any city's development approval, including all zoning permits. In fact, moratoria are considered an essential and a valuable tool of successful development by the planning community. The question before the council tonight is not how many apartment developments do we need, or what the projected market demand is, or whether there is a projected market demand for apartments in Southern Pines. The question is, do we need a 276-unit apartment development on this particular site? The 2000 council didn't think so, and the prior council that entertained the Leith project did not think so either. While I can't answer the question about the apartment need, I can tell you that what we do have is a workforce housing crisis. We have people who work in this town, who even work for this town, who contribute to its welfare and yet can't afford to buy a house here, which means they can't send their kids to schools here, which is something Councilman Walden was very concerned about. In fact, he felt so strongly he led the charge to oppose the Cavanis and Kate's apartment complex. What our community desperately needs is a housing plan. Research shows that homeownership promotes community stability. Rental apartments do not. What our council and our staff need is some breathing room to assess where we are, where we want to go, and how we're going to get there while preserving our unique character and respecting our historic neighborhoods. It's been 5.5 years since the town updated its comprehensive long-range plan, which was adopted on March 8th, 2016. It's supposed to be updated every 5 years. Perhaps now is the time to update that plan so we know where we're going. Thank you for your time and for your dedication to the process and for asking all the many excellent questions that you asked tonight. I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. John McInerney? Pass. Thank you, John. Chris Nissen. And by the way, this is the last one that signed up, so you know. Unless I turn the page. No, just kidding.
This podium has been sneaking up on you all night. It started back here. My name is Chris Smithson, 920 North Sailor Street, Southern Pines.
Is the alarm going off?
That threw me off. A native of Southern Pines, served on the town council from 2003 to 2013. During the time that I served on the council, I served on the
Well, the police are already here, so we're fine.
Talk about response times.
I think after 12, this is what happens, so.
It goes automatic.
Well,
Yeah, it's automatic, so, you know.
the latest I've been here is after 2, and I believe that was with a different Mayor Haney. But
Yeah, I believe it was, because I questioned what Mayor Haney was up to be quite honest, and then I realized he was with him, and that did not help the situation.
No, I understand that.
And we digress. So.
While I was on the council, I served on the residential multifamily study committee. I think John McInerney was on there with me, and I know that the mayor participated in that. They're not on the committee. The basic 99% of the current UDO was developed, and I was on the committee as the council's representative during my time on the council, and also the CLRP, which is again about 99% of what it was at the time, came while I was on the council. So I just wanted to mention those things for some context. I do have a pretty long history with this particular property, and I'll go through it as quickly as I can. Probably starting with my grandmother was the first resident of one of the homes that was built there at Village in the Woods. So I was around there a lot as a kid. Couple years later, I can definitely agree with your characterization of the Clay area. We rode our bikes down through there and got stuck. I think shoes were lost. So there's definitely, they took all the sand when they were doing the road over there. Fast forward a few years, and this was 2003, and sat down with my father, who had served on the council from 75 to 85. And I said, I think I'm going to run for council. He said, good for you. I support you. I said, what do you think we need to look at with the town? What are the biggest concerns that you have? And he told me two things. One was a personnel matter that worked itself out on its own. And the other one is you need to do something about the zoning on that property on US 1, which at the time was general business. And I had no knowledge of any potential or pending development plans or anything like that. And new council member, first couple months, they say, hey, I agree. This GB out there in US 1, we got Burger King, McDonald's, and everything like it is south of town. We should do something about it. The rest of the council looked at me like I had three heads. So, and I wasn't as obnoxious, as assertive as I came to be later on in my time on the council. Fast forwarding another year later, and Leith wanted to put a car dealership there, our worst nightmare, or my worst nightmare. And my neighbors at Village Green and Village in the Woods proposed a rezoning from GB to straight up OS. Leaf promptly sued us all individually for $10 million each, which was fun. Wasn't the first time. First time I actually got sued while I was on the council was over an apartment complex. We got that on Christmas Eve, I think, and we'll get to that because that's an important, and that's where I'm going on part of this. To talk a little bit about apartments, you all are restricted and you can't look outside what you're hearing here and all that. And when people come up and argue about what our standards are, they made their 2.1 units an acre instead of 2.2 units, and people, worry about that 0.1 or 0.2. And it was always frustrating to me because I felt like people should think about, especially those who are making decisions, should think about why. Why is that number, why is that standard in there in the first place? What was the council trying to do when they passed this law? And sometimes, wow, it makes a whole lot more sense if you step back a little bit. And so I believe this was 2004. And I approached then Mayor Quist and I said, Frank, I'm looking at this. We're getting all these applications for apartments. We got to figure out where we're going with this, because if we don't get our arms around this, they're just going to infill the whole town with apartments. That's the pressure. And part of that is our neighbors to the west in Pinehurst and neighbors to the northerly area in Whispering Pines effectively don't allow apartments. So not only do we have our natural market pressure, based on the population and the single-family homes and the products that we have here in Southern Pines, we're expected to take all the accommodate all the apartment demand that's created by all this growth in our neighboring towns who just say, no, you can't do it. So what did we do? We put in place a moratorium and put together the Residential Multifamily Study Committee. And what we did was first we looked at what we had. What are the different multifamily type facilities we have in Southern Pines? So, anything from three and up. We didn't really look at duplexes, but anything more than duplexes all the way up to hundreds of units. We talked to the police to learn about, we talked to the police chief and heard about different impacts of the police department and crime with apartments in general, and then certainly specific facilities too. We met with fire department, affordable housing, the Sand Hills Community Action Program, I think, that does the Section 8 vouchers. We met with realtors. We tried to do everything to really get a hold of the situation. And that lasted a few months, and we wrote up a report, and the council put in place a few standards, and they're still in the UDO now. When you see this 10-unit thing, and I'll explain the background, the 10 unit and the 200 feet, where in the world did that come from? That's not completely arbitrary. What we did is we looked especially around the gridded area of traditional John Patrick designed Southern Pines. And we looked at what existed, because if you don't like Southern Pines as it is now, it's just going to change. So, what we found was there were a lot more multifamily units than we thought, but they largely fit in. They're smaller developments, not these mega deals. And so we weren't going to outlaw them as a use, because if that was bad, then we got a whole lot of bad all over the place if we don't have multifamily in our multifamily districts. But we wanted to make sure that all of the development, all of the infill was not multifamily, because there was still not as much as there is now, but there was still a very high demand for single-family homes in Southern Pines. So we wanted to allow it. We just didn't want it to detract or change the character of our downtown area. So what we came up with, and the blocks in Southern Pines are 400 and some feet. So the 200-foot part was kind of like you could have a couple on a block here, but you can't make the whole block apartment units, even if that involved tearing stuff down too. So that was the thinking. That's why that 10 unit and the 200 feet are in there. Kind of what we hopefully envisioned, when we voted on the proposed rezoning of this property from GB to OS. The hope was something more like Turnberry. That was the vision, because nobody complains about Turnberry Wood. It's nice and big trees and little doctor's offices here and there, not giant structures like are going up on Morganton right now. So I felt like it was my responsibility for you to understand why the rules are that way and what we were trying to do. And then just ask you in the future just to keep asking, why does this say this, not just what does it say there in black and white? Onto a slightly different area. The applicant mentioned the previous application for this property. Part of why it was turned down, they mentioned that it didn't have this mixed-use element to it, and that they've added that in there. I'll go into another anecdote on another apartment complex, Tyler's Ridge, up there by the airport. That was what we were here till after 2 a.m. about. Part of what was.
Let's not do that.
No, well, I'm trying. Part of what allowed them to be in compliance was to have on their plan, and at that time, they were doing a planned residential development, and that required, again, mixed housing types. They really wanted an apartment complex, but they couldn't do that without putting single-family homes in. So what did they do? They very disingenuously drew a couple of single-family homes on there, and then all of a sudden, it got approved, and those homes never got built. So it was always just a farce. And I'm not saying that this application has the mixed-use component added on there disingenuously, but I would urge you in your, if you approve this, that as part of your conditions, that you have performance measures of phasing or whatever that requires that actually gets done. Because if it's important or part of your decision that it's in compliance because it has the commercial element to it, I would encourage you to do what needs to be done to ensure that the commercial element happens. On the traffic study, I'll mention, normally when on a traffic study, you have a car and somebody's sitting there with a notebook checking hash marks or whatever. But with this one, they put cameras up. Well, that freaked out my neighbors. And once you've been on the town council, you're the neighborhood mayor from then on. And so whenever something happens, who do they call? They call me. And I say, call Reagan, go bug him. But yeah, the cameras freak people out. You should at least have a sign on there that says why the heck somebody is in your front yard putting a camera up on a telephone pole, especially when there's little old ladies looking out of their curtains wondering what's going on. So just a tip on that. And that, yeah, as is mentioned, the previous traffic study did not have Connecticut on there because the previous application did not actually pave the road all the way down. And I appreciate that because one of my biggest objections to the previous application was dumping all the traffic out onto Rhode Island. So going through the extra expense of paving that whole access road and putting it to an existing connection that is closer to one of the more major roads, in this case, Pennsylvania, I that's better. So I appreciate that they're doing that. And finally, I'm not necessarily against this. It's definitely better than it was before. I do believe that a property owner has rights and they have the rights to develop their property. They have to be able to do something. So we have to remember that. But, you know, in these quasi-judicial hearings, you know, the applicant certainly will argue that that you have no choice but to approve it. And even if you're convinced that you have no choice, but don't necessarily think it's the right way to go, just don't forget that part of this application, part of this plan requires that town right-of-way be abandoned, and that's not something you have to do. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Chris.
Questions? Nope.
All right.
Madam Mayor, I appreciate the history lesson, and I think it's important that we all recognize that Chris Smithson was the original bike bandit. He was just
That being said, it is 12:36, and we still have more to do. I want to thank you all for bearing with us, and I want to congratulate my newest council members, trial by fire. Wait a second. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. I should let Nick rebuttal. Hang on to that. Do you want to rebut? Of course you want to rebuttal.
Nick Robinson here on behalf of the applicant. Thank you for the opportunity to wrap up a little bit here. I didn't interject multiple objections during the testimony of folks, but for the record, I do need to place into the record objections to multiple instances of hearsay, which of course you can't base your decisions on. None of those were terribly huge, but the most significant thing is that basically all of the testimony that you heard from the opponents with respect to traffic and with respect to real estate values, by North Carolina statute, you can't consider because it's I think what they call conclusively incompetent if it's not rendered by an expert. It's a lay opinion that you're not allowed to consider. And so all of that testimony has to come off the record. In terms of what you base your decision upon for the conclusion, I will say, though, that, I commend the folks that have come up here and spoken from the neighboring community, that they're compelling people, seem like good and nice people, and I appreciate what they have to say. But this is a process, and it has some rules that apply to it, and we have to follow those rules. So I would say that I can tender to you another exhibit, which I guess would be Q, which is very brief memorandum of law, case law for you all. Which goes over the legal standards on determining whether or not the evidence, sufficient evidence has been met, and whether if the applicant has made their case, if it has been overcome by the contrary evidence. And I think it's important to note what I said before, that in North Carolina, the law says that if a use is allowed within the district, it's the equivalent of a legislative finding that it's in harmony with the surrounding neighborhood, and that's Woodhouse v. Board of Commissioners. So in this case, you have to begin with the premise that the multifamily and the office uses are deemed to conform to the character of the neighborhood. And then it's up to the opponents to prove, not with just commentary, but it's up to the opponents to prove with substantial material and competent evidence that the use is not in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. We've taken it a step further than the presumption on our behalf, and we've filled the record with expert testimony to the effect that the proposed uses are in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. And in this case, the burden on the character issue is shifted to the opponents, and the courts have uniformly held that generalized fears and speculation are not sufficient evidence to rebut that presumption. I cite you to Humane Society of Moore County versus Town of Southern Pines in 2003, where the court overturned the denial of a special use permit because noise and odor impact testimony was speculative, as it has been here. There's nothing to tie any particular noise to this project, and that's a generalized fear that is not a sufficient basis for overcoming the presumption. Also, Habitat for Humanity of Moore County, Inc. versus Board of Commissioners of Pine Bluff, where the court reversed the denial of a then CUP, would be a SUP now, because it was speculative and general fears of trash dumping, four-wheelers, children in the neighborhood, spooking horses, et cetera. And then similar Little River LLC versus Lee County, generalized fears and speculation regarding a rock quarry were insufficient to overcome and rebut the testimony of the presumption of harmony. And then the last thing about public health, safety, and general welfare, generalized fears like crime or public safety that are not supported by quantifiable data, you can't base your decision on that either. And I want to cite you to an interesting case that just came down from the Court of Appeals in this year. It's Coswald LLC versus New Hanover County, which the denial of a SUP for multifamily and limited commercial business was reversed because the opponent's evidence of traffic issues and stormwater issues were not supported by any expert testimony or any quantified data that was required. So all of that to say that I know that sounds very clinical, but it is a process. We have submitted substantial evidence from expert testimony on every single finding. And to our reckoning, none of that is countervailed with competent material and substantial evidence. And so we believe the findings are met. And that brings me to my last exhibit, R. That does come after Q. And this was alluded to briefly by Mr. Grieve at the beginning. We have just taken the opportunity to draft proposed findings of fact for the council to consider when determining whether or not the proposed findings have met. And it's late, it's 12:45. I don't think I need to read these to you, but what I have done is, with respect to each of the 6 criterion, I have listed in there evidence that we knew we were going to put on tonight to support each one of those and to demonstrate that each one of those has been met by competent material and substantial evidence. And so I have also provided some conclusions of law that you could adopt as part of your findings. And so if you are, BJ said that you've basically got a blank slate upon which to base your decision. And if you are inclined to approve the requested SUP, then I've offered to you elements of findings that you could make in support of that decision. I don't know how much, if you are still concerned or have any issues about the traffic thing.
I think people have some few questions to ask.
Okay.
I think Taylor mentioned.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
My first one is, this finding of facts, is this the same that was in our packets? before
No,
the
it's
meeting?
not,
Okay.
very much not. This is one that I drafted on my own for our side of the case. The one that you got in your packet was one that I think they said had a mixture of things in it, some planning board concerns and some other things.
We had the planning board, we had the staff recommendations, but we also had one from you that was read.
Oh, if you got that, then yes.
Okay.
It's the one that I drafted today and submitted today, so I don't know how you got it, but.
I don't know if that was, okay, no, then
not
it wasn't the
the
same
same.
one.
No.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, that's okay. Can I go through my questions?
Yes.
I don't know that you can answer all of them. Some of them may be for town staff.
Okay.
Are there sidewalks on Sailor Street or Connecticut Avenue?
Currently?
Yes.
Yeah,
I
there
know
was an
we talked about
exhibit,
this
right?
earlier, I just don't.
Sidewalks on Sailor and what?
Connecticut.
Connecticut.
So the red are the sidewalks, right? That's how I understood that.
Sidewalks on
Chris, are there
Connecticut, at
sidewalks
least
on your
to Bennett. but I'm
Yeah, I
not
don't
sure
think there's
beyond that.
sidewalks on Sailor, and I don't know about Connecticut.
Okay. Can I ask a question about the visibility on the corner of Connecticut and Sailor per one of the community members' comments? Is there a visibility issue at that intersection? Did the traffic analysis look at it, or, sorry, I've got you.
What's that? No, I think he's saying that has not been looked at.
Okay. Is there going to be a change for the line of sight on northbound US 1 when you're sitting at the access road? That point of entry and exit? When you change and you add that deceleration lane, will it change the line of sight?
Question for you, Travis. So does adding the 75-foot taper lane change the line of sight for somebody exiting from the service road onto US 1?
Here's a sidewalk layer.
There you go, purple.
Purple sidewalk? The red is existing sidewalk and the purple is proposed. Where's that proposed layer?
Okay, where are you?
So
There is
existing sidewalk. Yeah, so it doesn't look like there's any on Sailor, but there are some on West Connecticut, but not on Sailor, right?
Yeah. Well, not on Connecticut either. Connecticut's one more over.
And what you will find throughout much of that neighborhood, as we have found with, and we found a little bit on Bennett, but what you'll find with a lot of that neighborhood is future installation of sidewalk is going to be located in what many people very reasonably consider their front yard. The right-of-way there is much larger than the actual pavement. So oftentimes people have planted things and done stuff all the way out to the curb. So, but you won't find a lot of constructed sidewalk in that area, but the construction of any sidewalk will inevitably run into some conflicts and things.
Okay, there was just a concern about the safety of the neighborhoods if there's family and children in a sidewalk. Okay. Traffic, visibility, if you're sitting at the service road looking left and there's that addition of the deceleration lane.
Yes, so your position where you're sitting looking left will not change, so your view of the through lanes will be the same. If a vehicle is in that right turn lane, yes, they may block your view of the oncoming through lanes for a period of time, but then, safety would dictate you would wait for them to clear so you have a clear line of sight. They're not going to be parked there. They will be free-flowing off of US 1. We're specifically recommended stop control on the service road approaches, so people coming off US 1 will not stop. They will free flow onto the service road and into the site. So yes, if you pull up to the stop bar and there's a vehicle in that right turn lane, you would have to wait for them to clear to be able to see.
Okay, thank you.
It's a similar situation to what you have at Wisconsin and Rothney. There are right turn lanes there as well.
Okay. And then the last one's for BJ. Sorry. You may have said this early in the meeting too, but it's been some time that's passed. Yes, yesterday you mentioned the deviations from the plan that are mentioned in the application. Yes, these 6 deviations. Are these 6 deviations that we see often, or are these unusual deviations?
I'm actually going to let Susie take that because
That'd be great.
wrote this report and wrote up the deviation.
Okay.
10.8, again, you are allowed to ask for deviation. I think that's really loud. Okay.
Why don't you come to the mic, Susie?
I got to pull up that screen.
Oh, thank you. So 4.10.8 allows you to ask for these deviations. Like they said, there are many deviations found in 4.10.8. The deviations that they are specifically asking for are standards that are very, it's dependent on the site that these multifamily units are being placed upon, or the office unit. Again, these statements from the standards state where practical, stuff like that. So these standards are not something like zoning development standards that are found in the urban village or urban transition highway corridor overlay, which protect not only the site that they're developing, but all the neighboring sites. So yeah, staff has looked through every single one of these and finds that these are absolutely deviations that will not harm anything, nor will they are allowed to ask for these deviations. They could have asked for more, but they really tried to stay pretty strict to those deviations in 4.10.8.
Okay, thank you, Susie.
Anything else?
I just would supplement the record briefly with I referred to the statute about testimony that's conclusively incompetent, and that's 160A-393, subpoint K, 3, A and B, which is the use of property in a particular way would affect the value of other property. Has to be expert testimony on that. Increase in vehicular traffic resulting from a proposed development would pose a danger to the public safety has to be expert testimony, and matters about which only expert testimony would generally be admissible under the rules of evidence also has to be expert testimony. So lay opinions on that are conclusively incompetent and can't be considered. I think that's it from our standpoint. Unless there are other questions, I very much appreciate your patience and the patience of everyone else in the room.
There's a hand.
I don't believe that you're a real estate
Yeah, she's
agent, broker,
She's a real estate broker,
not an appraiser, right?
not an appraiser.
Yeah, I would say that that's not, I mean, I can't keep her from testifying.
You're-
That's
you're not an
real estate
appraiser.
property valuation.
It's only for appraisers?
Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying, yes. But I mean, I'm not.
We can do CMAs, we can do appraisal plans as well. I mean, I'm happy to come up and qualify myself and my expertise if that's helpful.
I'm biased, so it's up, would that be fine with you if she could qualify herself?
It's more than fine for her to give further testimony, but it won't change our legal position on
Okay.
that if she's not an appraiser with a license.
No, she's not an appraiser. Okay,
So that's totally up to you
That's
on
fine.
whether to admit the.
yeah. If you want to come and qualify yourself, Kate.
So just some facts about myself. So I have an active and license in good standing for the state of North Carolina, a full broker. I have completed roughly about 15 to 20 transactions per year on average, specializing in single family, also multifamily and commercial leases. I specialize in downtown Southern Pines. And I've practiced for over 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may, I'm so sorry. I was about to say before we got into this and the questions, that I know if you still have concerns or about the traffic study, I think Travis has done some more work on the West Connecticut thing in the meantime that he could supplement his testimony with.
I have a question for Travis, too. Okay.
Works out well.
Yeah, because that is a concern, so thank you, Travis.
Can I start my question?
Please.
Okay. In your expert opinion, is adding 1,000 daily trips on a road without sidewalks, which is a neighborhood road, a safety issue?
It depends on the context. In this situation, given the low number of homes along that section of the roadway, my personal opinion is no. If it were a longer stretch with more homes on it, potentially. But that's just my opinion in this case.
That's assuming that people go on Connecticut and they turn left or right, but they don't continue down Connecticut.
Yes, but it won't be 1,000 vehicles continuing down Connecticut. It would be something less than that,
Okay, so you got 300 in each direction or something like that.
possibly.
Is that potentially dangerous on those roads without sidewalks?
No, the lack of sidewalks is not inherently dangerous. There are no sidewalks now. There are people driving on those roads now. There aren't dead bodies lying in the road. Is it an inconvenience for the people living there? Yes. Probably if they want to walk, they have to walk in the street or in somebody's yard, but it doesn't make it inherently unsafe, just having a lack of sidewalks.
Well, it's not the lack of sidewalks I'm asking about, it's the increased traffic. Okay.
Is that it?
So-
I thank you all for, I think we're good. Is anybody else?
I was going to, yeah,
Sorry.
while we were sitting here and my traffic study was being questioned, I did some very quick and dirty analyses of the intersection of Connecticut and Sailor. And I'll go up there, feel like a lounge singer, walking around with this thing. So we do not have traffic counts at the intersection of Connecticut and Sailor, but we do have traffic counts at adjacent intersections at Vermont, and then obviously at Pennsylvania. So what I did was I took the traffic volumes at the intersection of Saylor and Vermont, moved those here, doubled them, and then used the site traffic assignment that we had shown in our traffic study on figure 4.1, with most of the traffic turning right, coming on and off Saylor, going toward that, toward Pennsylvania. Based on that, the delays on Saylor Street eastbound in the morning would be level of service A in both, and same in the PM, level of service A. The maximum queues on Connecticut Street at Saylor would be 66 feet in the AM peak hour and 59 feet in the PM peak hour. So then, just for grins, I said, what if I'm totally wrong and I've underestimated everything? So then I took the volumes at Vermont and Saylor and I quadrupled them. And then I took the site traffic assignment we had in our TIA and I doubled that. And then I added more traffic, site traffic going east-west on Connecticut. And for grins, some more going north, 20% more to and from the north on Saylor Street. And in that case, we have level of service B in both the AM and PM peak hours, with a maximum queue of 112 feet on Saylor Street in the AM peak hour. And that 112 feet is just short of that first house. So the
that's like-
queue, the maximum queue, absolute worst, Travis
Worst case
totally
scenario.
blew the TIA. He was off by half or 400%, and the queues still do not get back there.
Thank you for refiguring.
Sure. I don't know why that was never studied. In all the iterations of the TIA we've done for this, that has never come up before. So
That's-
apologize if it's an oversight, but
It's fine.
no
but-
one's
but-
ever asked for it
But
before.
you did the math. Anybody else have any questions?
You do not want me to sing it to you.
Did you, you said you used the traffic on Main and doubled it, or you used the traffic on
At Saylor and Vermont,
Saylor and Vermont?
section to the northeast.
And then doubled it to apply to Connecticut?
Correct.
And do you have any personal knowledge of the very different cultures on Vermont and Connecticut? And the fact that, I mean, considering Connecticut is also an artery to Fort Bragg?
That's why I doubled it, just to be
So you doubled
safe.
what happens on Vermont?
And I took the volumes on Saylor Street and applied those to Connecticut, and then I quadrupled those.
Is what you just did common practice as far as how you determine numbers? Okay.
No, I'm just shooting for,
No, that's fine.
in the for lack of data, I was just trying to get the absolute worst case.
Right. She's trying to answer our question. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Anything else? All right. I want to thank you all for bearing with us. And this has been trial by fire by our newest council members. Great questions, so thank you. And I appreciate everyone who spoke here tonight. Nick is always the professional, and thank you to your expert testimony, to the people that he had brought with him, and our learned staff for hanging with us. This has been a long day for them, too. With all that being said, and so much to digest, I'm asking for a motion for a continuance to our January 11th regular council meeting on this hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Pleasure of the council.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. We will continue this. And some of you may go home. We have not finished our meeting. So now we're at the action items.
Yeah.
This is the storage applicant that spoke at our agenda meeting, and we told them they did not have to attend. So I'm looking for a vote to approve the storage application.
I got it.
Moved. Oh,
We
sorry.
got to do the thing here. Were there, Yeah.
Yeah,
Do you have it?
I do.
Okay.
okay, yeah, go for it. Yeah, don't set off the alarm. Those of you who are traveling, be careful, and thank you for spending the day with us.
Yesterday and today with us.
Don't set off the alarm when you leave, please. That would be just tragic. Yeah, we're not done. Yeah. Okay, BJ.
All right, so we would ask that the motion for AR 0721 Pinnacle Storage, you may recall from the agenda meeting that UDO 4.10.4H states that mechanical equipment has to be screened from view from the street, not located between the building and the street. They had not provided information regarding, they had actually stated that no mechanical equipment was being provided, which we knew not to be true, so therefore we clarified with them. They did state that they will be putting it on the roof. It will be screened by parapets. And so we are asking, because it's not part of the application, so we can make sure that that is implemented, we ask that the approval be something along the lines of approve AR 0721 with the deviations as requested by the applicant and as specifically set forth in the staff report, and with mechanical equipment fully screened by parapets.
Maker.
Basically just adding, and with mechanical equipment fully screened by parapets at the end of that first motion.
Okay.
All right. I'll move to approve AR 07-21, deviations as requested by the applicant and as specifically set forth in the staff report with the specific requirement that mechanical equipment be screened by parapets.
Pleasure of the council. Aye. Thank you. The next one is AR 0821. This is the rec room. And I know that there's not anybody here anymore, but I do appreciate Adam Johnson for keeping the frontage for the Centennial A&P, and I appreciated BJ giving us the quick history version of that one. And I believe the concern of that was the location of heating and cooling. Was that not in the screening? Was that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was one or the other, right?
The back door.
Okay.
They get to do the lounge singer thing.
Yeah, but the bar's closing.
Oh, I like that.
I almost said it's nearly closed, last call.
The lights are going to start blinking soon.
So the issue we had before was a minor one. We tried to keep it from expanding into a bigger issue that it really wasn't. What it came down to was at the back of the rec room, visible from Bennett, there is a door that the applicant had stated in the original application was going to be a large door used for loading. The issue was that it was not screened, and the UDO requires that loading areas be screened. But we also had the issue that what we had noticed was that on the site plan that was under review, they had also put the dumpster directly in front of that door. So we had to divide these two issues out. We had to say, look, guys, we don't, for the architectural compliance permit, we don't actually care about your dumpster. It's just the dumpster is in the way of the loading zone that we do care about for the architectural compliance permit. The issue has been resolved. They've moved on the site plan. They're going to move the dumpster over to here. The dumpster is facing this way. The side of the dumpster enclosure is going to function as adequate screening for that door. You can, hopefully you can see it from there. So they're going to kill two birds with one stone on that one. They're going to meet our standards, and so it's an adequate resolution. And we have plenty of measures in place to ensure that this occurs. So I've got a recommended language for the condition to deal with that.
Okay. Looking for a motion with those changes.
Move to approve AR 08-21 with the deviations as requested by the applicant, specifically set forth in the report, subject to the side of the, what is that, dumpster enclosure, screening the door and the dumpster?
That works.
Second.
It just needs to be in there because we've got it in writing, they're going to do it. You've mentioned it. That's more than enough for us to come back at CO if they haven't done it and get it fixed. So thank you.
Pleasure to council. Aye. Next one is AR 0921, Freddy's Frozen Custard.
I move to approve AR 0921.
Second.
Did we talk about awning, but we changed that, correct?
That one is good to go. But I will say this, Mosley showed up earlier tonight, right? And he had no idea what was going on here tonight. He showed up at 6 o'clock.
Come in.
Yeah, so he walks in and he says, "So, how's it going? Do I need to be here tonight?" And I wanted to just say, "Oh, absolutely. You really, really." And he would be sitting here right now and he would have been like, "I move to approve AR 0921." And I would have loved to turn around and go, "Sorry, I didn't know." But no, I told him he should split because that was, he was requesting no deviations as we discussed at the agenda meeting.
I didn't know you were that mean, Brandon. All right, hit it.
I move to approve AR 0921.
Second.
Pleasure the council.
Aye.
Okay. Now we're at the proposed lease for the Southern Pines Land Trust, and there were some changes, additions.
Yeah, I don't know that there's a lot more to say about this, other than that the version that went into your packet is the final version.
Okay.
We have got copy with signatures from the land trust in hand. Beth will have copy for your signature so that we can get that knocked out, and they'll be picking up a check tomorrow morning, should this be approved.
Or you mean this morning?
Or actually, sometime in, probably about 8 hours, they'll be
Okay.
picking that up, so. I wondered if somebody was going to hang around for that.
Yes, you may.
They haven't voted yet.
Yeah, we have to vote, so you better hang tough.
A motion in regard to that.
Simply a motion to
To-
approve the proposed lease of park property for Southern
A
Pines Land and
motion
Housing
that we
Trust.
approve the proposed lease for the park.
Second.
Aye.
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 Aye. Now we're looking to adopt the CIP 2022 to 2032.
This is just the compilation document
Right.
that appeared in your packet
Felt like
that put the previous presentations that Jessica has
Jessica
made
did,
relative
yes.
to roadways and sidewalks and vehicular replacements. And again, we'll be updating this on a rolling basis once it's in place. But it does put us in a better position relative to trying to go after any additional ARPA funds,
Yes.
grant programs, any other number of
on that
things.
one,
So
so
it's going to
thank
be
you.
a very useful document.
Move to approve,
Adopt.
adopt the 22 to 2032 CIP.
Pleasure the council.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Agenda, I gotta tell you what, Elmer Fudd cannot talk after 1:09. I do appreciate Diane Westbrook, I appreciate her time and her service, and during the election, I asked these two gentlemen to serve on the Historic Commission, and they both said yes. That's Robert Brown and Lane West, which is wonderful. I think they'll be great additions. Robert happens to has a doctorate in history, that may be interesting. And then we've got the execution of the agreement for the MCDOT and the town of Aberdeen. And James left on us. Jeez.
No, there he
Oh,
is.
there he is.
No.
He's hiding in the drapes. Yeah, well, everybody's short behind PJ. And then we had the voluntary annexation, Morganton Road, and then the Highway 22 and Sullivan's Drive. So I just need one motion to accept the consent agenda.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Pleasure of the council.
Aye.
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 Let's have some public comments.
Public comments. Oh, please.
Allow them once a month.
Oh, let's recognize Laura.
Farewell.
Oh.
So long, farewell.
Wanted to do this, I never got to.
Just for those of you who've been living under a rock, Laura Douglas has been covering this for years and done a wonderful, wonderful job. And she's been promoted, which is a great thing, except her gain is our loss. This is her last, and we are milking her for every nickel, every nickel. So 11/11 is your last.
Since there's like a thing with that.
Yes, yes.
I just wanted to thank you all. I've had the pleasure of really covering the best boards in the county, Aberdeen, Southern Pines, and the county commissioners. I won't mention the ones that I didn't have to cover that I'm.
We'll just fulfill in the blanks.
But local government, I mean, it is. It's so tired. It's hard to think. It's a thankless job, and I appreciate what you all did. It made my job over here much easier.
Well, we thank you for what you've done. And with that, I need a motion to go home or adjourn, whichever you all want to do.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you all.
Set that one up, John.
And thank you to the staff. What'd you say? I think that would be a wise decision.
No. His buddy didn't show up.
Oh, no.
Just as a reminder.
No conversation.
Today is still ex parte